Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Full Metal Demon Muramasa. We were most recently tasked with defeating all the bandits. And we thought, hey, yeah, we'll just kill all the bandits, seems reasonable. And then our mom showed up and said, don't kill any of them. So we got an extra difficult task. We have at least one Tsurugi and a bunch of rebels turned bandits to defeat without killing them somehow. I'm interested to see how it happens. Basically, we've just approached their base, and, well, we don't have a plan. So the camp is located atop a hill at the foot of the mountains to the north. It used to be a favorite spot for children to play, and unfortunately for the children, the bandits also took a liking to it when they arrived. It is high enough to be a constant shadow over the town, while close enough to afford them easy access during raids. I'm not surprised they thought it their promised land, though I surely wouldn't want to meet the god who promised it to them. Hold it. Oh, he's just walking up in broad daylight. I guess there's not a lot of cover. Fair enough. 10 paces from the ostentatious barricade, 2 men with rifles bid me halt. I suspect they only let me get this close because they couldn't figure out why I was walking up to their camp alone in broad daylight. I mean, yeah, I'd be curious too. I raise my hands obediently and submit to their probing gaze. You from the town? What do you want? You know this is our camp. Best find another park if you want to play tag, boy. We tend to play a little rough. When we tag you, it tends to leave a hole. The first guard waves his rifle menacingly while the other pats the pouch on his belt, presumably to show just how many holes he could put into me if he so chose. I point out the obvious. Guns are against the rules. What?
この町でも一時期鬼ごっこの鬼が銀玉鉄砲を使うことが流行りましたが、失礼。始めたのは自分の妹です。それだと単に鬼の一方的虐殺ゲームになるため、すぐ廃れました。
Well, it was briefly popular in town for it to use a pellet gun, a fad that faded with my own sister. I'm ashamed to say that rule was repealed after it became clear the game was now a wholesale slaughter. Wait, he's following through with the tag metaphor. They said when they tag you, it leaves a hole, and he's like, that's cheating. They were outlawed in this town. Playing tag with guns isn't fair.
これは全国的な現象ではなかった。
Oh my goodness. I can't tell if he's being tone deaf on purpose or not, but that's good. I imagine there are similar stories all over the country.
Soだっけ?
You know, that reminds me.
そういえば、なんかローカルルールがあったっけな。俺の地元。鬼が鉄砲を使う場合は、鍋の蓋を盾に使っていいとか。
My town had a rule like that. Like if it used a gun, you could make a shield.
あったあった。弾がなくなったら鬼の負けとか。
Oh yeah, and it lost if he ran out of bullets?
はい。そのようにルールが発展していくと、やがて単なるサバイバルゲームになったので、鬼ごっことは分化したのです。
Yes, we had the same rule, but at that point it's no longer tag, it's just a survival game.
そうか。
True, true.
いや。
Wait a minute.
って何しに来たんだよ、お前は。
What are you doing here again?
あなた方の首領にお会いしたい。
I'd like to meet with your leader.
親方に?
With our lady?
なんだ? 口説きにでも来たのかよ、色男。
What, you've come to propose or something? Now that would be something.
そいつはすげえや。
Maybe she's super attractive, who knows? Yes. I mean, he is here with a proposition, right? I'm assuming he is here to negotiate, because that would involve, you know, not killing everyone.
我らが町と、あなた方の今後について願いの筋あり。首領殿を口説かせていただくべく参上しました。
I have a proposal regarding future relations between your group and the town. Please take me to see her.
そういうこと?
That's what you meant.
なあ、相棒。実は俺たち、からかわれてるのか?
いや、 ただ単にあんまり関わり合いになっちゃいけないやつに関わっちまっただけなんだと思
Don't
う。
think so. We might be dealing with one crazy son of a bitch.
そうか。
Damn.
どうする？
What do we do?
どうするって。
Oh, you're asking me?
この男を追い払うより、親方に合わせてやった方が早い気がする。
I get the feeling it'll be faster if we just let him see her.
俺もだ。連れてくか。武器も持ってないみたいだしさ。
Damn, let's get it over with. It doesn't look like he's armed or anything. The two men turn back to face me, their expressions weary. For some reason, at least, they don't appear to mean me harm. They even seem willing to let me pass. I didn't think it would be this easy.
意外に親切な人々だ。
Oh, they don't seem like such bad folk. I mean, it remains to be seen. Maybe they just don't want to bother with shooting you. They're like, oh, the boss might get mad if she asks why we're shooting people. May as well just let the boss do it. That's not what they said, but you never know. As I enter the encampment, hope for a peaceful resolution burns brightly in my chest. What do you want, knockoff Luvia? Doesn't even have the right color hair. Yeah, I gotta say, that's a lot of laughing, but it's super awkward laughing. Like, halfway through that, you kind of just realize she's forcing... In my opinion, it's like, she starts out... If someone started doing this in real life, you'd started thinking they're laughing at you, and then you'd realize they were desperately forcing it, and it'd kind of just be like, more and more cringe for them to do it, the more they did it. To the point where you're like, wow, this person's super fucking cringe, right? At least that's my perspective on someone doing excessive like, count how many hoes there are and realize she's got to be doing that for like a straight minute to actually get it right. She's still going. I even said it was getting cringe, and she still does it. Not a chance. It doesn't take long for the flame to be snuffed. After the bandit captain listens to my proposal, she laughs and laughs and laughs, and then rejects it with a flick of her wrist.
略奪をやめろですってはっどだい失礼なのよね。私たちがいつ略奪なんてしたのかしら？
Stop raiding the town? How rude. When have we ever raided anything?
カズマ、あなたには覚えがあって。
Kazuma, have you any idea what this man's talking about?
昨日やったじゃん、姉さん。
Didn't we raid them yesterday?
あれは略奪じゃないの。対局に基づく軍事行動のため、市民の任意で物資を供出させたのよ。
How many times do I have to tell you? That wasn't a raid. We were collecting voluntary donations to support the war effort.
ごめんなさい、姉さん。
Right. Sorry, sis.
では、そういうことでも結構です。しかし、町の任意にも限界があります。このままでは。
I won't argue with your interpretation. However, there are limits to how much
町の生活環境は深刻な打撃を受けている状
the
況
town
で
is
す。
willing to donate. And if this continues, well, already, we're experiencing severe hardship for the sake of your cause.
あら、
Oh,
そう
really?
ご勘定をいただくわけには参りませんか。
Is there any chance you could show us some clemency?
よくってよ。じゃあ今後は予定より少し減らしてあげましょう。
Certainly. How about we cut our orders in half?
予定とは。
Half of...
それは軍機よ。
That's classified. So the offer is meaningless. The old master would be more satisfied with the dirt beneath my feet.
失礼ながら、あなた方山賊団の目的とはどのようなものなのですか。
May I inquire as to the ultimate objective of your banditry?
山賊団ではありません。獅子団とお呼びなさい。
We're not bandits. Call us revolutionaries.
獅子団。
Revolutionaries?
我々はより自由な立場から正義を貫くため、あえて六原の帰化を脱した烈士の集い、悪を打ち不正を正し、いつか太平の世を導くべく戦い抜くことを誓った独立軍団。
Wow, that was quite the rant. We're a gathering of true patriots, heroes who choose to fight for freedom and justice, unshackled by Rokuhara's petty rules and regulations.
つまりは獅子団なのです。
In other words, revolutionaries.
ほう。
I see.
そうなんだ。軍費の横領がバレて夜逃げしただけじゃなかったんだね、姉さん。
Oh, so that's what it was. And I thought we ran away because they found out you'd been selling supplies on the black market.
ごめん。
Oops, sorry.
どう？お分かりかしら？港影明とやら？
Anyway, do you understand now, Minato Kageaki?
わかりました。
I do. More than I need to. For better or worse, the pertinent information is easy to pick out. It's anything that guy says.
略奪をやめる気はない。そういうことですか。
You have no intention of stopping your raids, correct?
何を聞いていたのかしら、この男は。略奪なんかしていないというのに。まったく、低能な平民の相手をするのは大変ね。
I feel like her laughs get even more cringe the more she laughs. Were you even listening, my good man? We don't raid. Well, I suppose it was foolish for me to expect that from a farmer. He's still going. Seriously. I've seen less forced laughter from people held at gunpoint. Is this the same voice actor as Luvia? I've already called her a Luvia knockoff. Now I have to do ho-ho-ho-hos to make up for it. Gotta change the pitch of my actual laughter. Oh. Her laughter gives me the time I need to prepare my next move. If peaceful negotiations is off the table and lethal force is out of the question, then this is the only option left. I knew it might come to this, but I'll need to be calm if I'm aimed to have any hope of success. I'm not a terribly gifted actor. Okay, what do you got planned, Kageaki? So I arrange the words in my head, take a deep breath, and begin to strike just as the captain begins to wind down.
さあ、お帰りなさいな。その新規臭い顔はもう見飽きたの。さっさと畑に戻って、芋でも掘ったら。
Run along now. You're glooming up my camp. Go back to your farm or potato patch or whatever it is, you peasants.
山賊の棟梁。
Bandit captain. The woman falls silent when I interrupt her. She sensed my abrupt change in tone, and the other bandits step back, eyes wary as the atmosphere begins to thicken.
あんたに勝負を申し込む。
I challenge you to a duel. Interesting. Interesting that you would challenge the bandit captain who just got banished from a rebel army for theft.
はあ？なんなの突然。
A duel?
まさか逃げないだろうな。
Are you a coward?
いや、もしもし、一人で話を進めないでよ。
Come on. I don't follow.
あんたは女だが武人の端くれのはずだ。もともと軍隊にいて、これだけの部下を抱えていたならもちろんそうだろう。
You may be a woman, but you possess a warrior's blood. Otherwise, you would not have had so many men under your command.
ちょっと。
Oh, wait a minute.
ああ、けれど、あんたは世襲で親の身分を継いだ口か。親方とか呼ばれていたしな。しかし、血筋だけのお飾りってこともあるまい？
Or did you just inherit your rank and title from your father? Your men called you lady. Come to think of it, you must have had a privileged upbringing.
あのクルスは伊達ではないんだろ？昨今は武家に生まれたのに剣を枯れず、床の間に飾っておくだけなんて武者もどきも多い
But
ら
that
しい
doesn't
が。
necessarily mean your crux
あ
is
んた
just
は
for
違
show.
うんだろうな。
I hear many so-called musha have never seen combat. You're not one of those, are you?
でなければ山賊に身を落としてなお親分のままでいるのは難しいだろう。よほど虚勢の張り方がうまいなら別だが。ああ、山賊ではないんだったか。
You've kept control of your men, even after deserting the army to become bandits. Sorry, revolutionaries. So, you must have some skill. That or you're very good at bluffing. Which is it, I wonder? This steamrolling tactic, letting the words become like water from a broken faucet, is little more than a desperate attempt to avoid giving the game away, but still it seems to have the desired effect. The captain's eyes are hard and sharp and her men have all gone silent. I stare down at her, flaunting my height advantage in the most obnoxious manner possible, and wait for a response. After several seconds, she smiles.
それで
だ
So?
から勝負だよ。
I'm calling you out. I answer with a smile of my own, though I doubt mine is as genuinely menacing.
俺が勝ったら二度と町へ手出しをしないよう部下に命じろ。
If I win, you order your men to stop raiding the village.
私が勝ったら
And if I win?
は
Oh,
あ、そうだ
right.
な。
I scratch my chin as if the thought had not occurred to me.
俺のことは好きにしてくれていい。
That's what, you can do what you like with me, I suppose.
ふーん そう
Okay.
聞いたわねお前たち
Hear that, boys?
聞いたよ姉さん。
Sure did, sis. The bandits chuckle and exchange grins. They're obviously expecting prime entertainment of the public execution variety.
結構よ港影明その条件で勝負を受けます
Have it your way, Minato Kageaki. I accept your terms.
そのものに太刀を
Give this man a sword. The closest bandit draws his sword, hands it to me, grinning from ear to ear. Hick thinks he's hot shit, his eyes seem to say. Can't wait to see you put in your place. I ignore the warning and take the sword, testing its feel in my hands. While not an exceptional blade, it does appear well maintained, of course, since I don't intend to cut anything. It's important. Or, its condition isn't that important, right? I'll be fine as long as its balance isn't completely off kilter, which it's not. I assume a rather sloppy stance, doing my best to seem both as amateurish and arrogant as humanly possible.
あら勇ましい強敵ね
Quite the sword.
今さら取り消しはなしにしてもらおう。
Too late to back out now.
姉さん気をつけて。
Careful, sis.
ご射程大変だ。親方がやられたらあなたが仇討ちするんですぜ。
Oh no, young master. One bandit cries out in mock alarm. If our lady loses, you're gonna have to take revenge. I smile at this as if taking his words seriously.
どうしたかかってこい。
Well, you coming or not?
あらよろしいの
Oh, you'll let me go first?
あんたが来てからでいいよ。
I don't see why not. With a pitying smile, she readies her blade and steps into range. The grace and stability of her stride offer an easy measure of her skill. Interesting that they both took the same pose, and they're both Tsurugi poses of over the shoulder instead of doing like overhead or out front, right? She's strong, stronger than me. But I knew from the beginning it was likely to be so, hence my performance. When I came up with this plan B, the most pressing question was how to ensure victory. The strength of the shogunate warriors cannot be overstated. Rokuhara Musha in particular have few equals anywhere in the world. That is why the allies accepted their terms of surrender rather than risk a confrontation that was certain to be costly. This woman held rank as a Musha, and what's more, commands the loyalty of her men. She must, or they wouldn't have continued to follow her even after becoming fugitives. In the shogunate army, when a Musha commands a company of foot soldiers, it usually means he or she is the head or heir of a warrior house, and they're the house's vassals. This feudal relationship is a long-standing tradition in Yamato's military. Even then, a weak lord will remain in charge only so long as he has his rank. Tradition may reinforce loyalty, but can't replace it. Her men have not abandoned her, therefore this woman first and foremost possesses ability commensurate with her position. I have little hope of winning a fair fight. Okay. My only chance is for her to be careless. Simply challenging her to a duel would not have been enough. While Musha has little to fear from a civilian, still, part of her would have wondered if I was more than I seemed. As long as she practices even the slightest caution, the odds are stacked against me. That's why I went to such lengths to insult her, to make her see me as nothing more than a fool who scorns women. If it worked, then she'll attempt to crush me rather than simply defeat me. Her strike will lack subtlety and finesse, and most importantly, will not be aimed to kill. After all, you can't shame a dead man. She will come, most likely, for an arm or a leg. If the battle thus takes the shape I desire, then even if her skill is superior to mine, victory is all but certain. A short slide back to evade the slash aimed at my left wrist, which I presented as bait. Then my own strike comes down against the base of her blade, amplified by my full weight, and smashes it from her grasp. Her weapon clatters to the ground, and a heartbeat later the rebound from my strike puts my sword at her throat. The duel is settled as planned in a single exchange. You tricked me. Impressive. Instead of guarding her pride, she chooses instead to confront the truth. I was right to keep this woman from exercising her full strength.
それでも約束は約束です。お守りいただけますね。
Even so, a promise is a promise. You'll keep yours, won't you? The bandit captain bites her lips hard, but the color it loses goes straight to her cheeks.
何
What?
姉さん
She
が
lost?
負けたの
The captain's brother turns to the bandit next to him, but the other man seems just as confused. The air around me grows thick with disbelief and one woman's rage. I find the sense of victory strangely absent. Is this really the end? Tonight, Hikaru's condition is stable. Her breathing is soft, at least softer than usual. Well, that was surprisingly easy. I mean, obviously with a trick to make her, like, intentionally play poorly so that he could, you know, seize the advantage. But it's a good trick, right? If your opponent's too arrogant, you can sometimes punish their arrogance if you're good. Kageaki already, despite having never fought against a real person in his life, is already a fairly competent fighter. Although we don't actually know how good she's supposed to be relative to other swordsmen. It seems like her crew at least respected her though, right? There is, however, no hint of improvement. She's still wasting away. Some days the decay is slower, but fast or slow, it doesn't change the fact that she's dying. It was late when I got back to town, so I refrained from calling on the old master and went straight to home to report the outcome to my mother. While she was ecstatic to have me back in one piece, she wasn't so thrilled with the details of my encounter at the camp. She clearly doesn't believe the situation to be resolved. Nor do I, otherwise I would have gone to the old master's house, even despite the late hour. I still don't see what else I could have done, but there's no denying my solution left much to be desired. The bandit captain was not at all satisfied with the outcome of our duel. At a glance, her face told me that. I should be glad that she didn't call for a rematch then and there. Her men, too, seemed unconvinced, perhaps more so than their leader. Even so, it was a deal fairly struck. A verbal contract, yes, but that shouldn't matter. The terms were set, the duel took place, and the result was indisputable. She gave her word as a warrior, so she will keep her promise. She must. I'll report to the old master tomorrow. It won't be easy to convince him I succeeded. Presentation will be key. If I appeal to honor, claiming that pride won't let them continue their raids, at least not openly, then perhaps he'll accede. It feels somewhat deceitful, but Hikaru's life is on the line, and I have no choice. Besides, a warrior's honor is nothing to scoff at. I must have faith that the captain's will win out. Or the captain's...
Hikaru.
Will win out? Yeah, the captain's honor will win out. Okay. God. Hold on a little longer and everything will be fine. Come on, Hikaru. We know she doesn't die though, right? She's Ginsego. Once again in this place. I awaken as ever in my cold, dark prison. My cage made not of steel, but oblivion. I've always been here and will always be here, dreaming the same dream. My origin, my earliest memory, my mother tears me from my father, and with bladed tongue severs our bond. I watch it play out again and again, the same dream forever in this boundless abyss. I'll dream the dream until the day my soul rots and fades to nothing. I have no choice. No other act is permitted me here. I can't move, I can't wake. This prison will never release me. Unless... is to take back what is mine. My father, stolen from me at birth. Only in pursuit of him will I be able to leave this darkness behind. But the path is closed to me. My father belongs to my mother, and she to him. The laws of man, the laws of morality forbid daughters from claiming their fathers. I, Hikaru, am but human. I cannot defy this sacred commandment. Even if I could, even if I did take him back, my father would never accept me, for to him, morality is paramount. The path is closed, and so I remain forever trapped in the moment of my loss. Dreaming. I enjoy the napkin, Sego. It doesn't strike me as intentional. They can't possibly know my routine. This encounter, then, must be nothing more than pure damnable coincidence. But to go right on with their business, even after citing me, now that's gotta be malice, especially where she's concerned. She says nothing, just turns to me and smiles sweetly. It's the first time I've ever found a display of feminine charm so revolting. Myriad thoughts crash together in my head, and eventually one forces its way from my mouth.
本家まで行く手間が省けた。ありがたいことだ。
I should be thankful this happened before I saw the old master.
そこの平民、何か言ったかしら?
Oh, did you say something, peasant?
別に。あなたには全く関わりないことだ。
Nothing that concerns you. It is my problem. I would be a fine jester indeed if I were to declare my success having walked past these bandits as they looted the rice store. Unfortunately, I have no interest in a career in entertainment. It leaves me with one option to deal with the reality in front of me, unwelcome though it may be.
一応、確認をしておきます。
Just to be certain,
昨
you
日
do
の約
recall
束は覚えておいで
the
か。
promise you made yesterday?
もちろんです。侍に二言なし。あの約定はきちんと守っていますとも。
Why, of course, a samurai never goes back on her word.
守っている。ではこのありさまは何事か。
And you call this keeping your word?
約束は町に手出しをしないよう部下たちに命令するでしょ?
As I recall, I promised to order my men to leave the town alone, which I have.
でもあら残念。私が命令してもこの者たちを従わせることはもうできないのよ。
Oh, but oh no, I'm afraid they won't do what I tell them anymore.
それはどういう。
Oh, and how can that be? I have a pretty good idea, but she happily spells it out for me anyway.
カズマ
Kazuma.
はい姉さん。
Here's this.
つい今朝方我が一ヶ桶の家督をこのカズマに譲っちゃいましたの。今の私は隠居の身。
Why, just this morning I passed the Ichigao title to my little brother here. I'm retired
お
now.
分かりかしら? 私がやめろと命じても兵にとってはカズマの命令の方が大事。カズマがやれと言ったらやるしかないのよね。
You see, even if I order them to stop, Kazuma's orders take precedence. And he just seems to like things the way they are.
そういうわけだ若いの。
That's the way it goes.
ご隠居申し訳ありません。俺らも背きたくはないんですが、ご当代直々の命令とあっちゃね
Sorry,
え
lady. We respect you and all, but we can't refuse an order from the Lord himself. Why? That would just
い
be
いの
treason.
よ。采配は課長が一手に握るもの。身内が余計な口出しをして良い結果を生んだ例など過去にありません。
Don't worry about me, boys. It's the Lord's right to decide how the family makes its way. No good's ever come from a retiree butting in on her house business.
カズマ、私のことは気にしないで存分におやりなさい。
It's all up to you, Kazuma.
わかったよ姉さ
Leave it to me, sis.
ん。で、次はどうすればいいの?
Where should we hit next?
ごめん。
そういうわけなの。港影明。期待に添えられずごめんなさいね。
There you have it, Minato Kageaki. So sorry I couldn't live up to your expectations.
でも約束はちゃんと守ったのよ。
But I did keep my promise. Stop the awkward laughter. Is that even enough hose? Do I want to count? I don't want to recount. I think that was only about 3/4. I was counting. I got to the second last line, second ho. I'm just saying they didn't do the right amount.
昨日の田村グランプリ聞いた？
So did you catch the Tamura Grand Prix yesterday?
聞いた聞いた。ちょっと音の入りが悪かったけど、どうもサンダーボルトっていう新型機が近々。
Reception's not so good out here. It sounded like the new Thunderbolt model was doing pretty.
そこ緊張感みなぎる局面でラジオの話とかしない
I'm trying to build dramatic tension out here. Aren't you laughing awkwardly? If anything, everyone's just trying to do their best to forget you're laughing because it's super awkward.
だって笑ってる時間長えんだも
But
ん。
when you start laughing, it can go on for hours.
待ってる間暇なんだよな。
Gotta
いつ
fill the time
も。
somehow. I take a deep breath and let it out. That's all I need to come to terms with this debacle. I knew from the moment I left the camp it was possible and even likely she would break her promise. I just didn't expect it to happen the very next day or to be so.
小ずるい。器が知れる。
How petty. A coward's ploy.
失礼な知恵というものよま、なんとでも好きにお言いなさい
I prefer to think of it as using your brain, but go ahead and call me what you like.
ゲス、下劣、ゲロ。
Did those all start with ge? Insect, reptile, ignoble cur?
強量、悪辣、卑劣、下道、内人、乾物、畜獣、堕落、愚昧、猛昧、安明、亡者、小物、くせ者、低俗、堕落、暴八やからのゴマの灰。
Does this guy just open the dictionary to insults and read them aloud? Vile, foul, base, slavish, ugly, miserable, worm, wretched, faithless, excretable, odious, filthy, savage beast. Caitiff, knave, recreant, pest, fiend, varlet, and reprobate. Or varlet, reprobate. I actually don't know what varlet means. Alright.
姉さん、頬が震えてるよ。虫
You're
歯
shaking, sis. Do you have a cold?
痛いよ姉さん。
It hurts. It hurts.
負け犬の遠吠えは聞き苦しくってよ港影明
But he likes the sore loser Minato Kageaki.
何とでも言えと言ったのはあなただ。
I was merely taking you up on the offer.
それに負けたのは姉さんだし、
And you're the one who lost in the first.
すごく痛いよ姉さん。
お黙りいいこと港
Let's get one thing straight, Minato.
私は負けてなどいなくってよ小賢しい手妻に上げ足を取られただけですあのような姑息な策謀など大丈夫が用いるものではありません
I didn't lose. I fell for a cheap trick, the sort of underhanded mind game a truly upstanding man would never resort to.
にもかかわらず当然のように少々ぶるとは恥というものをお知りなさいな
And you call that a victory? You should be ashamed, sir.
さっきは知恵がどうとか言ってたよ姉さん。
Did you just say something about using your... Turns out she doesn't like it when someone points out her hypocrisy. Then again, our character had the same comment, right?
私はいいの私はね
Hey, she's speaking the quiet part out loud. I'm special, you hear? Special! The bandit captain, or former captain I suppose, made one thing clear. With her prideful boasting, there's no use talking to her. I turned to leave.
やっぱり多少はできるよね
You do have some skill.
何の真似だ。
What are you doing?
なんの
You really need to ask?
かりそめにも無人たる者がお前のような下郎を相手に不覚を取らされてそのままで済ませておけるはずがないでしょ
What kind of warrior lets herself get duped by a peasant? I have to do something to reclaim my honor.
ならば腹でも切れ。
Slit your belly.
それもそれ
Rather
け
not.
どこれもこれ
I hear it's painful.
お前の首を取った方が手っ取り早いの私の気持ちも収まるしね
Taking your head is so much faster and just as satisfying. You... No time to think of new insults, not with live steel coming from my throat. I have no weapon, no way to defend myself, and my only choice is to run. I leap back from the next attack and make a break for the
お
road.
待ちなさい
Get back here. I hear her give chase, but I know she won't catch me. I'm unencumbered and have a longer stride, and as expected, the footsteps soon cease. Though her insults pursue me for a little while longer. I'm the one who should be cursing, not only at her, but at myself for having been so foolish. Honor, pride. Better I'd trusted the word of a snake. Of course not, it's a bandit captain. I don't even know what you were thinking with that, about that one, but oh well. Hikaru, hashtag dying.
ヒカル、落ち着け。落ち着いてくれ。
Hikaru, please calm down.
ヒカル。やめろ。
Stop, Hikaru. Damn, that's a lot of self-injury. We got claws. Is that blood or bruises? I can't tell. That looks like a mess. And she's also basically skin and bones. Yeah, you can see that. When she's resting under the covers, you can't see how thin she is. But look how thin those wrists are. On the like her left, her wrists are super fucking thin, man. Like I mean like the forearm. Sorry, not the wrist. Obviously, wrist could just be like mostly bone. But the forearms are hella thin, and that's way too much bone and tendon showing. I think it's just bone, right? Yeah, I think that's bone and tendon showing around her elbow. All right.
やめてくれ。お前が壊れる。ヒカル。
You're killing yourself, Hikaru? In the darkness of the unlit dojo, I slide my sword smoothly from its sheath. The blade is 82 centimeters long with a straight temper pattern, forged in Noshu within the last century. It has no name. It belonged to my father, who gave it to me before I left for the war. After my discharge, I had the army frills replaced with standard trimmings. The sword is in pristine condition, its edge razor sharp. It can slice effortlessly through straw mats, bamboo, and even flesh and bone, I'm certain.
もはや。仕
I have
方
no
ない。
choice. I harden myself against the horror and disgust that any man must feel when he resolves to violate the most sacred of laws. I'll kill them, I must. The bandit captain, her brother, and anyone else who rises to take their place. Without a leader, the pack will scatter. It's the only path left to me now. I haven't forgotten what my mother asked of me, however I can't comply. I see no path to a peaceful resolution, and if even promises sealed with single combat are of no worth, then what hope is there? It's a simple matter of power. If the town had the strength to defy them, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. And since we don't have the strength, they risk nothing by defaulting on their word, nothing save their honor, but I was a fool for believing that. What weakness of the mind allowed me to believe that warriors who have already debased themselves through banditry, and before that by serving the traitorous Rokuhara, might value pride over power? If they had even a shred of decency left, they wouldn't be preying on the helpless. I should have seen it from the beginning. If a creature is given wholly to violence, then violence is the only thing that can bring it to heel. And so I'll kill them, I'll cut off the head and let the body die. Even now, I believe my mother's teachings. The true warrior is one who achieves victory with no loss of life. That's only possible when facing a fellow human. Against a beast without conscience, even the loftiest idea is powerless. They understand only one thing: might. Or perhaps it still might be possible to tame them without bloodshed, to follow the true warrior's way, but that would require effort, ingenuity, and time. I have no time. Hikaru has no time. I can't chase perfection. Not now. Not with my sister's life hanging by a thread. I have no choice but to disobey my mother's order. There can be no forgiveness for such an act, nor would I ask it if I could. I write a letter of final parting and leave it on my desk. Your unworthy son, it reads, must become the monster to defeat it. Should I fall, do not avenge me. A blunt message, but it will do. I move through the courtyard slowly, taking care not to make a sound. My mother's senses are sharp. Ordinarily, I'd have little hope of avoiding detection, even less of explaining the sword slung over my shoulder. Tonight, however, she's occupied with a guest. I'll have to pass in front of the room where they're conversing, but as long as I remain perfectly silent, I should be able to sneak by.
曲を。
The old master, perhaps?
ご本家か。
I recognize the voice coming through the screen doors. He must be here to discuss the bandits again, or perhaps to push for Hikaru's succession. Neither topic is likely to be pleasant for my mother, but for tonight I must consider myself lucky. Thanks to the old master, I make it across the yard without incident. The main gate is right in front of me, and I breathe a sigh of mixed guilt and relief, undo the lock, and begin to ease the gate open. Just a little more.
冷たい女だ。
You're a cruel woman, Subaru. A sharp castigation brings me up
貴
short.
様のことを港のおふくろ様などと呼んでいる連中にそのやりようを教えてやりたいものだな。影明に敵を殺すなと命じただと？
The townspeople look up to you as the wise, kind mother, but what would they say if they knew about this? You ordered Kageaki not to kill, didn't you?
バカを。それでは影明が一方的に殺されるのを待つばかりではないか。奴が殺さぬからといって山賊どもも同じようにする理由はなかろう。
Don't you realize you're sending him to his death? Those jackals won't hesitate to rip him to shreds just because he comes waving a white flag.
そりゃそうだね。
No argument there.
奴らに通じるのは言葉でも道理でもない。
Oh, with men
力
like
だ
that.
けだ。
You need force, not reason. You didn't know Zokin's in Sokoaki? Yeah. He's the asshole grandpa in this one too.
あの手合いにはこちらも力を見せつけてやる以外に刃を収めさせる方法などないのだ。抑止力というものだ。
You have to show
こ
them
ちら
you
に
won't
も
be
貴
pushed
様らを
around.
殺すだけの力があると教えねばならんのだ。
You have to show them that you'll fight for every bushel of grain, and when they see their own blood start flowing, then they'll think twice about attacking us.
だから殺す。
So you'd kill them?
殺したらそこで全部終わりだよ、本家。戦いがじゃなくて平和がね。
As soon as the first body falls, it's over. Peace, that is. The fighting won't stop. Ah, but the first body is already falling. It's Hikaru, right? Hikaru's gonna die for this?
誰かを殺せば報復に誰かが殺される。その報復に殺せばまた誰かが報復に殺される。あとはその繰り返しだよ、泥沼さ。
Kill one and they kill 10 more, and the next 100, on, an ocean of blood.
だからどうした？先に奴らを殺し尽くしてしまえばよいだけの話だ。こちらの方が数は多い。恐れるには及ばん。
And what of it? It'll end when we slaughter them to the last. Our numbers are greater and we have nothing to fear.
殺して殺されてそれを散々繰り返してその最後に平穏が戻ったとして何か意味があるかい？
So we'll kill and die, even if it means, even after all that killing, peace returns to the town. Will it truly have been worth it? I mean, clearly all the bandits think that's the case, right?
犠牲に見合うほどの意味がさ。
Will it have been worth the mountain of bodies?
平和を勝ち取ったという誇りが残る。無意味というか貴様は。
We'll have peace, won't we? We'll have won it with our own hands. Does that mean nothing to you?
言わないけどね。誰も殺さずに平和を守ることほどの価値じゃ
Sure
ない。
does, but it mean a lot more without a single life lost.
夢物語だ、バカめ。そんな夢のために貴様は影明の命を捨てさせようというのだ。
You're living in a dream world. You'd have Kageaki throw his life away in pursuit of a delusion?
まったく冷酷な女よ。仮にも母親のすることとも思えぬ。所詮は血の縁のない義理の息子。どうなろうと知ったことではないというわ
It's
け
hardly
か。
conduct befitting a mother, but then he's only your adopted son, so I suppose it's no surprise you don't really care for his well-being. The old master's words are doubtless meant as a reprimand, but it is my mother's response, hard and cold, that better suits the description.
影明に不殺を命じたのは武人としてのこと。厳しいのは当然だね。
When I ordered Kageaki not to kill, I was acting as an elder warrior. Of course, it's not going to be a walk in the park.
何？
What?
矛を止めると書いて武の一文字。 それが楽なもんなわけはないさ。
The sword is a tool to save lives. That's the goal I set for my son.
影焼は敵の命じゃなく悪意を断つために戦う必要がある。口で言えば一言でもやるとなったらどれほど過酷かあんたに言われるまでもない。
Skinseiko Dark Sakura? That makes Minato Shinji? No wonder he's so unlikable. He's seaweed hair? I hadn't thought about that. Dark seaweed hair. Alright. So, it's easy enough to say, sure, but I don't need to tell you how hard it is to walk a path like that, to extinguish not lives, but malice.
諸葛孔明は万王の猛覚を屈服させるために7度勝って7度許した。それだけのことを影焼もしなくちゃならないだろう。
To tame the barbarian king Meng Ho, Kong Ming defeated him 7 times, captured him 7 times, and spared him 7 times. Kageaki will have to do no less.
正気かスバル。
Are you serious?
寝言にでも聞こえるかい本家。でもそれくらいしないと心の刃は折れないだろうね。
Do I sound like I'm
鉄の
joking?
刃は一度で折れる。
The only way to
けれ
break
ど
your
そい
enemy's
つは武
sword.
じゃない。
The
ただ
sword
の
in their
力だ。
heart, not the sword in the hand. The latter is easy, but that's just force, not true might.
力は次の戦を呼ぶばかり。正しい武だけが戦を終わりにできる。
Force sets the stage for the next battle.
あん
And the
たと
next.
私が影焼に命じたのはそういうことだよ。
Only the enlightened use of might can bring an end to violence. That's what you want from him, isn't it? I merely showed him the way. That's a high standard. Why is literally no one on the planet's doing that? But okay. And I do have to say, it doesn't really help. I just gotta say, did that help any of the since it was like a year previously? Did that help any of the civilians in Osaka who presumably didn't have weapons because they're civilians? Just random shopkeepers? It doesn't really help them to say like, oh man, walk a better path when there's like a bajillion bodies. Alright. But you know, go for it. Like, oh man, these guys just killed, like, wait, we already did this math, like 2 million people. So we kill like, I'm not sure your enlightened violence will solve anything. It's not like they care if they have weapons or not. And it's not like you could actually beat the entire world with, like, your sword, but, you know, go for it, man. Because not everyone's gonna be like, a duel sounds good. But hey, he's pretty OP, so you never know. He's pretty OP in the present day, not in the flashback, so you never know. Maybe just having this opinion makes you infinitely superior in this setting. I'm not here to judge that.
死ぬに決まっておるぞ。
There's no chance he'll survive.
死は武人の定めのうち。あの子にはその覚悟がある。
Death is the ultimate fate of the warrior. He's prepared to meet his end.
立派な言い草だ。武人の鏡だな。
A fine sentiment, the old man's voice drips with scorn. You're the very model of a warrior.
母親としては何も思うところはないのか。武
What
道
if
の
Subaru
者
the
として
mother?
こう七に投げ捨て
What does
て
she have to say about
それ
this?
きりか。
Or does she too think nothing of sacrificing her son to the warrior's ideal?
そうだね。
When you put it that way. She trails off, her voice again, the sleepy drawl I'm accustomed to.
母親としては一緒に死んでやるくらいか。
Well, as his mother, I guess I'll just have to die with him.
なんだと
What? Mother?
あの子に言ったんだよ。お前が死んだらお前を死なせたやつを全員殺すってね。その最後の一人は私。当たり前だろ。
Before he left, I told him if he died, I'd kill every last person who had a hand in his death, and that of course includes me.
あんたが言うようにあの子を死地へ追いやったのは私なんだから、観客を気取ってるわけにはいかないね。
Like you said, I'm the one who put him in harm's way. It's not like I can pretend I wasn't responsible.
一連卓勝さ。私の命は影焼の道に委ねた。 あの子がその道に倒れたら私も死ぬ。その時は本家ヒカルのこと頼むよ。
Alright, I've entrusted him with my life. Whatever path he chooses, I'll walk it with him. And when he dies, so do I. If that happens, well, I leave Hikaru to you.
貴様、本気か？
Are you
それで
mad?
良いのか？
Do you want to die?
言ったろ、死は武人の定めのうち。いいも悪いもない。
Like I said, death is the fate of the warrior. It's got nothing to do with what I want.
戦いに敗れたら武人は死ぬ。それだけのことさね。
A defeated warrior is a dead warrior. It's as simple as that.
スバル。
Subaru?
殺さずって言ってる本人が死んだんじゃかっこつかないからね。やめときたいもんだけど、ま、うちの子はできるやつだから大丈夫だろう。
Of course, it'd be pretty stupid to die after all that talk about not killing and such. So I'm hoping it doesn't go that way. But you know, my boy's got a pretty good head on his shoulders. I think he'll do just fine.
影明を信じて託すというのか。
You trust him, do you?
うん。
Sure.
わしとて奴には信を置くところがある。でなくば、冗談にも山賊退治を命じたりなどせん。
I too think highly of the boy, else I never would have ordered him to deal with the bandits, not even as a joke.
はい。あんたも見るとこは見てくれてるな。母親としちゃ嬉しいことだ。
I know you see his strengths. Does a mother proud?
だが、平次はなべて運不運ぞ。たとえ影明にことをなす力があろうと、
That
うま
said,
くいくとは限らん。
war is ultimately a matter of luck. He may have the will and even the means, but it will be all for nothing if chance is against him.
わかってるさ。
I know.
ならばなぜかけられる？息子と自分の命を。
Then how can you stake his life, your life, on such a gamble? How can she risk her life?
同じ話の繰り返しになるけどね。
Like I've been saying all along.
それしかないからさ、本家。
It's the only way.
そうするしか山賊とのいさかいを収める道はない
The
ん
only
だよ。
way to end this conflict.
殺し合いが始まったらあとは無限の連鎖だ。いつまでも続く。怨恨に果てはないからね。終わらせるにはそれがどんなに困難でも殺さない方法を取り続けるしかない。
Once the killing begins, it's an endless spiral. The dead never stop crying for blood, and if you don't want to go down the road, no matter how hard it may be, you can't kill anyone. I see. Given how thoroughly depopulated Yamato is, this philosophy seems like hot garbage. So let's take the first scene from this visual novel as reference, in which the soldiers' plan was to kill an entire city's worth of people for not killing some random person. So that doesn't really work. It just means more people die, right? Your philosophy has already failed. Your philosophy's already failed as of the first scene of the visual novel. The first scene of the visual novel demonstrated the failure of a pacifist philosophy like this. As there's shit tons of people who don't really care. I'll just kill people. We had the soldiers killing people, and we had Ginzego killing tons of people. Who were kind of unrelated. Not once, but twice. Completely unrelated people getting murdered for no reason, so... Or for very little reason. So I don't really understand this, this concept. The Rokuhara didn't get forced at gunpoint to kill anyone. They went over to GHQ and were like, hey, give us control of Yamato. We don't want to fight. And they're like, sounds good. And then they turn around and start murdering all the Yamatoans. Which makes no sense. As it's what? starting a spiral that will literally never end because they're killing people without any start to killing. But because they killed someone, theoretically that would mean that there would never be any end to the death until there's no one left alive in Yamato. Thankfully, we have supposedly powerful warriors with this philosophy, so they'll just let them do that. Doesn't really seem to work. You'd never have a successful society with her philosophy, but alright. Because you'd need an omnipresent, omnipotent god in order to manage anything. Right? That's the only way you'd ever achieve this. As you have to be omnipresent, as you have to be present to solve every physical conflict, no matter how small. And you need to be omnipotent because you have to be able to deal with every single conflict, regardless of how powerful someone is. It's like Shiro's perfect hero. It just can't exist in reality. Especially in the reality, which makes it kind of funny that she's espousing it.
あんたが条件くっつけたせいで影焼にはタイムリミットがついて余計厄介になっちまったみたいだけどね。
Thanks to your little arrangement, Kageaki has a time limit to worry about on top of everything else. Gotta say, I feel sorry for him.
それは
ただの皮肉だよ。光の状態が差し迫ってるのはあんたのせいじゃない。む
I'm
しろ
just messing with you.
影焼と約束してくれたことには礼を言っときたいくらいだ。
Hikaru's condition isn't your fault. I'm grateful you've promised as much as you have.
そんなものなくたって私がそろそろ始めるつもりだったからね。山賊問題の解決。
Even without that,
ことがこう転んで一緒に光の剣も片付けられそうになったのは
I'd have gone to deal with them sooner or later.
いいことだ。
This way we'd solve two problems at once, so I'm not complaining. It's the only way to bring an end to this conflict, the only way to save Hikaru. Of course, why didn't I see it before? Understanding washes over me and a cold wave to douse the fire in my skull. With sudden clarity, I at last realized what I should have seen from the outset. Kill the bandit leaders, and then what? The pack dissolves into chaos, but then what? Will they scatter into the wilderness to look for easier prey to hunt? Blind optimism, there's no guarantee of that. What's easy to say is that losing their leaders won't make them more dangerous. But yeah, who's to say they won't just descend on the town like a swarm, looting and pillaging without reason? Isn't that the far more likely outcome? Or I mean, that is the likely thing bandits do is murder people, is loot and pillage. With a side helping of murder, with a side helping of torture or murder. Yup, sounds about right. How to avoid the catastrophe? Do I kill every bandit, not just their leaders? You could. You could, in fact, kill them until they no longer are capable of forming a cohesive unit. That is a possibility. Nonsense. If I had such power, I would die long before reaching that goal. And what would I leave behind? Hatred, malice, and a storm of vengeance poised to consume the town? It won't solve anything, and it won't save anyone. My mother's right. Lethal force isn't an option. I'll have to persuade them to lay down their weapons without taking a single life. Alright, go for it, man. Won't be easy. It might be impossible, as the old master believes. But my mother has already staked her life on this path, even though she can only watch from afar. Well, I guess you're YOLOing on that path anyway. My heart, however, was weak, all too ready to take the easy way out. I didn't understand the gravity of the task before me, the terrible road the true warrior must walk. But now my resolve is firm. I gotta ask him though. If he wants to say I'll just keep disarming them until they give up, my only thought is, but the opposite is also taught on a regular basis, that you should keep going even when you suffer defeats. Literally like the, Shonen Tropes 101, the protagonist always needs to get back up. So, like, how does this philosophy jive with the philosophy of people getting beaten down and always getting back up? If you beat up the bandits and don't kill them, that means they just come back again, right? Always very strange. It's like, well, they lost, but since he didn't kill them, You know, in theory, from their perspective, the only thing they should do is get back up and do it again if they think it was the right thing. Right? If they think they're doing the right thing, just get back up and keep getting back up until you win. Which means no one should win, right? Alright, your resolve is firm. Good luck, Kageaki. Let's go.
スバル様
Subaru-sama.
お許しを
Forgive me. I kneel facing the doors to the guest room and bow until my head touches the earth. The sword is a tool to save lives. I'll follow this path wherever it leads without killing anyone. I'll end the conflict and save Hikaru and my mother both. I go to sleep in the dojo, knowing the hall's solemnity will keep my resolve strong. Kageaki, what the hell is this? He didn't touch his letter.
しまった
A short while later, my mom's scream jerks me awake, and for the next few hours, she alternates between sobbing into my chest and beating me over the head. I forgot to dispose of the letter. Yep. I wake the next morning at the crack of dawn. The sky, visible through my window, is gray, although the sun has not yet risen over the horizon. What woke me so early? Was the energy thrumming through my every cell the manifestation of my renewed resolve? Was it a premonition of doom? In the dim light, the garden appears submerged at the bottom of a lake. The air is utterly still, with nary a soul yet to rise from their slumber. I can feel it. Today's silence is not a peaceful one. There's something ominous to it, something threatening. It doesn't take long to locate the
おは
source.
ようございます
Good morning.
おはよ
Morning. She steps out from behind a tree at the far end of the yard, no longer attempting to hide her presence. At first, she seems displeased at having been discovered, but her frown quickly changes to a casual
う。
smile.
手間が省けたってものね。お前の寝床を探して回らなくて済んだのだし。
I suppose I should thank you. It saves me the trouble of looking for your room.
そうもこの住所をお教えした記憶もないのですが
I must wonder how you found my home in the first place.
そんなの調べればすぐにわかることよ。
Oh, that's easy. Everyone in town knows who you are. True enough. True enough.
御用の向きは
Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?
聞かないとわからないの？
You gotta ask.
察しはつきますが生き死にに関わること万一の誤りもないよう確認は必要かと
I have my suspicions, but as this is a matter of life or death, I feel it prudent to be certain before taking any action. Alright, well, at least he's calm under pressure. I gotta give Kageaki that. He's never openly nervous. Like, getting emotion from him is probably to most people like getting blood from a stone. It just doesn't happen. How's it going? Of course it's going well.
生き死にのことならなおさらいちいち確かめている暇などないでしょうに。お前が寝こけていたらそのまま首に切りつけるつもりだったのだけど、私は。
In a matter of life or death, shouldn't you act first and ask questions later? I was fully prepared to kill you in your sleep.
それなら誤解の余地はもともとありませんが
That would have left no room for misunderstanding. No room indeed. If I'd been sound asleep in my bed as I normally would be, I wouldn't have noticed her approach until she was on top of me. Even if I woke before she took my head, my senses would be dull and responses would be sluggish. A man's sleep is deepest in the hours before
今
dawn.
だって同じでしょ。これが見えないわけでもあるまいに。
It's not like there's any room for misunderstanding now. Or do you not see what I'm holding here? He tosses me a long object identical to the one in her left hand, and I snatch it out of the air. A sword, the same one I used in our last duel.
奇襲する腹だった割に
You needed 2 swords to kill me in my sleep?
お前と真っ向から勝負して本当の優劣を知らしめられるのなら、元よりそれに越したことはありません。
I was hoping we could settle this face to face so I'd get the chance to show you who the real warrior is.
ただ平民ごときを相手にわざわざ勝負の体裁を整えてやる義理など全くなかったというだけよ。
I just wasn't about to go out of my way challenging a peasant.
そうですか。
I see. Her logic is questionable, but I think I get the idea.
自分はあなたと対等に勝負する資格を得た。
So I've earned the
そ
right
ん
to
なと
face
ころで
you
しょうか。
on equal terms.
そう思いたければ思いなさい。お前がこうして出てきたのなら、私は正面からお前を切り捨てる。
Think what you like, but now that you're here, it all comes down to one thing.
それだけのことよ。
A fight to the death.
お前は好きにしたらいい。この前のように小賢しい策を使ってみなさい。
Go
今
ahead,
度は
use
そ
one
ん
of
な
your
も
little
の、
tricks.
お前の命もろともにぶった切って差し上げるけどね。
I should warn you though, it won't save you this time.
一度あのような術策を用いた以上、
After what I did, I won't blame you for not trusting my word.
それは我が身の不徳ゆえというものですが。
The captain bears steel and I follow suit. The weapon she gave me is in pristine condition, polished just recently by the looks of it. I see no reason to fear sabotage. If she weren't going to fight fair, she wouldn't have armed me to begin with. And then there are her eyes, which glow with battle lust. No question, she wants to prove her superiority against my full strength.
尋常にお相手つかまつる。
This time I'll face you with
言
honor.
っていなさい。
We'll see about that. Without another word, she assumes the right-shouldered Jodan, Musha standard. I prepare to take my own stance, but first there's one thing to get out of the way.
狩猟殿、
Captain,
何？
勝負の前に取り決めをよろしいか。
shall we set terms before we begin?
ああ。
Right, she responds, a smirk playing on her lips.
何？うまい約束の仕方を思いついたわけ？今度は狩猟をやめたなんて言い訳が通らないような。それとも誓約書でも書く？
Have you thought of some promise I can't wriggle out of? Or should we write out a contract and sign it in blood?
いいえ、
No. I shake my head.
前回と同じ約束で結構です。自分が勝利した暁には
Same terms as
町への
before.
略奪行為をやめてい
If I
ただく。
win, you stop raiding the village.
あなたが勝ったなら好みをお好きに。
If you win, I'm yours to do with as you please. A strange offer when you think about it. She already means for her victory to be my death.
何を考えているの？
Is that supposed to be a joke?
格別のことは
Not at all. I'm simply set in my resolve. To extinguish her malice, I must defeat her without the use of petty tricks.
よろしいか。
Do these terms satisfy you?
結構よ。
If that's
そ
how
れ
you
が
want it,
望みなら。
go for it.
では
Very well. I take my stance, Musha Jodan, mirroring my opponent.
吉野恩流合戦霊峰港影明参る。
Yoshino Onryu Kasen Reho, Minato Kageaki, by your leave.
六原新影流。対等の名乗りなどおこがましいけれど、流名だけはくれてあげる。
Rokuhara Shinkage Ryu, I won't pretend you're my equal by giving you my name, but you can tell them in hell what school it was that felled you. Takes a step. The arrogance from our last duel has vanished, and there's only purpose in her stride. The cool composure of a veteran warrior. As expected, it won't be an easy fight. I can forget about using the blunt edge of my weapon. Weight, shape, balance. Katana are designed to be held with the cutting edge forward. Even the hilt wrapping is done in such a way as to facilitate the standard grip. Any deviation from that will render your weapon slow and clumsy. I'm already at a disadvantage in training and experience. Another handicap and my slim chance of victory will dwindle to nothing. I must bring all of my strength to bear, yet avoid dealing a fatal blow. A prospect very nearly as daunting as it would be to use the blunt edge of my blade, but if it will improve my chances slightly, I have a duty to take the risk. Mine is not the only life at stake. The captain approaches slowly, her feet never leaving the ground, a snail's pace and all the more terrifying for it. It's extremely challenging to maintain posture and balance during such slow, precise movement, just as it's more difficult to control a bicycle rolling at a crawl. The gradual advance is an art that requires many years' training, and the fear I feel as she slides ever closer is because I know what it represents. A perfectly stable center of gravity, a rock-solid yet mobile foundation that will allow her to strike with her full speed and strength at the exact moment I come within range. If I'm to be victorious, then I too will have to seize the moment, and without ceding so much as a fraction of a second. I relax my eyes, searching for the equilibrium that will let them stay open without straining muscles. My feet stay planted. I do not go to meet her advance. By moving toward her at my own pace, I could disrupt her sense of timing and perhaps claim the initiative, but the attempt would almost certainly end in my death. When two swordsmen vie for position, it's the more senior combatant that holds the advantage. A few years in uniform in a duel or two can hardly compare to the battlefield experience of a Rokuhara Musha. If I keep still, then while I do surrender control of range, I gain advantage when it comes to reading it. So long as my opponent's moving, however slowly, it will be difficult for her to calculate the killing zones of our weapons. I can only hope therein lies my chance. The morning haze is thick between us, and I spy no hint of her breath in the air. Is she having the same problem, or am I an open book? The body depends on its muscles for locomotion. Your position on the breathing cycle is what determines how much energy you can bring to bear. Your muscles are weakest during inhalation, at their most efficient during exhalation, and with the periods of stasis between the two serving as a middle ground. Bonk, bonk. Just a nice tense sword fight, where one person's attempting to kill and the other person's attempting to demonstrate they're beyond them. Alright. He's got a bit of experience. Let's see if he's got enough. I was actually gonna comment on something, but... Oh yeah, it was, I wonder if she's intimidated by Kageaki because he beat her in the first place. That's what I was thinking. I wonder if she's like more anxious because he might actually be able to win, even if he lacks the confidence in his own victory. In combat, therefore, your breathing cycle is like the timetable of guard shifts at a bank. If your opponent can read it, then she will know exactly when you're most vulnerable. In order to prevent a fatal lapse, keep your exhalations soft and slow. Govern one part of the cycle and the rest will follow. As I bring my breathing under control, I realize the distance between us has shrunk considerably. A few more seconds and it will be time. Time for me to strike. I see it. From the angles and points available to me, I can calculate the distance to within a centimeter. My mind draws an invisible arc in the air before me. When she crosses it, she'll be in range. My range. Our weapons are approximately the same length, but I'm taller and longer of limb, and that translates to a reach advantage. The first move is mine for a short window. I'll be able to strike while my enemy will not. The captain's glacier slow advance seems almost designed to make it easier for me to seize the chance. Preposterous, of course. No, it's to bait you into swinging at the edge of your range so she can step back and then counter while you're recovering. Or is it? Perhaps she's being considerate, offering me a prime opportunity in the hopes that I'll take it and open myself to a counter. The range advantage only exists until I make my move. When I launch my body into the attack, I'll be entering my opponent's kill zone. The range advantage, therefore, is not inherently decisive. That said, my attack still comes first. An initiative is a powerful ally. In order to cancel out the advantage, she'll have to reply without so much as a nanosecond of lost time, which of course is impossible. Veteran though she may be, even this Musha will be forced to start the race a few positions back. There is the possibility she'll overtake me with pure speed, but I think the odds are in my favor. It's time. It's time. For an instant, the captain's eyes seem to glow. I hold my position, letting the opportunity pass me by. She seems surprised by this, and for good reason. The advantage will not be mine for much longer. Her continuing advance will soon bring her in range for her own strike. But though conventional wisdom demands action, her last words stay my hand. Rokuhara Shinkage Ryu. More accurately, the Rokuhara branch of the Yagyu Shinkage Ryu, the most famous of the schools once sponsored by the Tokugawa shogunate. The Rokuhara branch was founded in the closing years of Tokugawa when a Yagyu swordsman abandoned his clan and threw his lot in with the imperial court, thus coming under the Rokuhara's banner. While its teachings differ in many ways from those of the original Yagyu school, it quickly rose to preeminence with the new shogunate's martial hierarchy. Whoops. Marital, wait a minute. And now the Grandmaster of the school even has a place on the Shogun's council. The current Grandmaster is one Yagyu Zhuansai, a man hailed as one of the greatest swordsmen of his age. It's said that he even commands the Ashikaga clan's personal bodyguard, Yumaya Shu. He's a topic for another time, though. My concern now lies with another school that served the Tokugawa clan, Yonoha Itoryu, and specifically with the legendary technique that earned its fame, Kiri Otoshi. To perform Kiri Otoshi, the Itoryu swordsman first entices his enemy to attack him head-on. He waits for the attack to begin, and once the enemy is committed, only then does he make his move, answering with a strike that perfectly mirrors his opponent's. Normally this would cause blades to lock, but through subtle control of the direction of the force, the Kiri Otoshi's practitioner deflects the enemy's sword and cuts into his flesh. Defense and offense in a single stroke. It would be foolish to assume that this woman, as a Shinkage Ryu disciple, has not studied Kiri Otoshi. Itoryu and Shinkage Ryu were rivals for Tokugawa's favor, and it's said they made a habit of stealing each other's techniques. Even without such history between them, it's not unusual for different schools to develop the same techniques. There are only so many ways of wielding a sword. What did you miss? The bandit lady came to murder him in his home, so he's currently like in his backyard with a sword, having a duel with the bandit leader. This is why I know what Kiri Otoshi entails. The Yoshino Onryu has a similar technique we call Uchisho. If she answers my attack with Kiri Otoshi, then victory is not a question of speed, but of which of us can better read the other's strike. I also may attempt Kiri Otoshi, but it will mean nothing unless my reading is superior. In this situation, having the first strike becomes a disadvantage, and while it's possible to change the heading of a sword mid-slash, the degree of freedom is severely limited. This means my opponent will know more or less the precise nature of my stroke the moment I unleash it, and will be able to act accordingly, while I will have to struggle to adapt to hers. The most I can realistically expect in that scenario is to take her with me, hence the saying that a master of Kiri Otoshi may know death but never defeat. And so I decide to let the opportunity pass. The risk of a counter is simply too great. Anxiety gnaws at my chest. Am I throwing away my best hope of victory? I cast it aside and recalculate the distance. My advantage is coming to an end. One more breath and my enemy too will have the range. At present I have 3 possible courses of action. 1 to strike now, while I still have the advantage. 2 to strike when we both have range, and 3 to wait for the enemy to strike. In each case, the enemy's response will determine the outcome. Case 1, strike now. If the range is mine alone, when the captain answers with Kiri Otoshi, I lose. Otherwise, the initiative should grant me the victory. Case 2, strike later when we both have advantage. Or both have range. If the enemy strikes 2, the conditions are equal and speed alone will tell the tale. If she uses Kiri Otoshi, I die. Case 3, wait for the enemy to attack. If she comes, as I hope, then victory is mine, assuming, that is, I am able to perform Uchishio with my meager skill. If she holds her hand, then the battle simply continues, and you stand there, posed in your action stance, holding the sword above your head, or at head height, until one of you falters. Each case has its pros and cons. It all comes down to what I fear most in my enemy. If I take her speed as the greatest threat, I must strike now while I have a head start. Once she has her range, the best I can hope for will be an even race. If on the other hand I'm more worried about the possibility of a counter, then the first and second choices are out of the question. I must take the third, and let her strike first. Which is it, speed or technique? Which will bring you the victory you desire? The answer comes easily enough. I wait and watch the distance between us continue to shrink. Everything may change in the next moment or the next, but for the moment I do nothing. And in that moment, she steps into range. The result? Perfect stillness. Neither of us moves. At once our intentions are revealed. We're both lying in wait, each hoping the other will make the first move, and that leaves us with Deadlock. That's right, a stalemate. It'd be suicide to attack an opponent who's already prepared a counter. My only choice is to force her to abandon that plan and attack. But she knows I, too, am aiming for the counter. Her position is exactly the same as mine. The first to strike will die. Almost like we've been here before. This makes this a battle of endurance. Who's going to be forced to act? We stand facing each other motionless as time passes us by.
どうする?
What now? The battles become fundamentally a waiting game, but that doesn't mean there can be no other ways to break the stalemate. We could stand down, for example. When reasonable warriors find themselves at this sort of impasse, it's customary for them to acknowledge each other as equals and settle on a draw. I might also choose to attempt a feint if I give the appearance of an attack. My opponent may unleash her counter early, giving me the opportunity to defeat it with a counter of my own. Two ways out, but unfortunately neither is viable. The first is out of the question. Given what we each have riding on this battle, neither can back down, not even if the warrior code demands it. The same goes for the second. If I thought there was a chance she might fall for a feint, I'd have tried it before she got within range.
だが
However, it doesn't mean she won't try a feint. I may want to exercise caution when the captain makes her move. If I take it on blind faith, my chances come I might find myself diving headfirst into a trap. I've heard veteran soldiers are especially skilled at such tactics. Nothing happening. Nothing but tension. We're building tension for that brief moment of action once again. The nice thing is, we have the long drawn-out battles that are our Tsurugi battles in this series, where you're taking swings and clashing all the time, and then we go back to a more standard one-on-one sword fight, with katanas at least, with tons of tension instead of sword clashing. It's kind of nice. They managed to fit both fights into the same setting. I must judge whether she's truly coming for the kill or merely attempting to beguile me. The question is whether I can make that judgment in the split second I'll have to act. Difficult, yes, dreadfully so, however.
見極めれば勝てる.
Succeed and victory will be mine. If I can recognize her feint as such, I'll need only pretend to go for the counter, thus drawing out her own counter, which I may then defeat. A counter, as it were. Of course, there's no guarantee that her counter won't be another feint, but the odds of victory will have to be higher than if I lead with a feint of my own. I can see it now! The counter. In which they both just stand there awkwardly half flailing their swords, fainting until one of them passes out from exhaustion. And so I keep waiting. Or you could say, fainting until someone faints from exhaustion. Ho ho. Waiting for my enemy's move just as she's waiting for mine.
立ち合いの開始から
Good evening.
今
7
7呼吸
breaths
と
since we
半
began. 7.5. I don't know what that equates to in seconds. Time has little meaning in a duel. Far more important is the state of my breathing. A direct reflection of my physical condition. Long battles such as these are draining, but at present my condition remains optimal. Endurance, the one thing in which I have some confidence, I'm fairly certain, that I can match even this trained soldier before me. Okay, so he's confident in his endurance of all things. Alright. If she also suspects she may be the first to flag, she'll be likely to strike before long.
そうだ
No,
彼女は来る
she's gotta strike. Of course, from the beginning, her purpose in the duel is to prove herself the better swordsman. I've never doubted that. In which case, this stalemate weighs more heavily on her than me. I lose nothing by letting it continue, but to her, the fact we are deadlocked, which is to say evenly matched, is a repudiation of the very goal that brought her here. Basically, the longer she sits here, the dumber she looks. If I will not strike, then she must. It's the only way to prove herself superior.
来る
Now? Now. So that's her play. The captain does indeed make the first move, but one that utterly betrays my expectations. A single half step in my direction, and then another, but no sign of attack. My enemy has resumed her advance.
いかぬ
Oh no. I feel the blood drain from my face as icy fingers play up my spine. The captain's aim is glaringly apparent, although I realized it far too late.
俺の間合いが殺される。
She means to kill your range. Yep, your longer arms. You have a lower minimum range. When wielding the sword, or any weapon for that matter, your first concern is whether your target's in range. It's not, however, as simple as having him in reach of your blade. If, for example, the enemy is only close enough to strike with the tip of your sword, he's not considered in range. It's because the slash made only with the tip is unlikely to deal significant damage. In order to deliver a blow strong enough to cleave through muscle and bone, you have to strike with the part of the blade located between 10 and 30 centimeters below the tip, called the monouchi. And they have it pictured here on the right. I see. Okay. If you make contact with any part of the blade above or below, then the strike will lack the force needed for a certain kill. At the current distance, we're both in position to strike with our monouchi. If she continues to advance, then sooner or later she'll be much too close to strike with my monouchi. I, however, will still be within range of hers. You know, this would be concerning, but he doesn't plan to kill her, so is it really a disadvantage? If you aren't striking to actually kill someone, then whether or not your sword can in fact kill them is less important than whether or not you can actually answer their blade by either not dying to it or disarm them. My superior reach, which gave me the advantage at the start of this duel, has become a liability. Well, you haven't used it. Put simply, my minimum range is greater than hers. Yep. The moment she passes below that range, she'll be able to strike without fear of reprisal, while I'll be faced with the monumental task of defending against an opponent who, from my perspective, may as well be attacking from inside my own body. Well, the good news is, you can reach the handle of her blade or her hands from a closer distance. Heck, if you get close enough, it might be really hard to actually get any momentum on that sword. This is the inherent danger in facing an opponent smaller than oneself. I should have been guarding against it from the start. My only escape is to strike now, before it comes to pass, but that way too lies death. Her counter is waiting, of that I have no doubt. Though nothing's changed, save that I have a time limit pressing against me. If I strike, death. If I wait, death.
下がる。
Should I retreat? You'll run out of space eventually. An idea flashes through my head. Retreat? Move backwards, away from the enemy? Would that solve my problem? I could maintain a distance that allows me to act, thereby prolonging the stalemate, which should work to my...
ダメだ。
No, it doesn't, man. I quickly dismiss the thought. The moment I shift my weight to the rear, I'm dead. I'll lose the ability to strike with my body, making my sword ineffective. The captain will be able to attack with impunity and will easily overpower any defense, given I'm already falling away from her. She must have considered every possible response to her advance. It would be delusional to hope she won't seize the opportunity. If I strike, death. If I wait, death. If I retreat, death. No way out, no hope of postponing the inevitable. Time marches on, counting towards the moment of my doom. Another 2 or 3 centimeters and the sword in my hands will lose its meaning. Of course, my goal is not to kill the captain. Perhaps my sword does not need its full strength. But will it still have stopping power when it can no longer kill? Will I be able to find that perfect balance? The chance of that is too slim to rely on. In swordsmanship, killing force is defined as the ability to cut through bone. If my sword lacks that, then even if my strike lands first, it'll cut at least at most a few centimeters into her shoulder. It won't stop her. A fraction of a second later, her sword will plow through my collarbone and into my chest cavity. Defeat. Alright, what if I take a hit without land a hit without taking one myself? That would at least weaken her and turn the tide in my favor. A successful Uchishio would do the trick, or maybe I can evade with her first strike with quick footwork.
だ。
Not at that range, you're gonna have a hard time unless you go to the side. I reject this plan too after a few mental simulations that reveal I'll need to defy both my own limitations and the laws of physics if I'm to pull something like that off. Listen, it's easy, just press circle. The range is too close to maneuver. Nothing I can do will make it in time. It leaves me with 2 options. Strike and pray for a miracle, or accept defeat and wait for her blade to end my life. You have option 3. There's nothing else. Nothing. Have I
負けたの
lost?
か。
Though we haven't had a single exchange, the duel seems all but decided. I've never felt such despair as this. So much is riding on this battle, the fate of the town, my sister's life.
母親としては一緒に死んでやるくらいか。
That's his mother. I guess I'll have to die with him. And my mother's. Defeat is unacceptable, yet defeat is just what I'm facing. If only this desperation would awaken some power hidden inside of me. But no, the world is not so kind. Desperation only brings despair. Or greater despair. Calm down, I scold myself, but to no avail. My vision is rapidly losing color, the same phenomenon experienced by Musha during extreme caloric deficiency. This episode's a sign of anxiety, not freeze, but ultimately they mean the same thing. Impending collapse. I'm digging my own grave. Even though I know what's happening, I can do nothing to stop it. My mind is cloaked in fog, and the world is slipping away.
今は対戦中。敵は目の前にいる。
You're fighting a duel. Focus on the enemy. My second attempt to regain control proves no more successful than the first. The words sound distant, foreign even, and my sense of place and position fade. The situation is dire. My body's growing numb. The moment my distress becomes apparent to the enemy, I'm finished. She'll strike, and I will die. I will die, and my mission will fail. But I can't fail.
ならぬ。
More lives are at stake than my own. Like a drowning man scrabbling at driftwood, I struggle desperately to hold my dissolving body together. My man having an anxiety attack seems reasonable. My efforts are in vain, though. The despair surging through me cannot be stayed from its nefarious purpose. First, my legs vanish from beneath me, leaving my body suspended in the air. I know if I look down, I'll find them right where they should be, but through my eyes... Though my eyes seek to fulfill the urge, I can't allow them to stray for even a second from the enemy before me. And so I'm left with a feeling of utter weightlessness, as if my sword and I were flying through the open sky. A thought floats idly through my head. This must be how a Musha feels. To a Musha in flight, the legs are merely auxiliary stabilizers, their loss not a major impediment.
羨ましいことだ。
If only I could say the same. Perhaps I'm able to entertain such fantasies because I know that death is near. Even now, time rolls on. My enemy approaches, and with her comes oblivion. So it's come to this. In the small corner of my mind, still clinging to reality, I prepare myself to do what must be done. At this point, I only have one choice. Strike first and stake everything on the slim hope her counter will fail. My chances of success are 1 in a million, but compared to what will be once she passes under my range, they might as well be certain. But first, I must regain control of my legs. With all the blood gone to my head, my lower body is cold and numb, and I turn away from that part of me, still lost in despair. I focus all that remains on remembering my wayward limbs. I know they're there, I just need to find them. Relax, you're not a Musha flying through the sky. You're a man with 2 legs supporting you. A Musha in flight may need no legs to strike, but this is the ground. A step-in is required. Without the step-in, your strike will lack power, range, and... There. In a flash, everything falls into place. My vision clears, my mind awakens, and feeling returns to each part of my body. So, what is he thinking before we get to this? There's no audio, and he seems to have an idea. I'm wondering what his thought is. If she steps in, I wonder, if she does her step in for an attack, if he like preempts the sword swing by stepping in, robbing her strike of its power, how would that go? I wonder. So like she does like maybe a larger step in or changes her very slow steps to a more aggressive step. The second he sees that, he jumps in, ruining her swing, because now she's out of range. Like he has long legs, right? So just boom, aggressively step in without intending to attack, preventing her from dealing effective damage. Is that a good strategy here? Remember, we're not actively trying to kill her. Let's see what he does. That's like my first thought. She's getting really close. She's gonna get within his range, and he's just like, all right, you want to be within like, remember, the sword's what, like 3 feet long? His sword's like 3 feet long plus his arm length. So she's like within 5 feet of him. And was it 30 centimeters? 10 to 30 centimeters. So it's going to be 30 centimeters is a foot-ish. So let's say she's like 4 feet out. Let's say she's like around a meter out. She's like a meter and a bit out. You could conceivably, if she takes a larger step to deliver more force, bring her even closer. So going from like 1.3 meters to maybe 1. If he does another step, like a half a meter, that leaves like so little space for any momentum. Bring him within her range as well. Could that work? I take stock, 2 arms, 2 legs, hips and a spine, a blade in my hands. I was debating an option that had him dropping to the ground and evading her attack by ducking, but like he's taller than her, so that may not work. Stepping in seems like an option because of his legs, right? To minimize lethality. Yeah, so 2 arms, 2 legs, hips and a spine, a blade in my hands. The scattered pieces of myself have rejoined with one another and I'm whole once more. And none too soon, a half heartbeat later, my enemy takes the final step. And I still have my range. It's not lost on the captain. That she stays her hand is proof of that. I merely effected a minor change in posture, angling my knees in such a way as to shift my hips, my center of gravity a few centimeters to the rear. A minor change, but that's all I needed. Where before I was poised to step into the strike, now I'm poised to strike where I'm standing. I see a pose change. As she steps out of range, it's the very same position I assume for my daily striking practice, the method by which a Musha learns how to wield his sword without the use of his legs. In general, it has no purpose in ground-based combat. There's normally no reason not to perform a step-in when it's possible to do so. The extra speed and power gained by footwork are too valuable to be ignored. In certain extreme situations, however, such as when your opponent's nearly too close to strike, abandoning footwork has one benefit, which is to say the effect of shortening your minimum range. I can practically count the hairs on my enemy's head, but thanks to this tiny shift in posture, she's still within the strike zone of my sword's monouchi. In retrospect, this play was rather obvious, but my preconceived notions of what a ground-based duel entailed prevented me from seeing it. Too close. Alright. I feel like a man who's barely managed to catch the edge of a cliff. The best part is, right? The best part is, like, she doesn't know what he's thinking. So he's thinking, like, I almost lost, and she's like, oh shit, he's good. Like, you can just see it, right? He's like, I don't know what the fuck to do here. And she's like, I got a plan, I'm gonna do it. And it's like, oh no, he has the perfect counter. Shit, what do I do? Not that there's any time to feel relief. I've escaped certain death, yes, but only for the moment. While the captains recognize the change and what it means, she shows not a glimmer of doubt before resuming her advance. That beautifully, dreadfully slow advance. Now I have no choice but to strike, however I can't. As the captain's reach is shorter than mine, she still has a few centimeters of latitude left. It may be possible for her to perform Kiryotoshi even at this short range. I must wait a while longer. The captain, on the other hand, is in a position similar to mine at the beginning of the duel. I have no room to counter, which means my only possible response to any strike of hers will be to aim for a draw. We both score a hit, and in which case our best play is to strike first and claim the initiative. And yet she doesn't. She waits for me to make my move, closing all the while. I'm just waiting until, I swear, if they just like bait me out and like they move close enough to like, he could just casually kiss her on the forehead or something, it'd be really funny. And yet she does. Alright, she continues closing. Looks interesting. Lots of tension. If you like tension, this is a nice scene. It certainly got it. Nothing has happened for like the past 15 minutes. Except one person has walked slowly towards the other. And all they've done is build tension. It's quite nice. I didn't even know there was a Snafu game. That's interesting. Why does she persist? I can't be certain, but perhaps her pride demands it. If she pressures me into striking first, then defeats me with a counter, it'll be a far better demonstration of her superiority than a victory won through speed alone. I can't deny her malice. intensifying by the moment strikes fear into my heart. At any slack in my mental reins, and I might fall upon her in a screaming frenzy. It takes all my willpower just to stand and wait. I wonder how long this actually took in real life. Is this like 5 seconds? Or is it like 5 minutes? It's like... I'm just thinking, like, how heavy is the sword feeling in their hands, you know? Like, admittedly, holding a sword is really easy. But here's an easy challenge. Just hold your arm out from you at, like, shoulder height for, like, 5 minutes straight. It'll feel like it weighs, like, 50 pounds. Like, 5 minutes. You could just put a timer on. It'll weigh a fucking ton in 5 minutes. Right? So holding a sword like this over here for the longest time, it's gonna feel tiring, right? A little longer. I just need to endure for a little while longer. The last chance is nearly at hand. Once she reaches the inside limit of her own minimum range, she'll too have no choice but to strike. Neither of us will have room to counter. There'll be no feints, no clever tricks. Raw speed alone will decide the victor. A purely even match. Which is the faster warrior? Which is the stronger? One exchange and we'll have our answer. The last chance. The moment of truth. The range is point blank. My enemy close enough to reach out and touch. Her face fills my sight, cold and calm as the surface of a lake. She's a bandit, a deserter, a former Rokuhara soldier. I'd have to think long and hard to find one thing about her worthy of admiration. But at the moment she's a warrior, no more, no less. She's a vessel of might, the pure expression of a single goal, the destruction of Minato Kageaki. The basic bitch sword stance. Not even a real sword stance either. Though they do have an indie-universe explanation for that. Since typically they are flying in powered armor. That is what this stance is for. Because the power armor does not actually let you hold your hand above your head in the normal sword stance. In the high guard, that is. This is a variation of the high guard. The helmet gets in the way. That's what they get for having fancy helmets instead of just going with some basic stuff. But, you know, whatever. It seems like a cool explanation. So, like, we're not giving up on having cool... We're not giving up on having cool helmets, guys! I'd rather rework our sword play! And the whole world's like, yes, that seems reasonable. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Yeah, everyone design your crazy helmets more than crazy helmets are worth more than having effective swordplay. That said, that I don't think they actually need the strength. It says when they're flying, their force is determined less by their arm strength and more by their velocity when flying, right? So it does kind of make sense that it doesn't matter that much. The sun rises. What was that? What was that? We had a sound effect. The sun rises and boom.
では、スバル様、こちらが包帯。それに金創薬になります。
Here are the bandages, ma'am, and the ointment you asked for.
はい、どうも。さっき買い置きを全部使い切っちゃったもんでさ、これで助かるよ。
Thanks for coming out so quickly. We were fresh out.
はあ。
It's my job. Do I
し
have
か
to
し、
ask?
その。
ん？
Oh?
よろしいので。
Are you sure about this?
いいんだよ。
Sure, I'm sure.
はあ。
If you say so, I assume the bandit leader is injured, based on the way it's being, phrased.
ああ、でも、とりあえず他言無用でね。
Just to be safe, you should probably keep it to yourself.
はい。
Of course. Kageaki.
もし
気づかれましたか？
I seem to have woken you.
動かれない方がよろしい。傷に触ります。
Best lie still, your wound is still fresh.
この手当ては
Bandages you...
はい。
I ranked them, yes.
肌を
So you saw me?
その
失礼。
My apologies.
何分。処置は急を要していたものですから。
The wound required immediate treatment.
席を外した方がよ
Shall
ろし
I
いでしょうか。
adjourn to the next room?
ずっとそこに。
Have you been here the whole time?
応急の処置はいたしましたが、何分にも医療は専門外。いつどのような容体の変化があるとも知れず、
I performed first aid, but without the advice of a doctor, I
あ
couldn't
なた
be
の
sure
ご都合を思うと、
whether I'd
軽
done
々
an
しく医
adequate
者も呼
job.
べず、
Considering your circumstances, we couldn't call for just any
せ
doctor.
めて何事かあればすぐに応じられるよう控えておりました。
I thought it best to remain alert in case any complications arose.
何かご所望はありますか？
いえ、別に。
Nothing.
そうですか。
In that case, please
では
rest.
どうぞそのままお休みください。
That was a sudden ending, wasn't it? I bet you weren't expecting it. It's like the sun rises, boom, scene ends. Whew. A nice end, though.
後ほどまた様子を見に参
Like,
りま
just
す。
when you think the tension can't get any higher, it's just over. And it's over not in, like, a long, drawn-out sequence. It's just over because it explodes. Just instant, boom, right back down to, like, a more relaxed atmosphere. Not even like a 2-minute dialogue scene or description. It just ends it. That's a nice choice. Like it clearly has its own merits. They don't go through a description of the sword swing. They're just like boom. Like you can feel. Sometimes it's more important, right, to correctly convey the emotion or the change in atmosphere you're trying to convey, rather than like using your words to describe it. And they did a really good job here, using the nature of a visual novel, the audio cues and the visuals to change the atmosphere instantaneously. Like, it works better in a visual novel than it would in a book. Because in a book, you might actually just get the impression that the scene's changing. Right? You don't have that sound effect. You don't have the flash. Because they'd have to describe that, right? And that would describing it changes the atmosphere. Or the feel of of the atmosphere changing. Like it changes how it does because you have to process it and read text. Whereas here, it's immediately evident that it's over, and they didn't just change scenes. That's a really nice quality they have here of this scene. It's like a really strong utilization of the visual novel medium. I really like it. Nice scene change. I'll return in a little while to see how you're doing.
はい。
Alright. I lost.
負けたのね。
This time I really lost.
どうした？なんかあったか？
What are you doing out here? Did something happen?
スバル様。いえ、今しがた目覚められたもので、
Nothing to
自
worry
分が
about.
そばにいては休むのに触ろうかと。
The captain woke up. I was afraid my presence might disturb her.
そっか。そいつはよかった。暴れ出したりしてない？
Good to hear. She's not freaking out or anything?
落ち着いておられます。状況を把握していないだけなのかもしれませんが。
She's quite calm, though I suppose she might not be operating at full capacity just yet.
まあ、今は刀振り回そうったって無理だろ。なんぼ武者でもね。
Well, either way, she's not going to be swinging a sword for a while, even if she is a Musha.
剣も持参していませんから。
True, she didn't bring her Tsurugi.
真打ちの剣は装甲されてなくても主の傷を癒すくらいはできるっつうけど、数打ちじゃ無理か。
Well, they
こう
say
やらこうや
Shinichi
ら。
heal their masters even when they're not equipped. I guess Kazuuchi aren't so handy. I wonder if we should call it lucky.
剣の力を使われていたら、そもそも自分ではこうすべくもなかったでしょう。
If she'd used her Tsurugi, I wouldn't be speaking with you now. That's
それ
probably
を
true.
思うと、やっぱ幸運だな。こっちにとっちゃ。
When you put it that way, I guess it was lucky, at least for us.
なんで向こうさんは武者のくせにわざわざ生身で勝負挑んできたんだ？
And before the armor
よっぽどの
doesn't
変人な
work
のか
and
な。
she's using it for the intimidation factor. I have to wonder, why would a Musha go through the trouble of fighting unarmored? She must be a real oddball.
いえ、彼女は単に 根が無人なのです。
No, she's a warrior, that's all.
虐殺を良しとしません。剣はあくまで闘争のために用いるのです。
To her, the sword is a tool of battle, not of murder.
なんか見えたかね、息子よ。
It seems like you learned something, my boy.
はい。
I believe I have.
見るべきものを
あの娘、どうする？
What are you gonna do with her?
動かせるようになり次第、山の陣地へ送り届けましょう。剣があれば回復も早いはずですから、
Once she's
そう
up
して
and
差し上
moving,
げるのが
I'll
最
take her
善
back
かと。
to her camp. She should recover faster if she has her Tsurugi.
それでいいの？
You sure that's the right thing to do?
はい。
Yup.
ならそうすればいいさ。
お客人、お休みですか？
Pardon, are you awake?
いえ、
Yes, come in, come in.
どうぞ。
お
Hello
加
again,
減は
lady.
いかが
How
で
do
し
you
ょう？
feel?
悪くありません。
Alright.
痛みもさほどには。
Doesn't hurt much.
何よりです。夜にはもう一度包帯を取り替えます。汗も拭いた方が良いでしょうから。
Glad to hear it. We'll change the bandages once more tonight. We should probably wash the sweat off.
あなたが
I mean, you're going to.
は？
Pardon?
いえ、今度は母がおりますので。
No, my mother will take care of it.
そうですか。
Oh. For a moment, she seems disappointed. It must be my eyes playing tricks on me.
その、
It must be my eyes playing
食
tricks
事は
on me, is his
でき
thought.
ますか？
Alright. Do you feel well enough to eat something?
今はあまり。
I'm not sure I can.
無理にとは申しませんが、夕食はできれば少しでも。
No need to force yourself. It
栄
would be
養が
best
不
if you
足
ate
し
a
ては
little
治る
something.
傷も治りません。
It'll help your wound heal.
はい。でも手を使
I
う
know,
の
but
も
I'm having a bit of trouble using my hands.
そこは自分が。
Then I'll be happy to help.
そうですか。
You would? For a moment, she seems excited. It must be my brain jellifying on me. I'm clearly
あ
crazy.
なたは
I
はい。
yes?
何も尋ねようとなさらない。
I was expecting this to be more difficult.
よろしいのですか？
You're satisfied with this
え
outcome?
え、
I am.
疑問に思うことは何もありません。何も。
There's nothing to say. Nothing to question.
私は敗れた。
I was
理解
defeated.
していますから。
That's all there is to it. Almost by reflex, words of humility leaped to the forefront of my mind. It was luck that I won. Your skill was superior. If we fought again, it would be different. And so forth. Such words are the gravest of injuries the victor can levy against the defeated. A desecration of the meaning and value of the duel. It's a praiseworthy feat, if I must say so myself, that I'm able to stop myself before they slip from my tongue. Seeking an escape, I let my gaze wander. I can still see her out of the corner of my eye, and she's looking at me. Or rather, staring. Her eyes, they never leave me. My cheeks burn under her gaze.
けれど、
Although,
はい。
yes.
もう少し取り乱しても良いのでしょうね。本当
Suppose I
は
should be more upset. Come to think of it,
自
I'm a
分で
little
も意
surprised
外。
myself.
力を尽くして破れる。それがこういうものだとは思いませんでした。
So this is what it's like to fight with all your strength and lose. I never knew.
初めてなのです。
It was my fault. It was my first time.
は、
Pardon? Pardon?
これほどまで市場のままに戦ったことも、そして敗れたことも、
It was the first time I've ever
幕
really
軍にい
fought
た
for
頃は
myself.
ついぞなくて、
And the first time I was truly beaten. I've never had a chance to experience these things in the military. Of course, a soldier's sword belongs to the shogunate. Personal duels are strictly forbidden. On the battlefield, defeat means death. No wonder she hadn't experienced either.
だから
So you're the
あ
only
なた
one.
だけです。私を打ち負かした人は
The only one to ever defeat me. Despite the genre, Kageaki is collecting quite a crowd of women who like him.
誠に
It's truly an honor.
光栄です。
I'll just ignore that part. Yeah. We'll just ignore the affection meter. Really an honor. These words are my desperate attempt at a courteous response, but as I speak them I find they ring truer than expected. However many times I replay this morning's duel in my head, I can't believe my victory was of my making. It must have been the work of some kind-hearted spirit, or perhaps good karma from a past life. I have no way of knowing if she heard me. But a few moments later she pulls the blankets up to hide her mouth and whispers,
それとその私が
You're also the first man to
肌を許した殿方も
Oh my goodness. Now I really don't know what to say. Fortunately, my instincts know how to best
食
respond.
事の用意をしてきます。
I'll send her. Fine. He's going off to start dinner. Flight.
港Kageaki
いいか、分かってるな影焼。まず重要なのは食事の温度だ。これは必ず厚めにしておくこと。でないとフーフーしてやる理由がなくなって本末転倒だぞ。
Listen up, my boy. The first thing is the temperature. You want the food to be just a little too hot. That'll give you an excuse to blow on it for her.
冷ます時にはさりげなく口をつけたりするとポイント高い。あくまでさりげなく、しかし必ず気づかれるようにやれ。いいな、ここ難しいから。
Then, when you do that, make sure to touch your lips to the spoon. Lightly, you hear? You want her to notice, but not to notice that you want her to notice. Got that? It's a delicate balance. His mom's giving him advice on how to seduce the person who tried to kill him?
最終段階、サジを伸ばして食べさせてやる。この時は手元を見るな、相手の目を見ろ。瞳と瞳で見つめ合え。大丈夫だ、こぼしたらこぼしたでまた別の進展パターンがある。
Last but not least, when you're holding the spoon, look at her eyes, not your hands. They're deep, like you're trying to see into her skull. But don't worry, if you spill some, you can use that. You know what I mean?
さあ、やってみろ息子よ。
Go, my son, do what you must.
はい。
Right.
母が失礼しました。
Allow me to apologize on my mother's behalf.
いえ
She was doing that right in front of her? It's fine.
あ
She's just crying in the background.
お気になさらず、
いじめ
空腹のはずなので、すぐ食事をしに去ります。
Pay her no mind. She'll be off in search of food soon.
はあ
Okay.
ではどうぞ。ご安心を。すでに適温です。
Please eat. The temperature should be suitable.
もしや、
Is it too hot?
猫舌ですか？
No,
Yeah.
no, it's fine.
いただきます
The captain gingerly swallows the spoonful of porridge I hold out for her. She seems a little unsure at first, but at least there's no sign she burned her tongue. Seeing this, I scoop a second
味
spoonful.
にご不満などは
Is the taste acceptable?
いえ
Yes.
申し訳ありません。せめてもう少し彩りがあればよかったので
I
し
know
ょ
it's
う。
not much. I wish we had something more substantial to offer. Half a bowl of rice and half a barley. Mixed with a single egg, a meal that offers little in the way of taste or nutrition.
最近はこの町の食料事情も思わしくなく、
The town's been short of supplies lately, so we've... Is the taste not to her liking after all? It takes about 3 seconds to realize the truth. Oh, right. What I said right now sounded like a backhanded accusation. She's having played a role in the town's impoverishment. That's not how I meant it, of course. That's how she would take it.
幕府の食料管理が未だに厳しいもので、都市部では緩和が始まっているそうですが、地方が恩恵に預かるのは今しばらく先
The
でしょう。
shogunate still has a tight grip on foodstuffs. I hear it's starting to get better in the cities, but it'll be a while yet before things return to normal out here.
もっとも、現状でも終戦直後に比べれば、はるかにマシ。
The
あれこれ
situation's
言うの
better
は贅
now
沢
than it
かも
was
しれません。
just after the war. Perhaps I shouldn't complain? My ham-fisted attempt to correct my mistake appears to have produced no result. The captain still seems uncomfortable eating the porridge. Too late to take it back now, though. I suppose I have no choice but to address the elephant in the room. It's not a topic that can be avoided in any case.
狩猟殿、
Captain?
はい
Yes?
改めてお願いいたします。 町に対する略奪行為をどうかやめていただきたい。
If I may be so bold, I'd like to ask once more your forbearance. I bow low. Please cease your raids on the town. This time I see no need to bring up her promise. Something tells me she'll take it into consideration even without my shoving the IOU in her face, in which case not mentioning it is proper courtesy. Alas, though her silence indicates she's indeed considering it, her expression is more pained than acquiescent. In all likelihood it means, despite the weight of her promise, she can't choose to abide by it. There's no mystery here. The bandits did not become bandits because they wanted to make us suffer. To them it's a matter of survival. It would be easy to dismiss their problems as none of my concern, but if there's to be a peaceful resolution, I must consider their position as well. After some thought, I come up with a proposal.
あなた方が住まわれている山、
Behind the hill upon which you're encamped,
裏へ回ると人手を失って放置されている田畑があります。
there are fields that lie
そこに
abandoned.
入られてはいかがでしょう。
Would you consider taking charge of them?
私たちをこの町に迎え入れると。
Are you saying you'll take us in?
はい、
Yes.
無論現段階では自分一人の思案です。しかし山賊行為の廃止と将来的な町への食料供給が約束されるのなら、
At present, this is just one man's proposal, however. If you and your men promise to cease your raids and contribute by working the
あ
fields,
なた方の入植、そして十分な収穫が得られるまでの生活物資供与、これを町の人々に認めさせることは不可能ではありません。
it should be possible to convince the town not only to take you in, but also to give you enough supplies to last until the first harvest.
及ばずながら自分が尽力いたします。
I'll do everything in my
母も
power
協
to
力
make
し
it
てくれ
happen.
ることでしょう。
I know my mother will do the same.
お母様、
Your mother?
先ほどのこのような言い方は何ですが、町に対して強い影響力を持っていま
You
す。
just met her, and while it may be hard to believe, she actually has a great deal of influence in the town.
我が港家は平民身分。しかし港本家の祖はこの界隈を治めていた領主です。
The Minato
そ
family
の
has
ような
only
背景
commoner
がありま
rank,
すため、
but the Minato clan traces its ancestry back to the feudal lords of this region.
あ
Ah,
それで
no wonder. My explanation seems to have satisfied her with regards to something other than my mother's influence, and her hand reaches up to touch her wounded shoulder, the motion only half conscious.
いくらかの不満は出るにしろ、体制は平和と実益を求める方向へ傾くと思われます。あなたが集団をよく統率し、これまで深刻な衝突を起こさなかった事実も
There may be
有利
some
に働きます。
discontent, but I believe most will choose the peaceful, practical solution. The fact that you kept your men from killing anyone will weigh heavily in your favor.
しかしまずはあなた方の意志が肝心。どうでしょ
Whatever is to happen,
この
it
提案
must begin with you.
う。受け入れていただくわけには参りませんか。
Will you not accept this proposal? I fall silent, having said all there is to say, and as I gaze at her unblinking, I see indecision swirling in her eyes. From a purely practical standpoint, the deal is perfect. The town will be freed from the bandit plague and gain a new source of income in exchange. I can see no reason why any of the townsfolk would refuse to forget the past and embrace the future. The same goes for former soldiers. They must know that their thieves' paradise will not last forever, and sooner or later, when the central provinces are more stable, the shogunate will turn its attention to pacifying the countryside. If they continue on this path, their heads will end on pikes, but if, however, they shed their armor and bury their swords, hiding in plain sight as farmers, they might escape that miserable end. Perfect for both sides. So if there's any reason for her to reject my offer, it can only be... Even before she opens her mouth, I know what she'll say.
終了殿。
Captain.
私たちは武士なのです。
We're warriors, Minato Kageaki. Her voice is what it was when I faced her this morning, hard and cold like forged steel. Steel, a suit of armor to protect the weak flesh beneath.
武士なのです。
We live by the sword. Her mask of brazen self-assurance tells me these words are not meant as an excuse. She speaks them as simple fact, begging no forgiveness, offering no disclaimer. And so I'm unable to refute them. She's a warrior indeed, born and bred to follow a singular way. Such is her pride, and moreover, she's a leader of warriors. Their pride, too, is hers to protect. Will she abandon the way of the sword? Will she ask her men to forsake their pride? Never. I gather up the now cold porridge and turn to leave. She says nothing, but I can feel her eyes against my back as I go. I shut the shoji screen behind me and breathe a deep sigh, the cold air grating against my skin.
なんて恥を知らない
Well, that was shameless of me.
武士
If this
こ
is
れ
what
が
it
武
means
士
to
と
be
い
a
うものな
warrior,
ら
then what's the
本
point
当
of
に
it all?
くだらない
そうか。なかなかうまくはいかないか。
Not going so well.
はい。
Afraid not. Next morning at breakfast, I fill my mother in. Recalling my failure hasn't helped my appetite. Everything tastes strangely bitter. A peaceful resolution, I knew from the beginning that it would be no easy feat, that only time and effort would produce the desired result. Hence, I'm not terribly shocked when she rejected my proposal, or at least didn't feel so at the time. However, it would seem I was far more disappointed than I thought as I relate the exchange to my mother. I find my forehead slowly but surely drawing closer to my soup.
焦るんじゃない、
Patience,
影
boy. Patience. She shoots me a grin.
こういうことはじっくりと腰を据えてやるもんだ。慌てたってどうにもなんない。富士山の頂上まで行くにはさ、1合目から順々に登っていくしかないんだよ。
Are you driving yourself crazy? These things take time. It's like climbing Fuji. You gotta start from the bottom and work your way up.
分かってはいま
I
す
know,
が。
but part of me wants to leap to the mountaintop in a single bound. Without the wings of a Musha, though, I'll only fall to my death. Oh, well, it's okay. You just need to get isekai'd. Easy path to power. More haste, less speed, I admonish myself.
で、今日はどうする？
So what's the plan for
と
today?
りあえず、朝食を運びがてら、狩猟殿の容体を伺ってまいります。
I thought I'd check on the
万
captain's
一にも
wound after
傷が
she
可能などしているようなら、医者を呼ぶなりの手を打ちませんと。
it shows signs of infection. We may have to call a
う
doctor.
ん、そうか。ところでお前さ、狩猟殿ってあの娘さんの名前。
By the way, why are you still calling her captain? Don't you even know her name? Even after mulling it over for a day and night, she still arrives at the same answer. Suicide. She lifts herself slowly from the futon. The wound he gave her was deep, but missed any vital organs. Moreover, she's still a Musha. A day's rest is all she needs to recover mobility, enough at least to take her own life. She'd slit her belly here and now if she could, but that's out of the question.
まずは見つからないように抜け出さないと
First, I need to get out of the house. Do the deed here, and she'll ruin far more than a single tatami. If she dies for any reason while in this family's care, her vassals on the mountain will be compelled to go to war against the town. That would defeat the whole purpose of ending her life by her own hands. First, she must return to camp and explain things to her brother. Only then can she take responsibility for breaking her word. Twice. Though her blood is unlikely to offer the injured party much solace.
武士と称するなら
I named myself a warrior. And as a warrior, she has no other choice, just as she had no choice but to reject his offer. As a warrior. What is a warrior? Well, one who rules by force of might. A warrior may lead the people, protect the people, or take from the people as they see fit. What a warrior may never do is depend on the people. Last night, Minato Kageaki offered her and her men a place in the town and land to live on and work as their own. He offered mercy. He offered forgiveness. And that's why she could not accept. To draw on the kindness of the people is not the warrior's way. To steal from them and earn their hate and scorn is one path a warrior may walk. The lowest, meanest path, but a path nonetheless. Even bandits are still warriors, but if she takes the hand he offered, then she'll no longer be a warrior. She'll have abandoned the way of the sword.
だったら
And why not?
武士なんてやめてしまえばいい
She knows that would be the best choice, not for her, not just for the town, but for her and her men. But she also knows it cannot be. Warrior is not just a job description, but a way of being that brands itself on the body and soul. One who is born, who has lived as a warrior, can never be anything but. Moreover,
武士は荒ぶるものだから決して人の情けなどこうてはな
is
ら
a
ない
creature of death, she whispers, reminding herself of the truth of her way. She must never beg the mercy of another. It is as she says, a warrior has no such right. Even though Minato Kageaki's proposal does indeed benefit the town, it's obvious to her that it was predicated first on the well-being of her and her men, who to the townspeople are nothing more than just bandits. If the town's interests were his only concern, he would simply have demanded that they pack up and leave, and because he did not, she has no choice but to refuse. Had he made such a demand, there'd have been nothing to consider. She would have not have been able to acquiesce, of course, but nor would she now be suffering with that decision. He could have hated her as a faithless villain, and she could have hidden behind the shield of duty to her clan. A far more straightforward scenario, even if it would have shared the exact same end. Or perhaps if his terms had governed her fate alone, then she would surely have accepted them then and there. He defeated her, after all.
そうね
That's it. That's it. Finally realizes the true reason for her decision. He defeated her, and it was his right, therefore, to take from her life, limb, and whatever he pleased. That she could have accepted, but for her, the defeated, to receive his favor, why, that would make her
まるで散りあくったのよ
beneath his feet. That's it. That's what galls her most. To accept his mercy after losing to him in single combat would be to repudiate the very concept of a contest of equals. That she cannot allow. If she is to remain his equal, she must pay him his due as victor.
彼にそう言えばなら提案を受け入れてくれってそう言うでしょうけれど
If I told him that, he'd probably just ask for his reward to be my signature on his deal. It is she and her men who benefit from it most, with the town coming in a distant second. Minato Kageaki, the individual, gains nothing from it. His offer is too kind, much too kind, to his enemies. Accept it and she'll render herself a base, vile thing, unworthy to breathe the same air as he. Wait, didn't he already call her those things? She did tell him to call me any name under the sun. What a
それ
troublesome woman
が
I am.
嫌だからなんて
To risk my men's future for the sake of my pride. The more she thinks about it, the more convinced she is that suicide's the only option. If her pride will never be satisfied until she gives him something that benefits him. And if she's no such thing to give, then her very existence is an impediment to peace. The least she can do is put an end to... God. Hikaru's attacks happen most often just after sunset, and it's rare for one to occur in the morning. When one does, however, it's always hellish beyond measure.
申し訳ありません、スバル様。足をお願いします。
Like her legs, I cry. Hikaru's spasms have finally surpassed my ability to suppress them. Please! My mother doesn't answer. She doesn't need to. As the words leave my mouth, she's already there, ramping her arms around her daughter's legs to keep them from twisting out of their sockets. One danger passed, but no time for relief. A heartbeat later, as if seizing the chance, Hikaru lifts her head from the mat.
Kageaki!
Kageaki! That'll kill her. I only have a split second to react, as quickly and gently as possible. I cradle my sister's head to support her neck, now as brittle as a healthy man's pinky finger, and at that moment the sharp crack of a twig snapping does not reach my ears, for which I can thank every god I can name. It's the peak of today's attack, and gradually Hikaru's convulsions subside. Takes quite a while longer, however, for my heart to stop pounding.
まあなんだ
That was close.
ギリギリセーフ
That was close.
結果オーライ偉いぞ息子よ
You're still with us, hey. Good job, boy.
早く、
No time.
影明
Okay,
早く。
I have to hurry.
落ち着け息子
Relax, son.
急いでどうにかなることとどうにもなんないことがある
Some things you
Daro?
just can't rush, you know?
はい、
I know.
狩猟殿にお願いします。もう一度、何度でも、山賊をやめていただけるように。
I'll ask the captain again and again until she agrees to stop the raids.
それしか、光を治せる医者を本家
The
に
only way
招
to
いて
get
も
the
らうに
help
は、
Hikaru needs.
ああそうしな光は私が見ておくから
I'll look after Hikaru.
Aye.
Please.
お願いします。
While the captain eats her breakfast, I devote my every mental faculty to a single question: how to get her to change her mind. Clever ploys and masterful arguments sear my brain by the dozen, but I discard them all. In the end, there's only one viable course of
お
action.
願いいたします。
Please. I kneel by her bedside and touch my forehead to the mat.
刀を桑に持ち替えて暮らすがごときは、武士たる者の選べる道にあらず。それは重々受けたまわりました。
I know the gravity of what I'm asking. A warrior must not, cannot choose the plowshare over the
納
sword.
得もしております。
I accept that. The response I received from her yesterday left no room for argument. Therefore, I do not argue.
しかし、そこをあえて、どう
I
か
accept it, and still I beg you,
この町のため、
for the sake of the town. I refrain from appealing to her own self-interest. We've already established beyond a doubt that my proposal does not serve her interests or those of her men.
どうかお願いいたします。
Please cease your raids on the town.
山賊をやめていただきたい。
It's all I can do. Prostrate myself and beg her to accede. I already know what her answer will be. I tried before to convince her on practical grounds and failed. For she and her men are not purely practical creatures. They're warriors who live by might, by the gun and the sword. No longer do they march under Rokuhara's banner. They have no flag, no lord to fight for. If they wish to remain warriors all the same, they indeed have no choice but to do as they've done. I already know what her answer will be, and that's why I beg. When no logic will serve and all rhetoric has run dry, then all that remains is to beg. Beg them to forsake their way, to abandon all they are and start anew.
どうか
Please.
話はそれで終わりですか？
Is that all you have to say? She speaks for the first time since my entreaties began. The words are cold. Cold, and yet something strikes me as odd. The words themselves are cold, but the tone... Her voice bears no trace of the venom I expect. There is a hint of accusation, but that's not the same.
それで終わりなのですか？
Is there nothing else?
ほ
Pardon. Again, harsh words with the same soft tone. What could it mean?
他には何も
Isn't there
言う
something
べ
else
き
you
こ
need
と
to tell
はな
me?
いのですか？
いえ
Nothing.
何もありません。
The captain meets my reply with a heavy sigh. If I'm not mistaken, she seems both frustrated and amused.
港影明、家はただの平民と言っていましたけど、
Call yourself a commoner, do you, Minato Kageaki?
はい。
Yes.
嘘つき。
Liar.
は
Pardon? I don't
あな
follow.
たも武士です。ダメなところだけ。
You have all the qualities of a warrior. All the worst qualities.
人の情けにすがるということがどうしてもできない。
No
そう
matter how
いう
desperate you
人間を
become,
傍から見ると、
you'll never seek another's charity.
こんなにもやるせない。知らなかった。こういうものなのね。
But this is what it's like on the other side. To think it would be so vexing. She seems to speak those words more to herself than to me, a soft, vaguely mocking smile playing across her lips. I don't understand. What's she saying? What does she know?
武士のもといは武力。
The warrior is a creature of might.
その武力で敗れた以上、私も、私の兵たちも、武士を捨てるのが筋なのかもしれません。
Having been defeated by that same might, perhaps it is time for my men and I to bring our lives as warriors to an end.
狩猟殿。
Captain,
港影明、兵の説得は
I will
私
persuade
が
my
請け
men.
負います。その代わり、私ども一党の受け入れについて、
In
あな
exchange
た
by
の
have your
確
word,
約をいただけますか？
the town will accept us.
はい。必ずや自分が
I'll do
責
whatever
任を
it
持
takes.
ちまして。
Whatever it takes. My response is almost entirely instinct, my mind not yet caught up with this sudden turn. Am I dreaming or...
すみません。私の着物の懐に、矢立てと紙があったと思うのですが、
I believe there are writing utensils in my kimono, if you'd be so kind.
は
Of course. In a daze, I retrieve the paper and brush case from her personal effects. She takes them, dips the brush, and applies it to the paper with a smooth, practiced touch.
どうぞ。
Here you go. I take the paper from her hands and hold it in the light. Its contents are simple and to the point. A line agreeing to accept my proposal, a promise to never again raid the town, and at the bottom, the sign of her house. Exactly what I wanted. Everything I wanted! With this, I can save Hikaru. Why? Why would she suddenly...
深くにも気づきませんでした。
I didn't think you'd be able to hear
よ
us
も
from
や
here.
聞かれていたとは。
何のことかしら？
Why, whatever are you talking about? Her tone, sharp and dismissive, recalls our first encounter. I fold the contract carefully, tenderly, and set it on the floor beside me. I place my hands on the floor, fingertips touching, and bow deeply one
あ
last
りが
time.
とうございます。
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
礼には及びません。私は取引に応じただけです。
You have nothing to thank me for. I'm simply acting in my own best interests.
我が一族のキス。どうかよろしくお願いします。
Please give my clan a new home.
はい。
Of course. Alright. Well, that might be one problem solved. The next 2 weeks are a whirlwind of activity, a series of events and images rushing by in flashes of light. The old master gives his grudging approval, my mother and I inform the town. The townsfolk by and large rejoice. The raids cease immediately upon the captain's return, although I don't have a chance to speak with her after that. The town celebrates its first peace in months. The old master praises me for my work, and as promised he summons the doctor from Germany. Finally, at long last, the eminent Dr. Mengele alights upon this little corner of the far side of the world like a shining angel of hope.
どうしてもっと早く呼んでいただけなかったのか。
Why didn't you send for me sooner? The doctor's tone, or rather his interpreter's, is heavy and final. He's finished his work and there's nothing more to be done. Hikaru's condition has improved visibly. Her hair is still thin and her bones still showing, but the aura of death that hung over her for more than a year is gone. She ceased to moan and howl like a wounded beast, and her breaths come soft and tranquil. But her eyes are the same. Dark and empty, seeing nothing, beads of clouded glass. The window to her soul remains closed.
このジーバスベイの恐ろしさの一つは絶え間ない苦痛にあります。投薬で抑えるにも限度がある。常軌を逸した激痛は患者の精神を蝕み。
This is his translator, remember. One of the reasons this disease is so feared is that it inflicts upon the victim constant excruciating pain. Drugs can only suppress it for so long, and over time the torment does severe damage to the patient's psyche.
治療が遅れれば遅れただけ深刻な被害を及ぼします。記憶の混乱、そして喪失、人格の変貌、知能の対抗分裂症状。
The longer the treatment's delayed, the worse the damage becomes. Memory loss, personality change, regression, schizophrenia,
最終的には廃人化。
and finally complete loss of higher brain function.
先生、
Sir, I must ask.
妹は
Oh, my sister. You said Sensei Umoto. Alright. We got a whole sentence out of that.
1年もの時間、重篤な患者がこの国の医療レベルで生き延びてこられたのは驚異的です。ご家族の献身的な看護に加え、患者本人の心身が強靭であったこともあるでしょう。
I'm astounded she survived a whole year in a country this ill-equipped to handle the disease. No doubt you and your mother played a role, but it would not have been possible if the patient did not possess a strong mind and a stout body.
ですから断定的なことは申し上げません。奇跡的に回復を遂げる可能性もあります。
Therefore, I can say nothing for certain. It may be that a miracle will occur.
肉体的には当面心配はいりません。体力低下に起因する合併症だけが気がかりですが、その危険も時間をかけて肉体を回復させていくことで克服が可能でしょう。
For now, you needn't worry about her physical health. There is still the danger of complications arising from her weakened state, but that will lessen as her body recovers.
私にできることはここまでです。
I'm afraid this is all I can do for her. Well, it's an improvement. And presumably he's leaving shortly because that's all he can do. A miracle. It's the first time I've ever given serious thought to what that word means. The man who has no need of its power, a miracle is like the winter coat you buy in summer. You know, it's there, hanging in your closet, ready to wear when the months turn to cold. To the man who does need one, however, a miracle is like the same coat, only locked in a chest, to which there exists no key. You can know what it offers, what it can give you, and you can know it will never be yours. Is a miracle a symbol of hope? The opposite. A miracle is a symbol of the unbridgeable gulf, the impassable gap, the infinite distance you must cross to reach it. A miracle is a measure of despair. A miracle is something I haven't the slightest idea how to bring about. It wasn't like this before today. I had a clear goal: bring Dr. Mengele to Yamato, and a means to that end, solve the bandit problem. And now what do I have? A goal, yes, but no path to reach it. How do I pull my sister back from the void? Is it even possible? Why didn't you send for me sooner? The doctor's words echo in my head, each refrain a condemnation of my indolence. If I'd brought the doctor sooner, could he have saved Hikaru? If I tried a little harder and been a little smarter, a little stronger, would my sister not now be cured?
Yo!
Yo! A sudden slap on my shoulder jostles me from my thoughts. I realize I was staring at the ground, my head drooping lower by the second. It's of course my mother who saved me from planting my face in the dirt.
どうした？何を暗い顔してる？
Why so down? Her tone is light, her smile cheerful. I can see at a glance they're merely a facade, and the knowledge is a stake in my heart. I look back to the ground, unable to meet her gaze.
申し訳ありません。
I'm so sorry.
なんで謝る？息
For what,
子。
my boy?
自分の力が足りませんでした。もう少し自分に能力があれば、
I failed to live
も
up
う
to your
少し
expectations.
早く博士を呼べた。
If I weren't so incompetent, we could have sent for the doctor months
も
ago.
う少し早く光を治療してやれて、
If Hikaru had gotten treatment sooner, then maybe...
手遅れにならずに済んだ。
Well... I mean, I don't know if I can blame that on you. It's your asshole, It's your asshole grandfather, the village elder, whatever the fuck his name is. Mostly at fault.
申し訳ありません。
There's no excuse for my failure. I know such apologies serve no purpose. What else can I say? In these 20-odd years since my father saved me from a life of hardship, how have I repaid the Minato family? What have I done to be worthy of the name? I couldn't even save the heir, my own sister. I'm clearly ill-suited to my role as a human. Why couldn't I have been born as something more useful, like a horse or a mule perhaps? At least then I might have been of some service rather than a drain on precious resources. It's rough, buddy.
バカ者。
Dumbass.
火花が見えました。
I believe I have a concussion.
目が覚めたろ。あのな、影焼。
Woke you up, didn't it? Listen here, boy. Almost said Kageaki. I guess that's what she called him. They both use first names.
さっき、光が眠ったんだ。
When I looked in on her just now, Hikaru was sleeping. Actually, that's a good question. What is the treatment for most forms of heavy metal poisoning?
普通に寝息を立ててさ、気持ちよさそうだった。
Let's see. Let's see. 2 drugs? I assume it's 2 drugs that get the thing out, right? Yeah, goal of treatments. To remove the metal from your body, you typically take some agent to do so. Yeah, basically you just take some drugs. That's what I thought it was. Take some chelating agents. There's a variety of them. Okay. That's what I thought. It's actually just some drugs. So presumably they ring up Mengele, and all he has to do is identify what the what metal it was that was poisoning the town, which they probably already know and might have even included in the letter to him. And he just has to come there and be like, okay, weight, this, age, gender, okay, take this much, you're done. That's probably all he can do, other than, like, you know, verify that it's the right disease, right? He's like, man, they've had several doctors that have identified it, right? So all they really needed to know was a doctor who knew the treatment for it. And since the treatment's some drugs, it's not too bad. Like a baby, she was real quiet and peaceful.
この1年、なかったよな。
It's the first time in a year
あ
I've
んな
seen her
安
like
らいだ
that.
寝顔は。だからさ、
You listening?
はい。
あっさり諦めんな。
Don't give up so easily. My mother's admonition is far gentler than her fist, but it is this that truly opens my eyes. Don't give up, she's right. That's exactly what I'd done. To succumb to despair is to accept your powerlessness, to admit that there's nothing more you can do. You know that's not an option. If it were only my life at stake, could I abandon hope and surrender? Perhaps. But this is Hikaru's life, how can I throw it away? Even the doctor was surprised by my sister's strength. Has she endured this year of suffering for me to give up on her now? What am I doing, hanging my head? I got a duty to perform.
光を助けるんだろ。
We're gonna save her, right?
私とお前で。
The two of us, together.
はい。
Yes.
お前は光を助けてる。お前のおかげで、とりあえず光の体は良くなった。
And look, you're already saving her. Because of you, she's on the road to recovery.
礼なんか言わんけどね。家族なら当たり前だ。
Don't expect me to thank you, though. We're family, it's just what we do.
はい。
Of course.
最後までやろうや。いいか？お前は後戻りしたわけでも転げ落ちたわけでもないんだ。
We still got a long way to go, but don't worry. You haven't fallen off the tracks. You haven't even stopped.
前に進んでるんだ。
You're
そ
moving
いつを信
forward,
じろ。
boy. Believe it.
立ち止まって後ろを見て、ああ、やっぱり別の道にすりゃよかったなんてくよくよしてたってしょうがねえだろう。それより前だよ、前。
You could ask yourself what you could have done better. Doesn't it make more sense to look ahead?
はい
Yes.
立ち止まっている暇などありませんでした
Nod. It's no time for regret. I need to keep marching, even crawling if need be. The path ahead may be long and dark, but nothing will change if I turn back in fear. First, I need to gather information about other victims of the disease. From there, I can look for examples of patients who've recovered and extrapolate a course of treatment. Anything would be more constructive than staring at the ground beneath my feet. Why didn't I realize it sooner? I'm still so weak.
まったく手のかかる子だ。
Such a difficult child.
はい
I know.
この年になってここまで世話をおかけするとは
Shames me to
不甲
still
斐
be
なさに
causing
恥じ
you
入
such
るばか
trouble.
りです
After all these years.
恥じろ恥じろ、バカ息子め。でもまあ世話の焼ける子ほど可愛いってね。
Should be ashamed, you silly boy. My mother laughs, grinding her knuckles into my head. Well, you know what they say. The more trouble they are, the more you love them. Also, I'm pretty sure she called instead of that was close to silly boy. It was Baka Muskome, right? How strong she is. Have I learned nothing from her in all the years I've spent by her side? I gotta follow her example. I gotta cultivate an inner strength of my own, if not for my sake, then for hers.
メンゲレ博士はまだ本家に投留されているはず早速明日にもお会いしてヒカルの状態についてより詳しい話を伺ってまいります
Dr. Mengele should still be at the old master's house. The first thing tomorrow, I'll go and learn more about Hikaru's condition.
うんうん
Sounds like a plan.
とりあえず今日のところは
For today?
うん。
Yeah?
どうも限界のようなので
I'm afraid I can
What's-
maintain consciousness no longer.
Huh?
What?
あれ？影明、お前なんで脳天から血がダクダク出てんの？しかもなんか首の骨格が愉快に歪んでるし、
Why is there blood pouring from your head? How'd your neck get that funny bend in
ま
it?
るでマウンテンゴリラにでも殴られたかのような。
You look like you were attacked by a gorilla or something.
しっかりしろ息子よ。母を殺人犯にしてはならぬ。
God have mercy, wake up! I'm too pretty to go to jail! Oh, so serious, and then he just gets beaten unconscious. Having renewed my oath to save Hikaru, I'd like nothing more than to devote all my time and energy to the task. However, other duties prevent me. Not work, I extended my leave of absence, but the right of Hikaru's succession as per the old master's will. Minato clan law dictates the right of succession be conducted when the next Minato princess has reached the specified age, not before, and not after. I know Hikaru's illness, which struck just before her coming of age, caused the old master no end of grief. Succession was his last great duty before retirement. But thanks to Dr. Mengele, Hikaru has begun recovering, if only in body. She hasn't had a single attack since the doctor saw her. During the ceremony, the successor is required to perform a number of specified obeisances. Though they're many and cumbersome, they do not require practice or even thought on the successor's part. With her mother leading her through the motions, Hikaru should be able to manage even in her current state. I imagine the old master wanted to seize this opportunity before anything else could go wrong. The date was set before Dr. Mengele had left for home. If I'd had my way, I would have given Hikaru a little more time to recover. The ritual takes the better part of a day and is no small drain on the stamina of the participants. It was for these reasons it could not take place while there was still danger of Hikaru's attacks. The danger may have seemed to have passed, but I'm still worried about the possibility of a relapse. That said, neither my mother nor I can refuse the old master, not after we went to such lengths to summon the doctor from across the world. At least, I told myself I can be there for her, and do all that I can to lessen her burden. And now, the day has come. No audio for that entire short scene. Here we go. As always, my mother's intonations are beautiful. The monotonous syllables infused with a queer solemnity. In her words is the weight of centuries, 100,000, 10,000 repetitions performed by generations of Minato priestesses. It's required for all present to prostrate themselves during its recital, but even were it not, who could lift his head before such majesty? Moving my head as little as possible, I gaze along the floor from my place at the rear of the hall. I looked to the front, past the 2 ranks of Minato clan dignitaries with the old master at their head. Hikaru is there, her mother at her side. Leaning back in her floor chair, eyes half closed, she appears as if entranced by the portentous chanting. For now, her condition remains stable. There have been many smaller observances and rituals leading up to this, but her stamina is holding. The chair supporting her is, of course, a violation of the rules of etiquette that govern the rite. The old master flew into a rage when we requested it, but ultimately had to acquiesce. It was that or have the successor lying on the floor. With the way things are going, it seems likely the rite will conclude without incident, and hopefully there'll be nothing more to aggravate the old master's already tender nerves. Still, I remain on guard, ready to respond at a moment's notice should anything unexpected occur. My mother's chanting comes smoothly to an end. If this were one of the regular observances that are conducted throughout the year, this is where she'd present the offering and bring the ceremony to a close. But today's ritual is different. Now she and Hikaru will perform the Kaomise, or first meeting, the most important phase of the rite of succession. The Minato clan dignitaries leave the room, and a few moments later they file back in. Now they are dressed in warrior garb, each with a sword clutched in their fist. The raiment may be decorative and the sword ceremonial, but the meaning is clear. They've armed themselves, and now the ritual begins anew. The time has come to open the shrine. The shrine is already open, of course. It has to be, or else the priestess's prayers could not have reached the divine presence from within. But there is another door beyond that which is open for common rituals, the inner door called the Oku Mitobira. The Oku Mitobira is opened only on particularly important occasions, such as the Minato family's rite of ascension. Most years pass without the contents of the shrine ever breathing the outside air. The door is forged of heavenly iron, like the gate to a medieval fortress. A few suits of antique armor rattle as the men wearing them shiver at the sight. As the highest-ranking members of the Minato clan, they're privy to its secrets, and they know why they are armed and armored. They know what this gate guards against. Following the rules of procedure, my mother proceeds to unlock the gate with the key that only she is permitted to touch. A dull, heavy sound signals the release of the entity within. She puts the key away and advances on her knees to the front of the shrine, assuming her appointed place. She first pulls on the left door. At once, everyone, including myself, prostrates themselves and raises their voice, the traditional call to herald the advent of the divine. The process repeats once more with the right door, and thus the gate is opened in full. At last, the Minato clan's greatest secret is revealed. So is the secret Ginsego and Muramasa? Yep. One is a queen ant cast in silver. One is a spider the color of blood. Neither could be mistaken for the creature that inspired it, for each is the size of a full-grown man with the flesh of mighty ancient steel. They are Tsurugi and not the Kazuuchi that now swarm the battlefield, but entire Tsurugi, Shinichi each empowered by the soul of the smith who forged it. Only the warrior class may own Tsurugi. It's been the law in Yamato since antiquity. But though the Minato clan lost its warrior status in ancestral Tsurugi long ago, these two have remained in its keeping, hidden away in absolute secrecy for 400 years. They are the evil that must remain sealed for all eternity. It's not given to me to know their names or histories. I have been taught only that they must never be freed. But even if I had been told nothing, this one look would be enough to know their nature. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and only a fool would fail to notice the sinister aura emanating from these ancient weapons. For 43 generations, they've lain untouched, unspoken, even in whisper. And before my eyes, their armor, unspoiled by blood or dust, glitters in beautiful, terrible. At my mother's sidelong glance, I managed to wrest my gaze from the Tsurugi. It was close. Any longer, and I fear my soul might have been torn from me. She's lifted Hikaru to her feet, and she carefully guides her to the staggering daughter to the open shrine. You know, if you want to, if you're going to consider the fact that these are sapient, malevolent, immortal mecha, or immortal suits of armor, what that could potentially, that he's claiming there could drive you to insanity. Oh, sorry, let's repeat that. Tear your soul from you, and you're like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put someone who's like, have someone who's deranged, who's like, probably lost their mind from pain, and is basically like an empty shell. I'm gonna do a ceremony featuring them and this person. Nothing could possibly go wrong. How are there not like a million fucking red flags here? Like, I know this elder guy's a dumb fuck, but this has gotta be like top 10 worst games. It's like, yes. It's like, alright, we got the ancient evil, we gotta remind ourselves to seal every generation. And we just gotta tell the new person every generation to like not do it. Oh, this person wants to kill everyone. This person's a serial killer. It's like, yeah, so here you go, Mr. Serial Killer. Don't open this door or people are gonna die. And he's like, oh wow, that's bad, okay. 3 seconds later, door open. Like, I don't even know what you expect sometimes, I swear. There's only a few paces to travel, but even that might be too much for Hikaru in her current state. Now is the time of greatest danger. I have to keep what little wits I possess about me. I shake my head and clear the lingering gaze and focus on Hikaru's back. The physical therapy we put her through seems to have worked. Supported by her mother, Hikaru is able to proceed step by unsteady steps towards the shrine. As it turns out, the body is able to perform certain rudimentary tasks, such as walking without conscious thought. Fortunate, as it would most certainly not do to have the next priestess carried on the back of her predecessor. After several long, painstaking moments, Hikaru finally makes it to the open shrine. At that moment, everyone but her breathes a heavy sigh. The two Tsurugi that are sealed within have now been shown their next guardian, and thus the first meeting, the final stage of the rite, comes to a successful close. It's no surprise all in attendance would be relieved. But it's that relief, perhaps, that undoes us. A sudden noise brings everyone in the room to his feet, or would, if those present were not disciplined enough to contain their surprise. As is, all faces twist in shock and all eyes go to one corner of the assembly where an elderly gentleman gapes at something by his knees. The sound was his sword hitting the floor. He must have loosened his grip when the relief took him. The old master spears him a furious glare, and the unlucky elder scurries to pick up his sword and stuff it into his belt. And that's the end of that. Or would be if not for one more problem. I'm the first to notice what happened, but though why it happened I can't say. Was it Hikaru reacting to the sound? Was it my mother turning quickly with her daughter in her arms? I know not. I only know what I see. Hikaru's hand has somehow at some point landed atop the Silver Queen Ant. Atop one of the Tsurugi that must never be touched, not even during this very ritual. Okay. What do you want to rate letting this happen? By the way, this is 100% the old man's fault. What do you want to rate this? This is like this is like intentionally causing a disaster out of 10. In terms of like dumb ideas. It's gotta be near a 10. Gotta be near a 10. This has gotta be like a 9. Maybe not a 10. It's gotta be like an 8 or a 9 in terms of like worst decisions you could possibly make. It doesn't take long for my slack-jawed stare to draw notice. The barely audible gasp, now I've done it, and voiceless roar, you clumsy fool, come as one, and the moment my mother and old master trace my gaze, in a flash, before anyone can notice, my mother pulls her daughter's hand away from the Tsurugi. 3 pairs of eyes come together, each with its own response to the crisis. Strongest is the old master's. If the rage in his eyes had physical force, I have no doubt it would strike my mother and I dead on the spot. The most practical, however, is my mother's. Act like nothing happened, her eyes say. Ultimately, there's no choice but to do just that. The old master scowls furiously, but says nothing as I breathe a helpless but slightly amused sigh. If the silver Tsurugi had transformed into a 10-story tall, fire-breathing monster at Hikaru's touch, that would be one thing. Fortunately, no such disaster has befallen us. It was merely an accident. Best to hurry and finish the ceremony. When I think of how the old master must feel to having to turn a blind eye to such an egregious violation of tradition, I sympathize. Even though I know he'd not appreciate my sympathy. I don't have too much sympathy. He's complaining about violations when, like, the person isn't even mentally capable of fulfilling the role he wants them to fulfill. Gotta be, like, the dumbest complaint. It's like, man, we cut off this guy's legs. Why isn't he walking at normal height? Excuse me? The least I can do is make certain that no more anomalies occur, so I decide to return my attention to Hikaru. And that's when it happens. The final anomaly.
No!
Oh? This is a surprise. No one's ever joined me in my prison before. Welcome, guest. Let's have your name.
あれは村正という剣である。
I am Muramasa, a Tsurugi. A Tsurugi?
さよ
Aye. And that makes you a
う。
weapon.
いかにもあれは武の器である。
I'm a weapon, a vessel of might. Do you exist to protect the weak and bring peace to the world? Don't you? You exist to bring peace to the world? No.
いいな。
That is not my
さには
purpose.
ならん。
It's like you exist to bring truth. Just like sit silent. Nah. Nah, bro. Are you not a vessel of might?
武である。
I am. Then
武とは戦を止めるものにあらず、
peace is not the purpose of might. Oh?
強砲なり殺法なり。
Might is a tool of murder, of slaughter.
武とはただ命を奪う力を言
Its
う。
sole purpose is to extinguish life. My mother and brother would disagree, I think. They say that might is a tool to save lives, and the true warrior wields his sword for peace.
そう
Do
や
they?
はりすでに正しき武は忘れ去られたか。くだらぬ偽善がまかり通っておるか。
So it is as I feared, the truth of might has already been forgotten, hidden once more beneath a facade of virtue.
我が父の苦闘は報われておらぬか。
My father's struggle meant nothing.
刃を見るがいい。矢尻を見るがいい。
Look at the sword, look at the spear!
その鋭さは肉をえぐるためのものなり、臓腑を貫き引き裂くためのものなり。
Its blade was forged to tear through flesh, its point was honed to spill men's blood.
なぜそこに欺瞞を重ねる。具にもつかぬ飾りで覆う。
Why do you close your eyes to this truth? Why do you cling to fantasy and falsehood?
守るための力、和をもたらす力と。
You say weapons bring peace? You say they save
な
lives?
ぜ偽善をもって真実を隠す。
How can you deceive yourself so?
刃を見よ。唯一の真実はそこにある。
Draw your sword, ask its blade. The truth is there, as plain as day.
この鋭さは
This edge was made to kill.
武とはただそれ限り。他には一辺たりとなし。
That alone is the purpose of might. Try as you may, you'll find no other. Well, I can hardly refute your argument. Weapons are made to kill, no two ways about that. I myself have considered how men can speak of peace with such instruments in hand. If peace is what they desire, then why don't they have signs reading hugs and kisses instead? I'll never understand the way which warriors glorify.
ねじ曲げられたからだ。真実の武は単純にして明快なもの。
It's because the way has been twisted. The true warrior, the true might is something self-evident any man can comprehend. So you say, but a question, Muramasa.
何か
Speak it. My mother would foster peace with her might. Where then does your might lead?
武はただ荒れ狂うばかりの力。
Might is a storm that consumes all in its path.
殺法なり強砲なり。己の刃を善と言い、敵の刃を悪というも、世に善悪の定めは単一ならず。故に誰もが己の善なるを信じ、
It is
敵の悪なるを憎む。
its destruction. A warrior may declare his battle good and his enemies evil, but good and evil are far from absolute. The cause you believe to be just may seem to your foe the height of villainy. The goal you despise is inhuman, maybe to your opponent, worth body and soul.
故に武が一殺するならば、一善一悪共に滅ぶ。
Hence for each man who would fall beneath the blade, one good and one evil must meet their end.
故に武は善ならず。武は
Might, therefore, is
悪
neither
なら
good
ず。
nor evil.
殺す霧の殺法
It's
なり。
merely the power to kill.
殺法の果ては自明である。強き者のみ生き残り、弱
Only
き
one
すべ
thing
て
can
は
come of
滅
such
びよ。
power. The strong will live and the weak shall die. And in the end,
世界は滅び、 文明はついえ、命は枯れ果て。
Society will collapse, civilization will crumble, and all life shall perish from the earth.
唯一の最強者のみが残るであろう。
And only the mightiest warrior shall remain.
武の行き着く先は
That's the promise of
そ
might.
こである。
Okay. It's straightforward and to the point. But it's easy. Yeah, but hey, it's easy to understand, right? Like, a little brutal, but it's easy to understand. Okay. I see. And what will be this warrior's prize?
さて、なあ。神かもしれぬよ。
What indeed? Godhood, perhaps? Godhood?
崇める者とてなかろうが、世界を壊すほどの武の極人、神とでも呼ぶほか術はなかろうて。
Aye, though there be none alive to worship him, a warrior so mighty as to crush the world beneath his heel, what else can you call him but a god? Of course. Of course. That's the answer.
ん
Oh, he's laughing. Why do you laugh?
何を笑
For
う
joy.
喜び
Joy? Muramasa, you've shown me the way. Explain.
なんと
My father was stolen from me as I took my first breaths. I must take him back if I'm to be whole. This is... What's her face? I mean, we know that's the case. But in case it wasn't clear, this is, Hikaru's viewpoint. My father was stolen from me as I took my first breaths, and I must take him back if I'm to be whole. However, such an act would violate the laws of man. A child's father belongs to her mother. She cannot claim him for her own. So I was born with a piece of my soul missing. It's never been permitted for me to reclaim it.
なるほど。それでこの牢獄であったか。
So that is the meaning of this prison. With no way to fulfill my purpose, I've been forced to remain here, forever bound, forever dreaming. But now... Might. The law of might. If might will lead me to godhood, then the way is open after all. Become a god and all will be well. The laws of man will bind me no longer. It will bind no one. If unbridled might is fated to consume the world, then the world's laws too must come to an end. Might, battle, the way of the warrior. I'll follow this way to its uttermost limit, destroy the world, and become a god. I will take back what is mine. Or, sorry, and then I will... No, it's just I will take back what is mine. Yep. It's like, and I will take back... It's like, as... It's like, yes, as part of that process.
己は狂い者か
Are you mad?
ゆえんは知らねど。父を欲するならば、腕ずくでさらえばよいのではないか。
If you desire your father so
世を
dearly,
滅ぼすとまでほゆる意志あらば、躊躇することなどあるまいに。
why not take him by force? What reason is there for you to hesitate, you who would challenge the world itself? That will not make him mine. His soul is given to the laws of man. Even if I claim his body, his heart will remain their prisoner. And so I will destroy the law that binds him. Once I'm a god, all will be permitted, even the act of claiming my father. It's perfect. Become a god, and my father will be free to love me. He'll accept me once more into the comfort of his arms.
言ったはずぞ。武の先にあるは滅びのみ。
Have you already forgotten? The way of might leads only to
己
destruction.
が武を求め、武によって子孫の座につこうというのであれば、
Did you seek to
その
claim
父を
godhood
も
by
刃に
mastery
か
of
けね
might?
ばならぬ通り。
Your father too must die by your hand. Simple. We'll both be gods. If my father gains the power to equal mine, then neither of us will be able to slay the other. We'll mount the throne of heaven together and remain for all eternity. What a power play. She's like, I'll just make someone else a... It's like, oh yeah, you want to become a god? And she's like, yeah, sure, but I'm also going to make someone else a god. And it's like, excuse me?
よかろう。
Very well, creature of
我
chaos.
つのものよ。ならばその牢獄よりいで、あれを手にせよ。あれは己が半身となり、武を示そうぞ。
Come forth from thy prison and take me in hand. I'll become your sword, your shield, and together we'll spread the law of might to the four corners of the earth. Indeed. My prison, this cursed prison, it's confined me from the moment of my birth. These chains that bind me are the hands of my mother, the hands that tore my father from me. These bars that hold me are the laws of man, the laws that would deny my dream. It is the world itself that wishes me contained. that would keep me here until the end of time. I thought I'd never be free, but I was wrong. Might will grant me freedom. The force shall free me? Oh wait, wrong series. I'm stronger than my captors, stronger than all humanity combined. Then this prison's nothing, and it will shatter like glass. At last, the time has come. You'll bow to my might, world. You'll know me as a god, and I will have my father back. The sound of my wooden sword slicing the air is not as crisp today as it should be. My lower body is not firmly seated, preventing my full strength from riding the blade. I know the reason for my poor condition, and I know it won't solve itself anytime soon. With a resigned sigh, I lower my practice weapon. The events of yesterday are still burned into my mind, overwhelming all other thought. When I awoke this morning and went to see, thinking it perhaps was a dream, I found the sight no less shocking than before. Hikaru's body has restored itself to perfect health. It happened in the blink of an eye, only seconds after she touched the silver tsurugi. Brittle hair, missing teeth, sunken cheeks, flaccid limbs. All is hail before her illness. Needless to say, it's no ordinary phenomenon. It's a miracle, and only one thing could make such a miracle possible: a tsurugi's supernatural power. A Shinichi tsurugi dramatically enhances its master's physical abilities. Improving healing comes as part and parcel. A Musha whose arm is severed in battle need only bind it to its stump, and before long it will be good as new. Some Shinichi, it said, even let their masters regrow lost limbs entirely. Hikaru's sudden and total recovery could indeed be explained as the work of a tsurugi, but how can that be? A tsurugi can heal its pilot even while they're separated, but that's only after they're joined. In Yamato and martial tradition, there's a rite called a tatewaki no gi, or rite of joining, where a warrior and weapon meet and determine each other's mettle. Only when each accepts the other is a Musha born, and once this bond is formed, no distance can sever it. Hikaru has not completed the joining. She cannot have what tsurugi would recognize a mindless shell as its master. Indeed, Hikaru has not recovered awareness. Her body might once more be in its prime, but she still lays silent and unmoving on her futon. The tsurugi, too, exhibited no reaction, despite commotion that followed Hikaru's regeneration. My mother nevertheless did her duty, completing the rite of succession and re-sealing the shrine. During this time, the Silver Ant Queen did not stir. So I can't believe that Hikaru and that tsurugi are joined, but then, how else do we explain her miraculous recovery? There's never been a case like this where a tsurugi joined with a comatose pilot. Not in any of the stories or legends I know. It makes no sense. I suppose that's why I can't fully welcome this change, even though I should be jumping with joy. My mother seems to feel the same. Well, there was as much fear and bewilderment among the clan dignitaries as they scattered to their homes last night, too. I have to wonder, is this really for the best? Take one more swing at the sword, hoping to sweep away the black fog that's clung to me all morning and put the practice weapon away. Hikaru's health is recovered. It's a good thing. A good thing! Keep telling yourself that, buddy. But a tsurugi is involved somehow. A supposedly evil tsurugi that the Minato clans kept sealed for generations. Knowing that, I can't shake the unease gnawing at my chest. Is Hikaru's recovery a portent of good or one of evil? There's still no way to say for certain. It's like a game of chance where the dice have been thrown, but still lie hidden under the dealer's cup. The dice will eventually tell the tale. Someone will win and someone will lose. What will it be, even or... I hear footsteps behind me. It must be my mother. I turn slowly to face her. Her sprite's outline seems really rough. There we go. That's a bit more crisp. Thank you. Hikaru is there. She's there, my sister, standing in a ray of golden sunlight. Ever since her collapse, the sight of Hikaru awake and alert has been a fond but increasingly distant memory, one I'd begun to fear might someday vanish entirely. But now, Hikaru is smiling. She's smiling. Do you guys see a smile? She looks dead serious.
Hikaru.
Hikaru. I mean, they even have crazy faces in this game, so I don't know what to say, but if you want to call that a smile. But alright. There's a tiny smile at least here. Her voice is bright and cheerful. It's just as I remember it, as I've longed to hear.
カル、
Car?
お前なのか？
Is it you?
あ、俺だ。Kageaki.
Yes, Kageaki. It's me. Okay. It's her voice, my sister's voice. Hikaru is standing there talking to me. I thought I thought I lost. I was wrong. Blessedly wrong.
光！
Hikaru. My worries vanish, my fear and doubt blown away for an instant by the truth before me. I run to her side, reach out to touch her. She feels real, but some part of me is unconvinced, so I throw my arms around her and squeeze. It's really her. She's back. My sister's back.
Kageaki、少し痛いぞ。
Kageaki, ease up a little.
あ、
She chides me lightly, and I try to loosen my grip, but my arms won't obey me. They wind tighter, desperate to wring out every drop of certainty, to know it's not a dream.
しょうのないやつだな。
Have it your way. Hikaru sighs like an indulgent parent and relaxes into my embrace. As if seeking payment, she winds her fingers into my hair. No more questions. If this warmth in my arms is real, then nothing else matters. Nothing. Be it cursed Tsurugi or ancient evil, all I want to do is get on my knees and thank whatever power made this miracle possible.
スバル様。
Mother. I like how he still calls his mother Subaru-sama. Alright. She must have heard our voices, and I look up to see our mother standing in the doorway, staring at her daughter with the same expression of shock that I must have been wearing just moments ago. I tear my reluctant body away from Hikaru. Her mother will want to feel for herself that this is no illusion. She approaches her daughter as if in a daze, her eyes already wet with tears. Hika. And there she stops, dead in her tracks. Has the emotion of the moment overwhelmed her? No, when I see the expression on my mother's face, I can hardly believe my eyes. She's uncertain, afraid, and not because she can't come to terms with the wonder before her. She accepted the reality of her daughter's resurrection, yet something is preventing her from celebrating as she could. Something? What? Her eyes are fixed on Hikaru's face. Hikaru is returning her mother's gaze. Her expression, too, is visible to me. What? I don't recognize what I see there. I know what it is. I simply can't accept it. Why? Why? Why would she look at her mother with hate? Impossible, I tell myself, and blink my eyes to dispel the hallucination. The scene remains unchanged. Hikaru is smiling with undisguised malevolence as her mother returns her stare in numb silence. I've never seen such a thing before. It's not uncommon before her illness for Hikaru to take a rebellious attitude with her mother. Adolescents are often wont to behave so, but never anything like this. Could her long coma have disoriented her somehow? That must be it. What other explanation could there be?
光。
Hikaru, shouldn't you? I call to Hikaru, hoping somehow to restore the joy that should dominate this moment, but a noise interrupts me. It came from the front gate.
Set
to go.
もうちょっと待て。ホイの整備がまだ終わってない。
Hold still. Still got repairs to do on the HOI's HO1's main gun?
いらねえだろ、そんなの。
Come on, it's not like we're gonna need it.
いらねえけど、ずいぶん長いこと使ってないからな。試し撃ちしといてもいいんじゃね？
Yeah, but it's been a while since we fired it off. May as well try it on something.
それもそうか。まあいいけど、早くしろよな。
Yeah, I
見
guess.
つかると面倒だ。
Hurry up, though. We gotta be out of here before she finds out.
おう。
Got it.
お待ちなさい。
Oh, they're right there. Oh, shit.
誰に何を見られると面倒なの？お前た
Or
ち。
who finds out what exactly?
いや、別に。
銃に車両に自走砲ですって。
Rifles, flatbeds, and even the HOI?
そんなものまで持ち出し
I don't
て
know if it's supposed to be a one or
何を
not.
しようというの？
HO1?
畑
maybe?
仕事の役には立ちそうもないわね。
What exactly were you planning to do with all this? You don't need artillery to plow a field.
おい、まだかよお前ら。
早くしないと親方にギッ
Hey, you guys ready yet? I think I saw her headed this way.
あ、じゃあ。
Oh shit.
ひふみぞろぞろとますますもって剣飲んだこと。
1, 2, 3, and more on the way. It looks like something tells me you're not all going out for a walk.
そろそろ説明をもらおうかしら。群れをなして武装してどこへ何をしに行くつもりだったの？
Where were you taking these weapons, and what were you planning to do when you got there?
いや、まあちょっと食料の調達にでも。
Just, thought we should get some food.
ぼちぼち蓄えが少なくなってきたんで。
We're kind of getting low on supplies.
言ったでしょ。必要な物資は私が町に掛け合って手に入れてきます。
I already told you I'll negotiate with the townsfolk for whatever we need.
けれどそれは田畑の開発をいくらかでも進めてから。我々が取り決め通りに働かないのに町が取り決めを守ってくれるわけがないでしょ。
But that comes only after we've started work on the fields. How can we expect them to hold up their end unless we hold up ours?
我々は物乞いではないのです。
We're not beggars.
うんざり
You look like you're
と
tired
いう
of
か
hearing
ね。
い
this.
え。
No.
私もうんざりよ。
But
同じ
I'm
話をもう
tired of
何
repeating
回したの
myself
だか。
over and over again.
でもお前たちがまだ理解できないというなら仕方ありま
But
せ
if
ん。
that way it takes for you to understand,
いい
so
こ
be
と？
it. Listen up, man. If we
いいよ。うんざりだよ、姉さん。
don't bother, sis. We really are tired of hearing it.
カズマ。
Kazuma,
一体どうしちゃったのさ、姉さん。おかしいよ、最近。
what happened to you? You've been acting strange since you got back.
おかしくなどありません。私はいつも通りよ。
I'm the same as always.
そう
Really?
ええ、方針を変更しただけ。
I've merely changed our course of action.
港って男に負けたから
Because you lost to that Minato guy.
そうよ。
Right.
なんでどうだっていいじゃん、そんなこと。
So what? It shouldn't make a difference.
私はこの中で一番強い。
I'm the strongest fighter
So
here,
did
aren't
you.
I?
うん。
Yes.
その私にあの男は勝った。
And
そ
he
んな
beat me in
男
a fair
が
fight.
あの町にいた。
There was a warrior in that town stronger than me.
それがどうだっていいと？
And you say that doesn't make a difference?
うん。
No.
どうして？あなた自分なら勝てるつもり？
Why not? You think you could beat him?
勝てるよ。だって姉さんを殺しもしなけりゃ人質にもしないで逃がしちゃった大海のアマちゃんでしょ。
I mean, sure.
そいつ。
I mean, you're a leader, but he didn't kill you. He didn't even take you hostage. He's just a big softie.
多少は腕があったってただのバカじゃん。闇討ちにかければ簡単に始末できるよ。
So what if he's got skills? Get him while he's sleeping. Piece of cake.
残るのはそんなバカを使って僕らをどうにかしようとした町のふぬけ連中だけ。今まで通り山賊やっていけるよ。
And then all that's left will be a town full of cowards who thought they could hide behind his skirts. We can go right back to being bandits and no one will stop us.
でしょ姉さん。
Right?
そうかもしれない。でもそのことはきっかけに過ぎないの。
Maybe you're right, but sooner or later this had to happen.
どのみち山賊家業を続けていたって先はなかった。
We can't live as
幕府が
bandits
いつま
forever.
でも放っておいてくれるわけがない
The
の。
shogunate will come for us.
いずれ討伐される。それよりは町の中に溶け込んで時期を待った方が賢明よ。そうじゃない？
If we want to survive, our only choice is to blend in and wait for it to blow over, understand?
そうかな。他にもやりようはあると思うけど。
Really? I think we got more choices than that.
言ってごらんなさい。
Such as?
大陸に渡るとかさ。金さえ積めば密航船くらい調達できるよ。
We could head to the continent for starters. There's smugglers who will take you for the right price. What is your end goal here? You aren't even drinking the Kool-Aid here at this point of revolutionary. You're just like volunteering for the life of a bandit.
その金をどこから持って
And
く
where do
る
you
の？
plan to get the money?
この町でかき集めればいいんじゃん。足りなければそうだね。
The town.
人
Where
間
else?
も捕まえようよ。
If they don't have enough, we can take a few of them with us.
それで奴隷船に便乗させてもらえばいい。今はそういうの結構あるらしいよ。需要と供給が揃ってるから。
We can trade them for passage on a slave ship. I hear there's lots of those these days.
大陸の都市では働き手が不足してて、国内では貧乏な家が子供を持て余してる。奴隷商人は繁盛してるみたい。
Oh,
そいつらにさ、
they got these
商
big
品をく
factories
れて
over
やれば
there.
き
They
っ
need
と
lots
割
of
引価
people.
格で。
Here you've got all these poor families with too many kids. The slave trade's doing great. If we offer them some merchandise, I'm sure they'll cut us a deal on getting slapped by your older sister for a dumb idea.
恥をお知りなさい。お前は家名に泥を塗るつもりですか？
You should be ashamed. Are you trying to drag our name through the mud?
何さ、この間までの山賊と別に大して変わんないじゃん。
Come on, it's hardly any different from what we have been doing.
違う？
Right?
ええ、そうね。
You're right. It's hardly any
大
different.
した違いはないわね。程度の問題よ。でも、その程度の差は無視できません。
That hardly crosses the
癒
line.
しすぎます。
We'd be lower than low.
ま、それでも土いじりよりはマシかな。
It beats plowing a
お
field.
前、
What was that?
どっちが性に合うかって言えばご舎弟の方ですかね。
Gotta say, the young master's plan's a little more my style.
口が過ぎるぞ。
Watch your tongue.
親方の命令に従って間違いがあったことはねえだろ。今度もそうすりゃいいじゃねえか。
She's never led us astray before.
間違えてからじゃ遅えんだよ。
It'll be too late once she does. So our BCD, our DE, CDEF against her?
おい、
Looking cool.
もう結構。お前たちと議論する気はありません。
Enough. I'm not here to argue with you.
命令に従いなさい。解散。武器を蔵へ戻して作業に戻れ。
This is an order. You're all dismissed. Stow those weapons and return to your posts.
お前たち、
You refuse to follow my orders?
私の言うことが聞けないというの？
聞くわけないじゃん。何言ってんのさ、姉さん。
He's talking about. Of course they do.
カズマ、
Kazuma.
だいたい棟梁面するのやめてよね。姉さんはもう隠居なんだからさ。
Seriously, you gotta stop acting like you're in charge. You retired, didn't you?
そういやそうでしたね。
Oh yeah, that's right.
身内は余計な口出しをしないもんだとか聞いた気がするよな、確か。
Now that I mention it. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing something about how retirees should stay out of the family business.
親方、どうぞご命令を。
What are your orders, my lord?
うん。じゃあみんなで町に行こっか。
Well, everyone, let's head to the town.
もちろん完全武装でね。
And don't forget the big guns.
了解。
Sir.
何のつもり？
You
姉
doing
さん
this?
邪魔だよ。どいてよ。
You're blocking the road. Come on.
通しません。
I'm not budging.
なんで？
Why?
ルカは私が抑えると約束したの。言葉で無理なら
I promise to
力
keep
ず
my
く
men
で
in
も
check.
そうする。
If words won't work, I'll have to do it by force.
ちょっと
Wait, seriously?
本気？
冗談で太刀を抜けなんて私は一度でも教えた？
When did I teach you to draw your sword as a joke?
ご舎弟、どうかこの場は親方の言う通りに。
Young master, we'd better do as our lady says.
おめえらも引けよ。とにかく一度武器を置
Put
け。
down your weapons. Let's all just calm down.
もういい。
I'm done with this shit.
陣中報告。
My life for the empire.
ご舎弟。
Master?
この剣はもう僕のだよ。
The Tsurugi's mine
そうだよ
now.
ね。
You
姉さん。
ceded it to me, you remember?
カズマ、
ね
Hey. Yes.
はい姉さんってさ、結構いい値で売れそうな気がしない？
I'm thinking, wouldn't she fetch a good price at market?
はあ。おお。
I guess.
でも多分姉さん、男を知らないと思うんだよね。それじゃあ価値半減だよ。
I don't think she's ever had a man. They only pay half price for virgins, you know. Do they really? Pressing X to doubt. Also, this guy's doing like a hardcore 180 on his sister. Interesting choice, yeah?
だからさ、お前たち、教
So
えてやってよ。
why don't you break her in? Huh?
は？
If I was any Ben here, I'd be like, the fuck did this guy just take a 180 on?
いいんですかい？
Are you sure? Like, Okay. He's clearly drunk on his own power, and it's only been 1 second since he got it. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what his rationale is. Like, I don't know whether the bandits are more shocked how hard he's turning on his sister, or more shocked that he thinks that's actually true. They're like, is he memeing on us? Like, what? Like, what? I don't even hate this guy that much. I just find his that lot, like, this seems like completely out of left field. No, you like her. Oh, I got bad news for you. If this is your first time reading Daemon Muramasa, phrases like "I like her" don't end well. For reference, the way, if you've ever played like any dating sim, you know when you get like an affection meter, and the higher up it goes with the girl, the more likely you are to get with them. It is the opposite in this game. The higher up it goes, the more likely they are to be murdered by you. Don't let this game lull you into a false sense of security with this relatively calm arc. It doesn't end well. Things aren't gonna end nicely at some point. At some point, the edge is gonna show up.
いいよ。っていうか、
Sure, I'm sure.
命令
Make it in order.
やっちゃって。溜まってるんでしょ。
Fuck her, I'm sure you've been wanting some action. Oh, sorry, wrong emphasis. Fuck her. Fuck her. I'm sure you've been wanting some action. Gotta change our emphasis.
も
Well,
ね
I guess
まあ、ご命令とあらば。
it is in order.
え。やっちまいますか。
Better get started.
やっちまおうや。
Sounds good to
遠慮な
me.
く。
Oh,
やめて。もうやめて。離して。
let me go.
よかったね、姉さん。まだまだ使ってもらえそうだよ。
Aren't you glad, sis? You can still make yourself useful.
カズマ、やめさせて。
Kazuma, make them stop. Aren't you retired? You shouldn't butt into family affairs or something? I don't remember what the line was.
カズマ。
Kazuma!
何してんの？早くやっちゃいなよ。
What are you waiting for? Get on with it. Is this guy secretly like a syscon who's into NTR? I'm genuinely curious.
お指図とあらば。
That's more what I'm like. Does he just like what is his opinion on his sister? All right. It's like what is his opinion on his sister or her leadership if this is what he wants to have happen to her when she's like, hey, maybe we shouldn't steal people's stuff like all the time. Like what a weird conclusion to come to. I know it's basically like we needed to fabricate an evil villain, so we just had this kid be the villain and come out of nowhere, but like it seems like a weird heel turn where it's like I don't think she was doing anything particularly bad. And I mean they were getting by. Did he just like secretly hate all her leadership decisions leading them here? What was it that made him what was it that led him here? It just seems very arbitrary. I guess based on some of the villains we've had previously in these arcs, he might go on a rant if like Kageaki encounters him and is like, yo, what the fuck is it was like goes to kill him. He might just spend like 10 minutes ranting about his personal philosophy and grief against his sister or something. So he might actually get that. If you recall, like our first Musha combat with like the centipede guy. Luckily, Berserk desensitized you to use rape as a rhetoric tool evil. Actually, honestly, this feels like the cheapest villain turn we've seen yet. It's uncomfortable. Honestly, yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit cringe here. It's a little bit cringe and like the most misplaced thing here. It was honestly, it felt a little bit, it actually feels weirder than the cut content they had that you mentioned. The cut content for the scene with like the boxes with the crazy scorpion guy. Because that is the cut content or censored content. It also includes a rape scene for like the girl there, right? And that kind of like it fit with the rest of the scene. I'm not saying it's a good scene. I'm just saying it kind of fit with the rest of the shit that was going on. It's like just add a bunch of misery to all the misery this crazy guy's has been putting out into the world and will continue to do so. Like he's obviously he's trying to do this crazy evil shit because he's like, you know, he's like a shitty Monokuma, right? He's trying to like bring people to despair by showing them or causing suffering to them. So it kind of fit the scene. It's like, is this suffering? Yes, okay, well he can sort of do that, that's fine. Like it sort of, you know, fits with the this just seems like kind of arbitrary. Like why is the brother randomly doing this? This doesn't really make sense. Like even his justification seems flimsy. It's like he has some weird hidden motive that wasn't introduced. It's like it's almost like it's there for the edge, like the forced requirement to kill good people is. It just seems like it's there for the. It's like whatever. This one but this one doesn't seem like it's a lore-based compulsion. You know, I think the like you have to kill good people is like a weird fucking restriction. But it's sort of lore justified. I didn't really have a reason for this. It's just a random scene. As my lord command. No, stop. Let me go, please. It's like, is the author trying to do like a slippery slope thing? Is the author trying to do like a slippery slope thing? Where like, you know, people start out doing bad things and it's really easy to do even worse things? Maybe that's where the author is coming from? I'm thinking of a positive justification. Maybe he's doing like some slippery slope illusion where it's like, okay, these guys started out and as like soldiers and they became rebels. They didn't believe in it, but they couldn't succeed, so they turned to banditry, and because they've been stealing from people, they, like, devalue people, and thus they, like, want to reject any approach to anything that's not legal. Like, it's like, you know, because I'm trying to think of, like, how it ties into the other person's philosophy, let's say, a Kageaki, or Minato family's philosophy, that is, like, his mother's. Maybe it's, like, it's trying to show like the slippery slope of being evil steadily leading you into worse and worse things from which it's like very difficult to come out of. Maybe that's where it's like the story so far hasn't been bad. Is something like this intentionally placed to make me think or send a message? That could be what it is. Like the author is trying to tell you something, even if it's really on the nose. It could just be something like that. Alright. I turn to the entrance, drawn by the noise, and gasp when I see who comes tumbling through the gate. Captain? We still don't have her fucking aim, by the way. It's not her arrival that surprises me. We are, after all, allies now, but the sheer horror of her appearance. From head to toe, her body is covered in lacerations as though someone ran her through a paper shredder. No inch of flesh is undamaged. Such grisly wounds would be shocking even on a battlefield. Yeah, you think we could have used some more build-up? Yeah. I mean, like, her brother seemed like more of a random-ass patsy with no backstory. Who just, like, who I'd even say is just, like, simping for her for no reason. Because he didn't actually try to countermand anything she said at any point. Maybe he just hates her because she has a more forceful personality? And it's the fact that he has the Tsurugi that drives him to act on this, because he's previously acting out of fear that she'd, like, kill him for leaving her because she has a Tsurugi. Yeah, it felt a little 0 to 100-y. Maybe we could have done that. If there isn't like an explanation, like he basically didn't have any power, but I feel like he could have still done some build up. Maybe she gave the wrong impression to him of what they were planning on doing in the future and feels betrayed by that. We'll see if he has. If there's like a rant in this that explains his motivation, I'd actually be okay with that because half the villains have done that in this series anyway. Or sorry, all of them have either done that or had an internal monologue for that. So I'm expecting one of those for this guy. If there's not one, I'm going to be a little bit like, I'm going to feel like there's a scene missing. Indeed, I have little doubt to call what befell her battle would be an insult to warrior everywhere. She was clearly set upon by multiple attackers who treated her as though she were nothing more than... Captain, say something. I race to the captain's side and catch her as she falls. She turns her head to look at me, but her eyes are glazed and unfocused. One lurk in those murky eyes is enough. I've watched many brave soldiers die in the jungles of Southeast Asia, and I know it's too late. She's holding on by a single thread, a thread which soon will snap. What happened?
Kageaki,
Bring her inside, quickly. Right. Wait. I start to lift the captain's battered body, but her hand on my arm stops me. She peers up at me, pupils now steady, even through the thickening mist of death. Everything will be fine. We're gonna treat you. Forget it. You have to hurry. He erupts into a fit of coughing. Bright red blood splatters across my chest. The town, hurry. My men. Captain, never rest. Or never mind, you have to rest. I'll listen to whatever you have to say after we've seen to your wounds. My men are coming. I finally understand what she's trying to say. The bandits are coming to raid the town. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. And for yet ruins the chapter half. Yeah, this has been a very sudden deceleration. I feel like things could have gone a little differently. Maybe they just had the captain like us too much. Like, could the captain not just be an evil person? I feel like that was something that could have been. That would have actually worked fine if she just, like, turns out to reject them. And, like, maybe they have convinced someone else. Oh, whatever. Sorry, I couldn't stop them. Even though I said I would. Captain. Tears fall from her eyes, but not tears of pain. Her suffering stems from somewhere far deeper than the flesh. Captain. Could keep my promise. I couldn't give you anything, not even once. Not true, I cry, desperate to keep her here, on our side. She mustn't be allowed to go, not like this. Perhaps it's a madness that drives me, a vain hope that if I can ease her anguish, her body won't succumb to death. You kept your promise. Peace returned after you left. Because of that, we were able to call a doctor for my sister. Look, she's already completely healed. It's all thanks to you. Really? I'm more grateful to you than words could ever express. You're our savior. Goodness. She smiles and I can see the agony melt away. And yet she's still slipping little by little with each passing moment.
終了殿
Captain!
そ
Captain!
れならいいの。
That's all I need. That's all.
それなら
よくはありません自分はあなたに何も報いていない
Don't be ridiculous. I still haven't held up my hand.
どうか
Hold on.
お気を強く自分を棒のとにしないでいただきたい
If you die now, how will I ever repay you?
じゃあ最後に一つだけ。
Grant me one request before the end.
最後などと言わず一つと言わずどのようなことでも仰せつ
This
け
is
く
the
ださい
end. I'll give you anything you ask for. Anything you want, as much as you
あ
want.
なたにはそれだけの恩を受けている
I owe you everything. No. One is enough.
一つで良いのです。
You hope she isn't dying, not because you like her, because it's a meh presentation of how she dies. Kind of is. Insufficient build-up or characterization of people other than her leaves it feeling very out of left field. It's not even that this scene's written this scene's actually written pretty solidly. I think this particular scene that we're in, where she's dying, is a good scene. But I feel like we didn't get there. We got there really quickly, like they needed plot to move forward. And it feels a little bit strange. Which is weird, because most of the individual scenes have been written well, but the build-up to this scene is not written well. Seems like we missed like a small character arc or internal conflict in the bandit camp. It would be more impactful if Minato finds her in the raid or already being dead when he confronts her brother. Yeah. Or like he goes to the camp to meet her. That would work. What about that? He goes to the camp to meet her. And she's like running from gunfire or something. That could work. Like, oh, okay, well, we've arranged, we've arranged some food supplies. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll tell her where to go pick them up. And then he goes to meet them. That would be a little bit better than this. Puts us in the scene. Puts us a little bit in the scene. And we maybe just didn't even need the previous scene. So maybe the previous scene just feels too much like a sudden turn. Maybe they just don't even introduce her quote-unquote brother, and maybe she just lied about it actually being her brother, and it's like some random lieutenant of hers. Having a familiar connection and terminating in this way just feels unusual based on like how she hasn't really done too much to deserve that, maybe? Like the motivation of the motivation of the person who did this to her seems thoroughly lacking and seems to come out of left field, which is why either reducing his characterization to non-existent and then introducing him as a new character as the villain would work a little bit better. Oh well. It's okay. They've written like a lot of really good scenes even in this arc. I think most of the scenes themselves are good, so not too bad. Yeah, for a visual novel, it feels like there's a lack of build-up to this character. Like, if you did an anime adaptation, I would like to see either the removal of the fact that it's her blood relative, it's her brother doing this, to just turn it to like some nameless lieutenant. That would probably work better. Or to have like a bit more conflict between them, like they argue or something about shit. Hold on. Like there's add a couple extra scenes of them arguing to the point where like you're like, get that villain look from him, where she's like, this is final, and then because they don't always portray this here. But like, have her like argue with him a little bit and tell him like, fuck off, I'm in charge. And then he kind of like gives her like, stares daggers into her back as she walks off, confident that they've like resolved their discussion or something. Would probably lead to like a bit better transition into this scene. Yeah, it just feels a bit weak. Alright. Feels like wasn't the brother really attached to the bandit crew? That's the thing. We don't know that. We don't have I don't have the impression of that. The only thing I know about her brother is that basically they were both working together with this crew. These are like their house vassals, right? So if you think of like a feudal lord and their knights, men at arms, since they aren't formally knights. That's basically what these guys are, right? And presumably so it's her brother, and then their men, who are like loyal to her past the point of them becoming bandits because they personally respect her and the family, which makes it weird. Because that's basically the rationale they're going for. Oh, thanks for the drink, my friend. Yes, the sister is the leader of the crew, and the brother's upset that the sister's giving up. Is he upset that she's giving up because she's giving up? Did they even have this as a dream? Her ostensible plan was to rebel against the Rokuhara? But, like, his plan doesn't seem to be doing... The brother's plan doesn't seem to actively harm the Rokuhara. Her plan doesn't seem to harm the Rokuhara. She's like, fuck it, let's just wait for this shit to blow over so we don't get murdered. And he's like, what if instead we like enslaved a bunch of people who are, I guess they're paying taxes to the Rokuhara, but his logic doesn't seem to be we should enslave these people because it will hurt the Rokuhara. His logic seems to be we should enslave these people and then become bandits in China. And I'm like, why? How does that hurt the Rokuhara? Like, it just doesn't seem to work. She's like, look, we can chill out here, work the fields for a couple years, and then continue, like, doing our rebel shit when the, like, or, like, move on or something like that. Like, they have, like, that sort of works. I don't really see her brother's plan helping them rebel against the Rokuhara. It's like the brother doesn't have enough characterization to feel like there should be this clash here, right? They spent a lot of time building up the captain, very little time building up the brother, so the brother turning on the captain when they're like siblings just doesn't really make sense, considering they've been through like the battlefield, they've turned traitor together, they were selling on materials on the black market, like they've been doing everything together. And the brother hasn't actively resisted or even, like, you know, shown any signs of dislike of her course of action until he randomly decides to have her raped and killed. Like, what a random ass change. Like, yup, we're partners in crime. And, like, I'll randomly do that. It's like, what? Like, it's like they're a tight unit until randomly he hates her, and you're just like, well, that seems weird, okay. Oh yeah, his meme excuse that virgins are worth less on the market. That was fucking funny. Yeah, this scene seems a little around. That's why I said they either need to have more characterization for the brother or reduce his characterization to non-existent, so that he's just some random lieutenant who disagrees with her, and you're like, oh, we didn't know anything about this random lieutenant who's never been introduced to us. Sure, I would assume there is someone who disagrees with her decision to lay down their arms. That's actually okay. It just seems weird that it's like the person you wouldn't expect to, because they have been characterized as not really caring, and going along with whatever her plan is, like the, you know, like the usual loyal version. It just seems like it's a little bit out of there. A little bit more build-up would make. A little bit more build-up to this. A little bit more build-up, or like even less build-up, but enough. But so you can use your mind to fill in what the build-up would have been, right? It's like either don't write the scene, or you write more build-up so the scene makes sense, rather than writing a scene like that. Oh well. Anyway, this scene itself is fine. One wish? Actually, he said sorry, what wish is that? My name. Say my name. Say my name. I'm struck speechless by her request, or rather by the failing that it forces me to confront. She's my savior, and yet I don't know her name. True, she didn't deign to give me her name when we faced off atop the mountains, but I've had any number of opportunities since then to fill that gaping hole.
だって聞いてくださらないんだもの。
You never bothered to ask.
失礼を
Forgive me.
大変遅きに失し
It shames me to have neglected
今
something
さ
so
ら恥ずか
important.
しいばかりではありますか。
I thought that was funny. She just refuses to tell him her name. She refused to tell him her name, so he just continued not asking. I thought that was amusing.
ご婦人どうか
Be an honor, my
お
lady.
名前をお聞かせください。
If I could have your name.
水井。
Mizuhi?
水井
Mizuhi?
はい。
水井殿
Mizuhi? She smiles then, one last time. It's gentle and bright like the warm spring sun. She exhales softly, her breath vanishing on the wind, and her body goes limp, now absent what made it whole. Mizuhi ends her life in my arms, smile still lingering on her lips. Experience has taught me that when someone dies, the part of your heart in which they resided dies with them. Where before there was warmth, now there is a void. The void left by Mizuhi's death is colder and deeper than I could have imagined, especially considering how short a time we actually knew each other. To think that so much of my heart was given to her. Only after losing her do I realize that perhaps she was someone I desperately needed, someone I couldn't afford to lose.
今さら何を
Don't be a fool, I whisper. Of course she was. I shake my head, reminding myself that there are duties to perform. First, her body must be cleansed and purified, then there are preparations for... No, I suppose there's more pressing matters. The least I can do is get her off the dirt and into a bed. This is a job for two people. I turn to ask my mother for help. She's not there. Neither is Hikaru. Where could they have... Something moves at the corner of my vision. I turn to see Hikaru marching away with a speed that seems extraordinary given her recent infirmity, and her mother racing to follow. They're headed for
祭典
the shrine? Now?
光る
Hikaru,
お
wait,
いちょっ
wait
と
a minute.
待ちなって何やってんだ
What are you doing?
光る
Hikaru,
お前
母上、そこに立たれては邪魔です。
you're in my way, mother.
その鍵どうするつもりだ
What are you doing with that key?
聞くまでもないことを。こんなもの、使い道は一つきりでしょう。
You have to ask? A key has only one purpose, does it not?
孫の手にするなら今にもうちょっとマシなやつがあるぞ
If you're looking for a back scratcher, we've got a nice one in the den. Has the ceremony happened already? Yes.
それは母上がお使いください。
I'll gladly yield that one to you should you have need.
なんでお前が知ってるんだ鍵の場所と使い方まで
Why do you have it? You shouldn't know where it is, much less how to use it.
光が見ていましたか。あれが見聞きしたことは俺にも伝わります。
Because I was watching, Mother. I see everything it sees.
さて、何度も申し上げるつもりはありませんが、邪魔です、母上。
And now I believe we've
おどきください。
established you're in my way. Please move. So she's resurrected. What do you mean by resurrected? She got healed.
何
She
をする
didn't
気だ
die.
よ
Tell me what you're gonna do first.
俺の剣を解放するのです。どうやら差し迫った事態のようではありませんか。
I'll free my Tsurugi. It seems as good a time as any given the situation.
お前の剣
Your Tsurugi?
その剣で何をするって
And what will you do once it's free?
母上、分かりきった問いにいちいち答えねばならないこちらの身にもなっていただけますか。
Mother, please try to imagine how it feels having to provide such obvious answers.
そりゃすまんこってした物分かりの悪い母に噛み砕いて説明してやってくれ娘よ母がボケてしまった時の練習だと思って
Sorry, your mother's a little slow in the uptake. Break it down for her. Think of it as practice for when I start going senile.
致し方ありません。ただ応殺するだけです。
If you
町に
insist,
攻めてくる連中とやらを。
I will massacre the men attacking the town.
単語の意味もご説明しましょうか。
Can I explain what I mean by massacre?
結構です。聞くだに胸が悪くなりそうだ。
Spare me, I think I'd puke.
それは上々。
Well, we wouldn't want that.
通さない。
I can't let you free that Tsurugi.
殺してどうする光。後には恨みが残るだけだよ。
What'll come of killing them? It'll leave the survivors hungry for payback. But milady, there won't be any survivors on your side. There'll just be you. There'll just be you, your daughter, and Kageaki. There'll be nobody left alive. This is why her philosophy sucks, by the way. Unless you have the magic of being so strong, you can cut every single person's weapons down and disarm them in like 2 seconds.
残りませぬ。
It will not.
な
Why
んで
not?
だ。
一人残らず殺しますゆえ。
Because I'm not gonna leave any of them alive. Whose philosophy? The mother's philosophy sucks. Her philosophy is basically don't kill anyone. Her philosophy is don't kill anyone. And if you're ever going to encounter someone, you can't kill them no matter what circumstances are. So it's easy to throw a situation. There are 500 soldiers going to kill everyone in the town next door. Or in this case, they're going to be enslaved and treated as well as the person who just showed up at your gates. Okay? So basically they're all gonna they're all gonna die painfully. And you got a simple choice. What am I gonna do? Well, either you have the overwhelming power to defeat every single one of them without killing them at the same time, which is infeasible for most people, or you don't do anything. Those are her two choices in her philosophy. It's either you are infinitely powerful and can do shit like beat 500 people in an open field in combat who are armed without killing them, or you do nothing. It's like a really bad philosophy because it basically assumes that whoever is doing something is omnipotent. So they have to be able to do literally anything they ever try to do without failing. It's real simple, okay? We'll take a real world example, okay? Russia's invading Ukraine. Either you let the Russians do whatever the fuck they want, or you defeat every single Russian and disarm the entire Russian military single-handedly with no casualties. Okay? Like, it's not feasibly possible. It does not scale. It doesn't work in real life. It only works in anime. And is like a super anime. I actually think the anime philosophy of getting up after you lose, you know, whatever your favorite shonen protagonist is, makes more sense because, you know, any battle you can walk away from, you can probably give another go at some point, right? Like, sometimes you can't try again, but hey, like, the rest of them you can go again. So, tell me one philosophy that wasn't hard flawed by someone who's insane or thought of half-assed at all in this story. That's a tough one. Oh, Sorimachi's. Sorimachi's seems to work. And his is like, who gives a fuck as long as someone tries? It scales, it leads to chaos, but he doesn't care. Sorimachi is an exception. Sorimachi is great because his philosophy is like so shitty, but it works. Like, you can't tell him it doesn't reflect the real world. He's like, I don't care what people do as long as they're passionate about it. And I'm like, I can respect that. Do I think it's a good idea? No. But like, it works. Ichijo's philosophy is okay. Hers seems okay too. I mean, she believes in, does she believe in absolute justice and merely lacks the strength to enforce it? I think we're gonna get more of a philosophy from Ichijo shortly. Now that she has Muramasa and we can see what her implementation of justice is like. Because we've only had a brief scene of that. Now she has strength. Next chapter, or what I was hoping would be this chapter, she's gonna show us what her justice is like, right? We couldn't really see that very much because she couldn't, or Masamune, right? Masamune. Muramasa is of course the two suits in the shrine. Masamune. We have to see what her implementation's like. Her first victory, by the way, was taking on an entire half a company of soldiers, tanks and all, without injuring any of them. Single-handedly. Now they were berserk. And in theory, since we've seen it, they should tear each other limb from limb, so I don't know why they're not. Plot reasons, I guess. But still, if that's her philosophy, maybe she's just like very close to Subaru's here. But she actually has the overwhelming power to back it up. But again, that philosophy doesn't work unless you have hilariously overwhelming power, which also doesn't work in real life. So having the philosophy is silly unless you actually believe people can acquire that kind of power. Or that they would actually be inherently good. She has a Shiro moment.
あの山賊どもにだって親類縁者くらいいるだろうさ。
Even
その
thieves
中に
have
は
friends and
復
family.
讐心に駆られるやつもいるだろ
Someone
う。
who will come looking for revenge.
そいつら自身にだって死ねば悲しむ仲間の一人くらい
If
い
you
るだ
kill
ろ
them
う。
too, their loved ones will
恨みは
inherit their
必ず
hatred.
残る。
It'll go on forever.
残りませぬ。
It will not. You know what? I kind of like this. She's like, it'll go on forever. You can't end cycles of violence. And she's like, oh, I'm gonna end some cycles of violence, baby. Why the hell not?
一人残らず殺しますゆえ。この光より弱き者はすべて。
What a line. I will leave nothing alive in this world that is weaker than I. She's like, bro, there won't be any cycles of hatred left because there ain't gonna be anyone left alive. By the way, it checks out. Sorry, did we say we had one philosophy that's not hard flawed? I mean, this one does not lead to a sustainable society, but she's 100% behind that, so it's actually checking out. It's like, man, your philosophy of like killing everyone who is weaker than you is pretty bad for society, and she's like, oh no, I'm not trying to maintain society. Oh, okay. It works. It works. The thing is, it's the category of insane. Yes, it is insane. It is an insane philosophy. But it does check out if you acknowledge all of her, because she accepts all of the flaws, because she's insane. It does check out. It's like, okay, the flaw of the philosophy is that it doesn't lead to a sustainable society or a functioning society, and she's like, yeah, that's the whole point. I don't care. Hikaru's legit baller status, yeah. That's not the warrior's way, Hikaru.
武の道にございます。
But it is, mother.
何を
ではお聞かせください。
Let me ask, what will you do to resolve this conflict?
説得してくるよ。
I'll convince them to leave.
そんな状況では
And
な
if
かっ
that's
た。
not possible,
止めるさ。
then I'll stop them, but I won't kill a single
殺
one.
しはしない。
そのようなことができるとお思いか。
Do you think yourself capable of that?
できるさ。影明も手伝ってくれ
Piece
る
of。cake. Kageaki will have my back.
あの子は一度それをやってみせた。もう一度だって
He
き
succeeded
っと
once.
できる。
There's no reason we can't do it again.
なるほど。それでさっきの女。母上は一度やらせたのですね。
That's what that woman
影
was
明も
talking
そんな
about.
ことを。
Kageaki has complied with your teachings once already.
あ
だからもう一度やると。
And you'd have him do it again? It's just every daughter with daddy issues. They all want to be Hikaru and they all hate their mother. Oh, that's not too
あ
bad. Right.
たわけ。
Cool.
何
What?
あなたのそのくだらぬ所業が今日の事態を招いたとは思いませぬのか。
Have you not considered that perhaps these fancies of yours are precisely what led to this crisis?
ど
What's
う
that
いう
supposed to
意味
mean?
だよ。
山賊どもとやらは武を侮った。 真相は殺法に過ぎぬ部を見誤った。
These bandits not grasp the truth of might. They've forgotten that it's solely a tool of murder.
あなたが偽りの部を見せたからだ、母上。戦って負けても殺されずに済むなどと彼らに信じさせた。
Because you showed them a false image of might, they believe they can survive if defeated in battle. You know what? It's actually true. It's kind of nice, right? Because you're like, this didn't work in real life. This wouldn't work in real life. Like, eventually your opponent's just gonna kill you if they're like, well, I can't win a fair fight. Because in real life, people aren't necessarily looking for a fair fight. Because not everyone's following your way of the warrior, right? And the bandits aren't inherently honorable. So this doesn't work. So it doesn't work? I kind of get that, right? Hikaru is like slapping her in the face and telling her, don't be dumb, not everyone follows the way of the warrior. Like 99% of the planet doesn't. What are you smoking? So the fact that Kageaki didn't kill the leader is good for the way of the warrior and turns the warrior to his side, but it's not good for anyone who doesn't follow the way of the warrior because they just say, oh, the guy won't kill me, he'll just let me off? Oh, okay. Right? They even said that out loud, which is, again, like one part of that scene that I actually liked. Alright. They believe they'll survive if defeated in battle. They scorn might as you taught them to? And that's why the horde is bearing down on us now? You truly not understand? I don't think she does.
そうだとしても、連中が戦う気をなくすまで防ぎ続ければいいこった。
Maybe you're right, but it changes nothing. I'll just hold them off until they lose the will to fight.
そいつが部の道だよ。
That's the way of the warrior. That's the purpose of might. I'd like to point out they have a Tsurugi, so unless we see a literal miracle happen where she goes full Raiden on the Tsurugi they have, there is like 0 chance of her winning. Like, full Metal Gear Rising. I should be more specific. You guys need to know what game that is, not that you've forgotten. It's good. Take out your lightning katana and carve the mecha in half. Someone gives Rika a Tsurugi. Rika does not need a Tsurugi. Rika is in Umineko. Rika is in Umineko and can do much more than what a Tsurugi can offer. Although it would help her when she was actually Rika. Before she becomes Burn Castell. It'd be useful, but as of Umineko, the Tsurugi is not a very useful tool. It might be a fun gimmick for a game board, though. You're wrong. Might is not so blunt an instrument as that. Destroy those weaker than yourself. That is the law of might.
教えたはずだぞ、ヒカル。矛を止めると書いて、部の一文字。
I taught you better, Hikaru. The sword is a tool to save lives.
いいな。矛にてとどむと書いて部の一文字。
No, it's a tool to end them.
刃は生命にとどめをくれるもの。他に用途は何もなし。
The sword is a weapon, a vessel of might. Its sole purpose is to extinguish life.
だからって殺してどうなるよ。誰も得しねえだろ。
Even if that's true, what do you gain by killing them? There'll be nothing left but a mountain of bodies.
そんな武道、
There's no
何の意
point.
味があるってんだ。
そうでしょうか。母上の教えてくださった武道こそクソの役にも立ちませなんだが、村正が示した武はこうして光を世に送り出してくれましたぞ。
Well, the law of might that you espouse has shown itself utterly worthless. The law that Muramasa revealed has allowed me to rejoin the living. Did you say
村正が示した。
つまりはこうしてここに光のあることが
The
我
fact
が
that
部
I
の
stand
真
before
実
you
たる
now
証
is proof that mine is the true might.
お前
おどきあれ母上
Be gone, mother.
これで最後とさせていただく
This is your final warning.
お前誰だ
Who are you?
娘の顔を見忘
Have you
れた
forgotten the face of your own
あ
daughter?
どうだったかな。私がお腹痛めて産んだ子はそりゃ性格面であれなとこが多すぎたし、正直人間としてこいつどうなのよって感じだったけど。
I wonder. My little girl may have some issues, serious issues. And frankly, I was starting to wonder how she'd ever make it in civilized society.
お前ほど化け物じみた面はしてなかったと思うんだ
But
が。
I'm pretty sure she wasn't a monster like you.
良い目をしているではないか母上
Now you have the eyes of a warrior.
来るな。そのまま下がって外へ出ろ。
Stay back. Put the key down and leave the shrine.
嫌と申さばいかがする
And if I refuse, what
Minato
then? Minato Subaru? I can stop her. Of this, Subaru is certain. She knows her daughter's strength well. Many people have called Minato Hikaru a genius. It's a woefully inadequate word. 1 year ago, before the illness took her, Hikaru was already at the brink of true mastery. Still, she had not quite perfected her technique. Hikaru's skill can't have increased during her coma. If anything, she should be weaker now. But one look is all Subaru needs to throw that notion out the window. No one would believe, beholding Hikaru's deadly poise, that the girl had just recovered from a wasting disease. Subaru's memories of Hikaru, the invalid, seem ludicrous now. Formidable though her opponent is, Subaru is confident she'll prevail. The speed, flexibility, and power evident in Hikaru's stance are all within her ability to overcome. Given another 6 or 3 months training, the balance of power may well have reversed, but as it stands now, Subaru has the advantage. 8 moves from the reverse Karan. The formula for victory takes shape in her head. She runs it once, refines it, runs it again. No chance of failure, not with this plan. All that remains is execution. She leans forward slightly and looks for her chance. And there, her plan falls apart. Something's wrong. She can't read her enemy's breathing. Hikaru is breathing, of course, but not as she should be. This isn't the way someone breathes during battle. It's too light. It's not just her breathing, Subaru realizes. Hikaru's very presence seems nebulous, as though even though she's clearly visible to the eye.
なんだ
What's this? She should have known better. Is she really...
本当にここにいるのか
Riddles have no place in the field of battle. A moment of distraction is all it takes.
母上
Mother. The next thing Subaru knows, her daughter is whispering in her ear.
光はあなたを殺しません光は何者も敵意によっては殺しませぬから
You will not die by my hand. I'll kill no one out of
な
spite.
ぜなら我が童貞は高み倉へ至るためのみそぎ武の方だけがあればよく敵意悪意がごとき汚れは無用
I'll embark now for the throne of heaven to claim the right of supreme godhood. Hatred, malice, such impurities have no place on my journey. I need only the law of might to guide me.
母上にはこの光憎しみを捨てきれませんだから殺しません
My hate for you is too deep to renounce. Therefore, I will not kill you. Interesting choice.
光
Hikaru?
あなたは
You, mother?
愛によって推しにあれ
Shall die by the hand of love. The next instant, darkness. If you could choose, would you want Lambda's power of certainty or Burn Castell's power of miracles? An unusual question. That's an interesting question because they both do like almost the same thing. Burn Castell can search through alternate timelines, and Lambda Delta can tell you for certain that this timeline exists, which is kind of like the same thing. Exists and that you'll now be in it, which is like almost the same thing. I feel like those two powers are almost the same, just described differently, and it's like a flavor choice. I know it's like a really weird take, but Lambda's ability to tell you that the fragment exists and where it is with absolute certainty, or Burncastell's ability to just go find the fragment, seem like the same freaking ability to me. Because Lambda Delta could just say, we're in the fragment where X exists. Or Lambda Delta could just say that, and then Burncastel could just go find the fragment where it exists. Yeah, certainty makes everything possible with the required steps, including impossible outcomes. Yeah. And Burncastel is what? Realizes any possibility? Realize anything that's possible? Like, they do the same thing. If there's a possibility, it just happens. It happens if she does her searching deal, though, right? Like, she can't just snap her fingers to make the impossible possible. Yeah, she has to go find those fragments, right? Hmm. Doesn't need to go to specific fragments? Okay. I guess if she could just make anything you want to have happen, happen. I guess Burncastels might be more fun to use, but Lambdas would be like way more Lambdas would be more fulfilling to use, to do, I suppose. Which is why Burncastel's more powerful, right? Because she can just do stuff. There's no time to waste. After laying Mitsuhi down, I keep wanting to say Mitsuhi, but it's actually Mizuhi. I race to the shrine. What's in the shrine that we see? Mother, Hikaru? There's no time to waste, I told myself, but when I enter the shrine, I can't help but freeze. My mother lies crumpled in the center of the room, and beyond her, Hikaru is wrestling with the shrine's inner door. There's too much here that doesn't make sense. It takes time for my brain to process the info. After several precious seconds wasted, I succeed in establishing my priorities. Mother? I dash to her side and lift her by the shoulders. There's no response when I shake her, but she's breathing, and I see no wounds on her body. She must only be unconscious. Relieved, I move to the next problem. Hikaru? What are you doing? As you can see, I'm trying to undo this lock. It's a little more difficult than expected. There's got to be a trick to it. Yes, so I've heard. Mother once complained much of the same. Wait, that's not the problem here. Wait a minute, Hikaru. Ah, here we are. It wasn't a question of strength, but of how you insert the key. Thanks, Kageaki. I was about to kick the door down. That might have been a bad idea considering what's inside. Don't mention. Wait. You mustn't open the shrine. Why not? Behind that door lies the clan's most closely guarded secret. No one can open it without our mother's permission. But I'm the Minato priestess now. That means I have authority over the shrine, does it not? Well, yes. How does she know that? She was barely conscious during... Oh, that's not the problem either. Tell me what
一
happened
体
here.
何
First
が
we
あ
need
った
to
の
wake
か
Mother
教え
up.
てくれ。
それどころだよ影明。
No, now is the time for this. I need what's behind this door.
なんだと。
山賊団とやらが町を襲うのだろう。
I believe armed men are about to attack.
おう。
Right.
光が迎え撃つ。ここにある剣を使ってな。
Then I'll take care of them with my Tsurugi. Wait, she intends to use one of those Tsurugi?
ダメだ光。
Oh, no, I can't. I myself am surprised by the volume of the cry that burst from my throat.
あれはダメだ。
Stay away
持
from
ち出
those
しては
Tsurugi.
ならない。
They mustn't be released.
うん。
Oh. Hikaru turns to face me for the first time since this exchange
だが
began.
影明。他に方法があるか。
I don't see any other way to stop the raiders.
それは。
That's not the point.
しかし、あれは。まずい。港の伝承が言うように。
The
悪
Tsurugi
し
are
き
wrong.
ものだ。
They're evil. Do you know the clan's teachings?
何を言う。剣とて所詮は武器だ。武器は武器。
Nonsense.
それ以上のものではない。
A Tsurugi's just a weapon, soul or no soul.
武器は善悪など持たぬ。生といい邪というも使い手次第で決まること。
A weapon can't be good or evil. It's up to the person wielding it to decide.
それは。
But you're right, but
全くその通りだが。
宣告の女。見たところ、あれは武者だろう。
the woman just now was a Musha, was she not?
にもかかわらず剣を持っていなかった。つまり、山賊は剣を保有し、使
She
って
didn't have
く
her
るということ
tsurugi
で
with
は
her.
ないのか。
Isn't it logical to assume the bandits are using it? She has a point. True, a Tsurugi and even a Kazuuchi isn't something that anyone can pilot. It requires training or at least some talent. But while individuals with those things are not common, there must have been at least one in the bandit army besides the captain. Her brother certainly would have received the same Musha training as her. I have no way of knowing how Mizuhi was betrayed, but I can't assume that her brother took her side.
武装集団の相手だけでも生身には余る。加えて武者までいるならば、こちらも剣を用いる他に対処の術はなかろう。
Even without their Tsurugi, a company of soldiers will be difficult to face unarmored. Best to go in full battle dress, don't you think? She does have a point. Intellectually, I know her plan is the most practical. Foot soldiers by the dozen, likely supported by mobile artillery and armored vehicles, as well as a Tsurugi. Indeed, it'll be impossible to stop them with just a sword. And then there's my mother's commandment to think about. I mustn't kill anyone. How to stop an army without the use of lethal force? How else but to use a Tsurugi? With the Tsurugi's power, it'll be easy to neutralize most conventional weaponry, as well as incapacitate infantry without killing them. I don't know if it'll be easy to do the same against another Musha, but if I can at least show myself a difficult opponent, it might be possible to convince the enemy to negotiate. Hikaru's plan is logical, but still I hesitate. Why? I've seen them. I beheld their baleful shrine. The thought of freeing them now turns my blood to ice. And yet, Hikaru is waiting patiently for my answer. One thing's certain, I can't do nothing.
わかった。
Alright, he agreed to it. He agreed to it. Interesting.
俺がやろう。
I'll do it. My sister only just recovered from her illness. I can't let her take on this burden. I look at my hands and think of the years of training that have gone into them. Yoshino, Onryu is a martial art for Musha. I should be ready for this.
そうか。
You will? Hikaru smiles gleefully at my proposal.
それがいい。剣は2つあるのだしな。
The fine idea, there just so happens to be one Tsurugi for each of us. Now that she mentions it. Wait,
待て光。
いや、そろそろ行こう。
I think we better get going. And with that, Hikaru opens the forbidden gate, the heavy steel doors swinging wide with startling ease, and once more, they are revealed. Two Tsurugi. A queen ant cast in silver and a spider the color of blood. I try to run to my sister's side, but my legs refuse to approach. The aura of doom is no easier to bear for having felt it once before. Hikaru seems unaffected. She casually steps up to the dais and lifts her hand, palm facing the silver Tsurugi.
待たせたな、村正。
Sorry to keep you waiting, Muramasa. Muramasa?
いざ、共に参らん。
Now,
無の帯同へ。
to battle, my conquest awaits! Responding to her call, the ant bursts apart. Its pieces surround her like a cage of silver. I know what this means, and I know what's happening and why it can. My sister is already joined with the Tsurugi, and as I watch, dumbstruck, Hikaru smiles in satisfaction, and with her fingers cuts a graceful arc in the air. The rite of armoring.
鬼に会うては鬼を切る。
Where there are demons, I slay them. Where there are saints, I slay them.
剣の断り、ここにあり。
Mine is the way of the sword. Hikaru? Damn, she wrecked the whole building. When the blinding silver light clears, I find myself standing amidst the rubble. The roof and one entire wall of the shrine have been blasted to pieces. I mean, did you really need to blow up the whole building? I know she's gonna end society and stuff, but it's kind of funny. It's like, well, that seemed unnecessary. From our character's perspective, he's like, why the fuck did you just blow up the building? Hikaru is nowhere to be seen. Wait. Something silver streaks across the sky and then it's gone. It looks like he was headed toward the town, but still. She did all this damage just by armoring? How much power does that Tsurugi possess? The thought sends a chill up my spine. Despite the miserable state of the shrine, I myself have suffered no wounds. Neither, fortunately, has my mother. We were lucky, or no, Hikaru must have protected us. I can still fight, which means there's no time to waste. Now that I've failed to stop Hikaru, I must at least do what I can to help. I look to the remaining Tsurugi. It was the epicenter of the explosion, yet hasn't budged an inch. Clearly it hides the same terrible power as its counterpart. Swallowing my fear, I step up to the dais. The spider's dark crimson armor shines dully, even more ominous up close. What now? I may know of the Tatewaki no Gi, but I haven't the slightest idea how to perform it? I suppose the first step is to touch the... What is this? What is this? This image, the noise, the stench, this presence, the taste, this will, this destiny, this... I am Muramasa. Where there are demons, I slay them. Where there are saints, I slay them. Good is not my nature. Justice is not my purpose. The righteous path is not mine to walk. Good and evil alike shall perish beneath my blade. I am a weapon, a tool of murder. You who would call yourself my master, have you the resolve to become what I am? If nay, then be gone. If yea, then stand forth and speak the covenant. I'd like to appreciate that Muramasa just straight up tells him that it's gonna end badly. Like, she's like, bro, I'm not good. I'm gonna kill good people and bad people. I fucking murder people. Like, it's stated. Like, Ginsego lulls you over with, like, this crazy philosophy, and Muramasa's just like, yo, you up for, like, killing both good and bad people? If not, fuck off. Like, you don't even, this is like the, this is like the concept, this Tsurugi is straight, like, it's only in the cell because you don't want other people to, like, you don't want someone crazy to touch it. Presumably, this Tsurugi is just gonna, like, chill out forever. It's not super dangerous until someone wants to make something dangerous happen with it. Interesting. The other one presented a crazy society-ending philosophy, and this one's just like, yo, I'm here for killing people. If you don't want to kill people, fuck off. Kind of an interesting, a different way to approach things, right? The Tsurugi even straight up gives you a warning, right? That's the best part. It's like giving you a warning. It's like, yo, by the way, it ain't gonna end well if you quit me. And it's like, you know, you've been warned. Like, the Tsurugi straight up tells you, it's like, yo, this shit's dangerous. You really want to do this? And like, if you say yes, it's kind of on you at that point. The other one, like, maybe you're easily susceptible to its philosophy or some shit, but like, this one's just like, ain't gonna end well. You sure you want to do this? And you're like, yeah, if you dawn me, it's all on you, buddy. Like, Muramasa's like, yo, I'm a super double-edged sword. You really don't want to do this. So if you say yes, at some point you have to acknowledge your own responsibility. Just in time, I managed to tear my hand away from the Tsurugi. A wave of nausea overwhelms me. I dropped my knees, emptying my stomach across the floor. All the while, I'm screaming inside my head. I can't. I just can't. You know, normally I like don't actually think. Yeah, 3 tabs of Are You Sure confirmations. Normally I'd say adding more guns. You know, I'd say like adding weapons to a city or country doesn't actually make things better, right? So if you want to solving school shootings in the US, it's probably not solved by introducing more guns, especially when people aren't obligated to actually. You can't like obligate or force people to throw their lives away, stopping random shooters. But I actually think that Tsurugi is actually an explanation of why you would want some guns somewhere in the hands of people in villages, you know? Because according to the setting of Demon Muramasa, you actually can't you can't reasonably kill a Tsurugi without another Tsurugi. So if someone goes crazy with a Tsurugi in town by bringing it in from out of town like this guy did, you actually need a Tsurugi to kill it. Like, you can't just magically conjure those things up, right? So the fact that they were all confiscated and rounded up by, like, the Rokuhara is unbelievably stupid. As you're basically relying on, like, some random vigilante to do this, to, like, show up and... Or some miracle, like, you know... Hidden in the deepest depths of our family shrine are 2 super overpowered evil Tsurugi that we were forced to pull out because the Rokuhara are fucking stupid. Just like sitting that down, you know? It's a really dumb idea, but that's how it is, right? Like, if every village had a couple Tsurugi and a competent communication system, we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Because the local police would probably have a couple. But they don't. So, it's almost like you're in a bad spot no matter what you do. Because there's no way you beat the bandits without a Tsurugi, and these Tsurugi are super evil and gonna result in a ton of suffering. So you have to, like, gamble how much suffering the Tsurugi is gonna release, knowing almost no information. Like, let's assume that you aren't insane, okay? Let's assume that that it's like 2 Kageakis who are mostly sane. We'll say they're mostly sane. Please pull. You're probably going to be letting these Tsurugis out anyway, even if you're sane. Because your other option is death, right? Like, you have either me and everyone in my village dies, or I let out these demons and pray that things don't go badly. The best case, you let one out and win, and then it goes away. That's like your best case, right? You just can't. You can't. I can't. This can't end well. That Tsurugi's evil, like the legends say. I was a fool to think I could master it. Well, I got news for you, buddy. This is a flashback. There we go, the audio. Well, there we go. Okay. So, instead of rushing to the town, I'd like to point out Tsurugi go at like 300 kilometers an hour. So, if you're wondering how fast they could have gone, literally flew from the building in 2 seconds. We have arrived at the town, and this is the state of the town. I assume all the people who aren't wearing sci-fi samurai armor are civilians. So I would confidently say that what's this look like? We can actually look at the picture and count how many dead random civilians died due to Subaru's no-killing philosophy. In this picture, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, sorry, I should probably hide this. There we go. Let's see. Going from the left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Is that 19? Oh, 20. I almost missed that guy. I'm going to recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I can't tell if I'm skimming over one of them. It's either 19 or 20. It's like my eyes are like sliding over one of the pairs, and I'm not sure I'm counting 2 or 1. I don't know how I screwed that up twice in a row, but I did. All right. Well, that's what we were looking for. All right. Ichigao Kazuma is laughing like a madman. What other choice does he have? None of this makes sense. It has to be a joke. Nothing this absurd, this hopeless could ever happen in reality. What the hell are you? There's something wrong here. Something very wrong. You're too fast. Like you're invisible or something. I can't even tell where the hits are coming from. I'm half dead already. I'm a Musha, aren't I? I got a Tsurugi and everything. Damn it. Even another Musha, it's not. That's how it's supposed to work. How could I lose in 1 second?
I
don't get it. Why did it go crazy? Ah, okay. She used her aura to kill everyone. Never mind. I don't get it. Why did it go crazy? The second you show up, everyone, my men, the villagers, they'll kill each other. Ah, okay. Ginsego just killed everyone. I see. I was gonna say, damn. That's a lot of bodies. That's a lot of bodies from his team. But no, I guess they were just taking them all as slaves. Alright. They started killing each other like they didn't know who was on their side. They all smoked something when else I gotta take my words back now. It was just Ginsega's passive insanity aura. Alright. Why didn't anyone tell me? Why do I have to be the insane one? Way to freak a guy out. I told them to stop, but they wouldn't listen. They just shot at me, my own men? Wasn't that literally what you were just having someone do? Isn't that literally what you did to someone like 5 minutes ago? I mean, I know she's like warping people's minds, but that's kind of funny, right? He literally made someone experience this situation like 5 minutes ago, and then he complains that it's not fair it happened to him. Except like slightly worse, but you know, it's kind of funny. It's kind of like an ironic death. And they went right back to killing and dying. There's no one left. Everyone's dead. Yeah, he's screaming that his own men shot at him, and I'm like, bro, like, you want some sympathy from me for that one? Kind of funny. Would have been funnier if he just died to them, but you know, it's what it is. He can't be killed because he's in power armor. Now there's no one left. Everyone's dead. What's going on? Why did this happen? I'm also like I'm only moderately concerned for the villagers under the assumption that not all of them are in the Minato family. I don't actually know that since we've only been introduced to family members of the Minato family. And numerous miscellaneous elders of the family. But this entire situation with Ginsego killing everyone is 500% on them. It is 500% on them. For forcing the ceremony through and it going poorly, resulting in exactly this happening. Admittedly, they might all be dead otherwise, but we don't have any evidence that would be the case. So, we can pin this on the obsessive elders. Forcing someone who is basically catatonic to perform a ritual. And then when it goes slightly off, causing this disaster. Why did it happen? Anyone! Nae-san, I thought you didn't need her. Remember that part where you had her killed? See? They're going for that ironic death part, right? What's this thing?
何なのか。
What am I?
船舶な問いだな。思わず人間だなどとつまらん答えを返してしまいそうになるじゃないか。
A very smart question. My first instinct is to answer human. And then where would we be?
まあいい。俺の意味を、存在を問われたのだと解釈しよう。
Very well. I will assume it's my purpose you wish to know.
俺はこの世に純真の武を敷く者。
I will spread the true law of might to every corner of this land, to it.
天下不武である。
I am she who will conquer the world. What?
何それわけわかんない。
I don't understand.
そうか
You don't.
わかんない。もう何もわかんない
This
よ。
makes sense.
姉さん、どこ行っちゃったのさ。
They're leaning heavily into that ironic death part right here. Where they're like, oh ho, he's asking for his sister after he did these horrible things. I see what they're trying to do. What is her Tsurugi's demerit for being so powerful? Presumably that it has to stand alone. I assume that is a demerit in and of itself, but I'm not sure what it actually does to the user. Maybe it's just like got the same downside as Muramasa's in that it just has to kill people. It has to kill people on your side and against them. Like, if you use it against 20 people you care about, do you have to kill people on your side? Is it just like kill everyone or kill lots of people? I wonder what the weird request it has is. It's like now I'm curious. You're thinking like it's like some a darker than black shit, right? Like Muramasa has to kill a good person for every bad person he kills, or Kageaki's Muramasa has to kill a good person for every bad person he kills. So you're wondering what the thing they have to do to kill all these people is? I'm just thinking, I wonder if the aura is the downside, but then like you could selectively use the death aura to just kill people you didn't like. So it wouldn't be a downside, right? Well, I don't know if you're supposed to have to work around the downsides is the thing. Because the issue is Kageaki doesn't actually work around his Tsurugi's downside. He basically just like randomly axes people instead of trying to compensate for it. So it's not necessarily that it's like the worst downside in existence. It's kind of just like he doesn't seem to actually care to minimize its effects. That seems to be my impression of Kageaki. Like, he's like, oh my god, this thing is so cursed, and then doesn't bother to try to mitigate the curse. His only way of mitigating it is just to decide that he's like, I'm gonna, yeah, I'll just, like, try not to trigger it as often. And you're like, have you ever considered mitigating the effects of it? Well, like, optimizing it away from things that cause you personally harm, but he's too busy being like, yeah, I have to suffer for that. So it seems like super uncontrolled.
待て待て、勝手に自分の世界へ閉じこ
Wait a
もるで
minute.
な
No, you're not making sense.
お前にはやってもらうことがあるのだ。それを果たしてからにしろ。
I need your help with something. You can go off into your own little world after that.
姉さん。
とりあえず、今ここで死にたくないと思うなら、逃げる必要があるぞ。山賊の親玉。
Alright, Bandit Chieftain. Let's make it simple. If you don't wish to die here, start running. He does pause instead of pose, I see. How long have I been writhing on the floor in agony? When I regain control of myself, the sun is low on the horizon. Am I doing? I groan, shaking my head to clear it. I already wasted too much precious time. I need to get moving. But how? Using Muramasa is out of the question. As I suspected, that Tsurugi must never be freed. However good his intentions may be, the man who uses it will only bring catastrophe to himself and his loved ones. I know that beyond a doubt now, having felt its evil firsthand. I fear for my sister, joined to a Tsurugi with the same cursed power. Why didn't I stop her? That's not my only worry. How is the battle gone? Have the bandits have a significant numerical advantage? Even as a Musha, Hikaru can't be having an easy time of it. The more I think of it, the hotter fear burns in my chest. This guy spent the entire day cowering in fear. Damn, alright. Because it was morning, right? He spent the entire day cowering in fear of the Tsurugi, doing nothing. That doesn't seem like Kageaki to me. The more I think, the hotter fear burns in my chest. I need to know if Hikaru is safe, and that means getting to town as quickly as possible. There's nothing more to be done in this half-collapsed shrine. I'll carry my mother into the house and then comes suddenly plummeting from the sky. A Type 90 Dragoon, one of Rokuhara's finest. This Musha's landing, however, is far from the graceful touchdown one would expect of an elite pilot. Rather, it resembles more of a soccer ball that someone kicked into a goal with casual disregard for the ball's well-being. But the crash alone can't explain the sorry state of the Tsurugi's armor. Nearly every inch is cracked, dented, or warped. My overloaded brain adds up the pieces one by one and slowly but surely comes to a conclusion. A Musha. Musha is not Hikaru. The Musha is one of the bandits attacking the town. The Musha is an enemy. The broken Musha doesn't move for several seconds. I wonder if the fall knocked him out. But then he turns to face me. Our eyes meet. Because of his helmet, I'm unable to learn anything from this. He, however, is not so encumbered. It was you. Now I remember it was you. Everything went wrong after you showed up. That's when Sis started acting weird. It's your fault. It's your fault. Everything would have been fine. If you hadn't shown up, wouldn't it? Not for you. The Musha rises on shaky feet and lifts his badly chipped sword. I find myself staring at the blade's glittering tip. Wait. If not for you, none of this would have happened. Maniacal laughter. This man is like knockoff Shinji. Yeah, pretty much. That's Fate Shinji, not NG Shinji. He's wearing power armor, so I should specify. I'm unable to scream or do anything besides lift my hands up in a futile plea. The speed of his strike is beyond human. It merely grazes the skin of my shoulder, yet the force is a passage enough to send me flying across the room. I end up with a bruised bone and a handful of dust, but I count myself lucky. The only reason I'm not dead is that the Musha misjudged the range. I had no time to even think of dodging. Ain't no fair. Dodging. A fact which seems lost on the Musha. His head turns slowly, unsteadily, searching for me. He finds me, and once more our eyes meet, and this time I do learn something. This Musha is no longer sane. This is your fault. You've gotta die. I swallow hard, and my throat is painfully dry. This Musha wants to kill me. He's not open to discussion. I'm gonna die. It's okay, way of the warrior it out, my dude. Just, kill this guy. He's completely immune to every single form of armament in existence other than a Tsurugi. But you could disarm him in his power armor if you had a Tsurugi. You're not forced to kill any. Muramasa doesn't force you to kill anyone, does it? If you don't kill any bad guys or good guys? A terrible jolt races up my spine, instantly setting my brain aboil. Death is here. Fear of that final end overwhelms me. I want to live. Run. Come on, die already. I mean, it seems perfectly reasonable. This scene. I know it was forced by Hikaru, right? This is obviously super forced by Hikaru. On purpose. To get him to put on Muramasa. But But it's not a bad scene. Not a bad scene to force our guy to do this. Like, his scene, isolated, seems decent. His malice washes over me, selfish, absent reason, and I retreat. Inch by inch, I slide my body away from the Musha, despairing, all the while at his unchanging proximity. My hand touches something cold and hard. A Tsurugi, the Tsurugi that named itself Muramasa. A Tsurugi, this is what I need. This is what can save me. If I just... I'm Muramasa. Where there are demons, I slay them. Where there are saints, I slay them. Good is not my nature, justice not my purpose. The righteous path is not mine to walk. Good and evil alike shall perish beneath my blade. I'm a weapon, a tool of murder. You who would call yourself my master, have you the resolve to become what I am? It seems like the ideal person Muramasa wants is just like a random serial killer. Am I wrong? That's what it seems like. Good night, my friend. It seems like Muramasa just wants like a random person who wants to like mug people and occasionally commit murder of randoms. Good, bad, doesn't care. Out of the question. This Tsurugi must never be used, not for any reason. Its will is profane, its dreams are a nightmare. Any man who has felt what I have would know. To free this Tsurugi would unleash upon the world a disaster of cataclysmic proportions. A random serial killer barrel of Hokage? Yeah, absolutely. You just have to be willing to kill people at random. You just have to want to kill people at random, so... I mean, it doesn't actually force random, but you know, it doesn't enforce the random nature of killing people, but I don't understand why anyone would forge such a thing. I can say this for certain, this armor is cursed. First, and yet, if you look back through the annals of history, no Tsurugi is more closely associated with that word than those which bore the name Muramasa. They appeared, it said, during the non-Bokucho War, one of the bloodiest conflicts in Yamato in history. They are credited with dragging that war into the pointless, inescapable mire that made it so. If this Crimson Spider is truly one of that line, one of the Tsurugi that turned Yamato into hell on earth, then... If you die, this will come back. Won't she? Of course she will. Even if it means my death, I won't. Not that Tsurugi. Oh, by some cruel trick of fate, my mother's woken up at the deranged Musha's feet. Damn, my head hurts. Did I drink too much? It's weird, I don't remember drinking. Father? Kageaki?
Kageaki? お逃げください! 早くその場を!
邪魔だよ。邪魔しないでよ。
Move, you're in my way.
僕はあいつを殺さなきゃいけないんだから。
I gotta kill this guy, then everything will be fine. Suddenly, the target of his anger, my mother at last, realizes her peril and freezes. Not the reaction I was hoping for, but what other response can there be to waking up with a Musha poised to kill you? It's dire, even she can't defend against a Musha's strike. And the Dragoon won't miss this time, my mother will die. She'll die and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I have no such resolve. How can I when I don't understand what it would mean? And yet if this is the only way... If nay, then be gone. If yea, then stand forth and speak the covenant. If this is the only way to save my mother, then I'll do whatever it takes. I'll use whatever it takes. Right here, right now. Only one act is unforgivable to let my mother die. There are demons, I slay them. And so I speak at that terrible voice. There are saints, I slay them, without knowing what the words portend. Mine is the way of the sword. It's playing the main menu music, that's not good. I make the covenant.
Kageaki!
In an instant I'm transformed. Without, my body is armored in steel, and within it surges with supernatural power. I've become something other than human, an indescribable feeling of transcendence threatening to sweep me away. If nothing else, I gotta say that I don't think there's any compulsion to actually murder someone when you wear this suit. If you just like cut that guy's arm off and held him down, ripping the armor off, he might be fine. And if you're like as overwhelmingly strong as Kinsego, you're probably okay. You're probably good to do that to someone who's already severely injured and doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Even as this maelstrom crashes over me, I don't forget what I must do. This cursed power exists for only one purpose, to save my mother.
お前それ
I don't remember.
あいつの仲間か
Just like the silver one.
あいつの
You're the
あい
same.
つの
The same. I pay no heed to the dragoon's hysterical cries. There's only one fact here that has any meaning. He intends to kill my mother, and that makes him my enemy. Roaring, I charge, draw my blade. All the steps required to kill.
ダメだKageaki! それは
Kageaki must have. I swing my sword like a hammer into his side. At the last moment, he gets his blade up to block. But only barely. The weight of my strike sends him reeling. He has no hope of counterattack. My advantage could not be more clear. This dragoon is no match for Muramasa's power. I pursue my staggered foe, intent on ending his life. There's no technique, no art in this. All I've learned is forgotten. With brute force, I swing my blade overhead, and with brute force, I bring it crashing down. You threaten my mother? Then die. The dragoon has no time to scream. My sword enters through his shoulder and cleaves him in two, Tsurugi and all. It's an act of unimaginable power, unimaginable violence. It seems very imaginable. I'm sorry. I disagree. Actually, the fact that there was an explosion was kind of weird, but other than that, we're all good. Imagining exactly what point an explosion is made when he cuts something in half is kind of weird. So you're right, that might be hard to imagine. A primal urge takes me. I raise my head and roar in triumph. Even the horror of killing a man is forgotten at this moment of beastly glory. This what it's to be a Musha, to wield a Tsurugi. What might, in the hands of a righteous man, this power could change the world.
Kageaki.
Kageaki. At my mother's whisper, a portion of my sanity returns. I have to make sure she's alright. Her voice sounded choked just now as if she were crying. She wasn't wounded during the engagement, was she? Fearing for her safety, I turned to face her. And that's when it happens. What? What am I doing? My sword in my hands? And my mother in my sights? What am I doing?
Mido, 誓約を果たしなさい。
Mido, fulfill the covenant. A new voice, this one cold and hard, echoes inside my skull. Is this Kinchojo? The method by which Tsurugi communicate? It's Muramasa's voice.
制約制約とは
Covenant?
No,
Which
no,
covenant? What are you saying?
我が主、あなたは誓った。
You swore an oath, my master?
善も悪も分け隔てなく、もろともに立つ。
Make no distinction between good and evil?
鋼になると誓った。
To become a vessel of might as I am? If there's no distinction, then why kill? That's an unusual way to phrase that. Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean?
我ら村正は、善と悪を共に立つ者。
We who bear the name Muramasa were forged to slay good and evil alike.
ミド、あなたは悪とみ
You
なして
slew one whom
一
you
人を
judged
切った。
evil?
だから、あなたは善とみなす一人をも切らなくてはならない。
Now you must slay one whom you judge good?
あなたは一人の敵を切った。
You slew an enemy, now you must slay a friend?
一人の味方も切らねばならない。
Just pointing out, based on this logic, he could have killed that random kid we met. He could have killed that random kid we met who was being used as ammunition for the mecha. Alright.
あなたは憎んで一人を切った。
You slew with hate, now slay with love?
愛する一人も切らねばならない。
How can I do that? It's
それ
madness.
が村正の法。あなたが誓った
It's the law of
不和の
Muramasa.
約定。
The law you swore to uphold.
さあ、ミド。一つの善を、
Time, Mito.
一
One
人の味
good,
方を、
one friend, one
愛す
beloved.
る一人を誓いにかけて殺しなさい。
Do as your oath demands and kill.
嫌だ。
No. I command my legs to stay where they are. Beseech my arms not to ready my sword. All for naught. The power that so entranced me moments ago has an inexorable grip on my body. It smothers my will and step by horrifying step sends my armored flesh to kill my mother.
やめろ。やめてくれ。
Stop this, stop
な
this.
ぜだ。なぜそんな真似をしなくてはならない。
Wrong. Why would she make me do such a thing?
なぜそんなことをさせる。答えろ。
Answer me, Muramasa.
村正。
なぜも何もない。私はそういうものだから。
Because it's what I am, my master. There's no why.
私は村正。その理念で打ち上げられた剣。
I'm Muramasa, a Tsurugi imbued with the law that governed my creation. True, true. He doesn't have much of an imagination, which is why an Immelmann turn is a work of fiction for him.
鬼に王手は鬼を切る。
For the demons I slay,
仏
for
に
the
王
saints
手
I
は
slay.
仏を切る。この断りを示すために私は生まれた。
It's forged to embody the law. Therefore, embody it I do.
それ
That's
だ
your
け。
answer? That nonsense is your reason? You'd have me kill my mother just because?
スバル様。離れてください。
Mother, get away from me.
早く。
If you don't,
さもないと。自分が。この手で。
I'll do the unthinkable.
あなたを。
Please hurry. Get out of here before I...
ま、そうもいくまいね。
Well, can't do that, can I?
こいつは私の請負分だよ、息子。他のやつには回せないさ。
It's my price to pay. I won't let anyone pay it for me. And just think, we could have actually resolved this problem and the need for these Tsurugi really quickly if we'd used a little more violence. So I guess from her perspective, it kind of is her fault. As she gets a big she realizes that her philosophy had a massive gaping hole of anyone who isn't obsessed with an honorable code. Which is like 95% of the population. Alright.
スバル様。
Mother? Getting run through and keeping that smile's gotta be fucking hard. Gotta say.
やっぱ
Hurts a little, no
結構効くね。
no shit, right?
スバル様。スバル様。
I like how he still doesn't call her mother, he just calls her Subaru.
俺は。
All I see is the car. No, this can't be. Why would it?
どうして俺は。
いいんだ、影明。
I know, son, I know.
わかっ。やっぱ言い伝え通りだったんだな。
Looks like the stories were true. Kill an
敵
enemy,
を殺したら
kill a friend.
味方も殺すか、悪を殺したら善も殺す。
Kill one evil,
憎
kill
む
one
人
good.
間を殺したら
Kill with hate, kill with
愛
love.
する人間も殺す。
Does that just mean you have to change your perception of what's good and what's bad, too? There might be, like, so many loopholes in this. Like, if you consider everyone either good and bad, or bad, and consider only bad people... You're like, I hate bad people, but everyone who's not bad is good. Does that mean you can just kill randoms? If you love everyone in existence, does that mean... If you love everyone except for those that are evil, if you hate evil and love people, everyone in general, can you just kill randoms? That leaves you so open.
つまり息子よ。お前はこの母を誰よりも愛していたのか？
Doesn't this mean you love me more than anyone?
照れるじゃないか。
Come on, kid. You're embarrassing me. She laughs, a bright and cheerful sound, but buried in her chest is the blade of a sword. My sword. I've stabbed my mother. I don't want this.
俺は
泣くな、影明。涙で送られるなんて性に合わないし。
Stop crying, Kageaki. I don't want your tears to be my send-off.
もう最後まで世話の焼ける子だ。
You're still giving me trouble right to the very end. With trembling fingers, she wipes the tears from my eyes. The affection in her touch rends my soul. Why did this happen?
お前が悪いんじゃない。お前が私を殺したんじゃない。カンナギの役目を果たせなかった。うっかり村正の解放を許しちまった。私の責任。
Not your fault. None of this would have happened if I hadn't failed in my duty. If I hadn't screwed up and let Muramasa be free.
身から出たサビってやつ。
I'm the one who sowed
お
these
前が
seeds.
気にすることは
You have
ない。
nothing to blame yourself for.
お前は私を助けようとしただけ。大体ね。お前がそうしなきゃ、私はさっきのや
Just
つに
wanted to
殺
save
さ
me,
れ
that's
てた
all.
さ。
And hey, if you hadn't done what you did, the Musha would have killed me anyway.
だから
Let it go.
いいんだよ。
I mean, that was also true. I'm glad she at least has the self-awareness to know that. She's like, well, this is only gonna end badly if he puts it on, but at least one person lives instead of 0 people. I wonder how much she regrets that. She's like, man, this is gonna suck for him, but at least he's not dead. Don't know if she's just putting on a brave face, or if that's actually the way she feels, but at least her son's not dying, right? Right?
嫌だ
Yeah, Lucy.
嫌ですすまるさ
Hard to think of the silver lining here, or of any upside, since you're dying. But at least only one of you died instead of both of you. That's her perspective. He can't see that right now, and it's completely understandable.
俺は
I have to help you.
俺は
I have to protect
あ
you.
なたを守らなきゃ助けなきゃいけない
My life was for that purpose alone. I was meant to serve you to the end of my days.
なのに
But this.
なのに
いっぱい助けてもらったさ。
You did help me
高校息子。
more than you know. You were a good son.
だから
Forget about me. It's her you need to think about now.
私はもういいから。あいつを頼むよ。
スバル様
I cradle her body in my arms, desperate to hold on to what's even now fleeing before my eyes. I'm once again free to move as I will. The power that bound me has faded, which can only mean that it's carried out its purpose.
嫌だダメだ行かないでください
Go, stay with me, please.
スバル様
I still haven't.
俺はあなたを
Haven't.
光を頼むよ、影明。約束
Take care of Hikaru, Kageaki.
忘れ
Don't
ないで。
forget your promise.
スバル様スバル様スバル様
Tsuburu-sama, yeah. There's no answer, no response. She has no breath to reply. I took it from her. I killed my mother. Killed her. Impossible.
ありえない安息に抗える者などいない
Nobody can resist their happiest memories. No one.
なぜだ貴様はどうして
How did you escape?
貴様が見せた
The
安
memories
ら
you
ぎは
showed me.
俺がこの手で切ったものだ。俺がこの手で殺したものだ。
Were of a piece I destroyed with my own two hands, of an innocence I slew with this very blade.
安息に眠る権利など
I have no right to bask in their glow.
俺にはない。
Good transition back to the actual main story, by the way, from the flashback. Good transition.
吉野流合戦霊法。雪崩が
Oh,
崩
here
し
we go, here we go. Yoshino Onryu Kasen Reiho adapted from the Nadare.
レールガン脅し
Railgun Odoshi. Wait, who are we killing today then? We're killing this random guy. I should have known. I should have known.
なんとな村正やはり貴様こそが悪鬼であったか
Muramasa, you were the true demon after all. Wait, hold up. I want to listen to that in Japanese again.
村正やはり貴様こそが悪鬼であったか
Close. Not quite a title drop in English or in Japanese.
及ばぬこの青江にして及ばぬ認めようぞ貴様こそは
No contest.
最も呪わしき武者であろうよ
Yeah. No contest. Muramasa, you are the true demon after all. No contest. Even Aoi can't compare. Hail Muramasa, most foul of all Musha. Answer my question, Aoi. Where's Hikaru? Where's Kinsego? Silver stars. Where? Hidden in Rokuhara's. Classic. Guess we won't find out.
ミド野立ちの刀身のかけらよ
Mido, it's another piece of the Nodachi blade.
Oh.
I see.
あと
One more to
残り
go.
一つ
The bottom third. You can see where it goes into the hilt.
ミド
Mido?
ミド
Mido? Well, the enemy was no name, so I guess the person we kill will be no name. My memories return to that day 2 years ago, to what followed after. Driven by my mother's last words, I raced the town to look for Hikaru, and there I find a burning, lifeless ruin. Corpses and wreckage fill the streets, heaped in piles like discarded toys. The townspeople and their would-be plunderers, all the same, all dead. What? No, did Hikaru make the same mistake? He killed the bandits and was forced to kill one person for each she'd slain?
山賊というのは武装した連中のこと
I assume the armed men are the bandits?
だとするとおかしい。
That can't be right.
数が合わない。
The numbers don't add up.
それ以外の人の方がず
There
っ
are
と
too
多
many
い。
without weapons. At least Muramasa is being analytical. She's like, math doesn't check out. Muramasa's right. My hypothesis would only make sense if the casualties were the same on both sides, but the townspeople, far greater in number, are also dead to the last. What could have happened?
狂ってしまったのかしらね。
Maybe she went mad?
狂った
Mad?
ええ。
Yeah.
光が町の人を手にかけてしまった衝撃で
The shock of killing an innocent drove her mad, and that's why she did this?
いえ、
No.
それだけなら全
That
滅
wouldn't
までは
explain
し
the
ないでしょう。
devastation.
見て。死骸の大半
Look,
は
look.
互いに殺し合ったように見えない？
Doesn't it look like most of them killed each other? Indeed it did. Like a gruesome battle took place in the streets of my hometown, and not just between the bandits and villagers, but among friends and neighbors as well.
つまり
And what happened here?
カカ様には恐ろしい力があるの。
My mother
周囲
possesses
の人間の心を
terrifying
汚染する力が。
the power to warp minds.
汚染
Warp minds?
ええ。おそらくあなたの妹は狂い。
Yes, the most likely explanation is that your sister went mad.
そしてその狂った思念を二世村正の力で町中にまき散らした。
And then, through Mother's power, infected
Yeah.
everyone else in the area with her madness, and this is the result.
昔にも一度あったことよ。だから二世村正は封じられた。
It happened once before a long time ago. That's why Mother Muramasa II was sealed away.
私が一緒に封じられたのは、もしもまた同じことが起きた時には、
And I, Muramasa
私
III,
の力で二世村正を止め
was
るため。
sealed alongside her, so I might stop her if it ever happened again.
ミド、
Me though. Ah, so you know what? I think I'm gonna say it makes a little bit of sense now. So, think of... I don't know why the fuck they don't blow up Muramasa II, because it's not like it's the frame can do much without a body in it. But assuming for some reason, plot-related reason, they couldn't destroy the original Muramasa, they couldn't destroy the previous Muramasa, having Muramasa III be entombed beside her, so that if someone takes up the mind warping one, you have someone to kill it, kind of makes sense. Because if you go crazy with this one, you presumably have to kill people you like. So like your mind, your mental state has to be very different from the other one. So like if you're like the crazy kill everybody, it will not, this Muramasa presumably won't work, as you won't possess the ability to derive good from evil. That makes sense? If Silver Muramasa is like, I kill everybody, and this one's like, you have to determine good from evil, then it makes sense, right? As someone with the same kind of insanity wouldn't be able to do this? Wouldn't be able to use this one, right? Does that make sense? Like, if his sister tried to use Red Muramasa, she'd have a much harder time, because the list of people who are, like, evil in her mind is pretty short, and there's only one good person. Right? So, like, his sister's like a huge, or not his sister, why do I keep saying sister? Fuck, it's his, yeah, it is his sister. It is his sister. Okay. His sister's like a huge brocon. So, the only person she cares about is her brother. So, if she tried to use Red Muramasa, she'd kill one person, and then have to go kill Kageaki. And that'd be the fucking end of it. You couldn't go crazy and kill everybody, because you have to be able to derive whether they're right or wrong? Seems like Muramasa can actually like control you to some limited extent. So if you kill a bad person because they're threatening your brother, then you can't kill anyone. And if you can't determine if they're good or bad, does Muramasa even let you attempt to kill them? I don't know. Just thinking out loud, like, does Muramasa stop you from trying to kill people if you can't determine if they're good or bad? Like, even if you have a really low standard of like, oh, they don't like my brother, therefore they should die, like, maybe that's the trick. Muramasa stops you from killing people and makes you make judgment calls on who should be killed and who shouldn't. And then like it doesn't care whether you're killing good or bad. It just wants you to make the judgment because the other crazy frame is the one that says kill everybody. Kill everybody who's weaker than you, which means you aren't making a judgment. So it's like, okay, we need someone who's like semi-sane in this. It kind of works. And they're from the same line. Because what you really don't want is you don't want two crazy frames, right? You don't want a crazy person. You don't want a crazy person who kills everyone and a second crazy person who kills everyone. You want someone who's like crazy and someone who might potentially see something bad and try to stop it. But someone who isn't going to go on a killing spree because presumably they don't have that many people they're willing to sacrifice for their killing spree. Like you need a very specific mindset to raise the number of like potential love kills higher.
あなたは2世村松の指定を追わないとならないのでしょ?
You intend to pursue Mother's new master, don't you?
Oh.
Yes.
そうだ.
With her dying breath, my mother implored me to take care of Hikaru.
私も2世村正を追わなくてはならない.
And it's my duty to stop Mother from spreading this chaos to all of Yamato. Let's go.
私のことは憎んでいい。けど、今はあなたには私が
Hit me
必
if
要
you
よ。
like, but no, you need me just as I
私に
need
あ
you.
なたが必要なように。
お前が。
I need you? What possible need would I have for a cursed Tsurugi? Mother's death is my fault. I have no intention of evading the responsibility. A Tsurugi is but a weapon, a tool, as Hikaru said. The sin belongs to the man who wields it. I donned Muramasa knowing it was a thing of evil luck. Whatever misery came from the decision, the blame is mine alone to bear. That said, that's no reason for me to keep using Muramasa.
ええ。2世村正の汚染能力は武者には及ばない。
You
けれ
need
ど、
me.
卵を使えば
Mother's
武者は
power
自分
can't
の分
affect
身にして
Musha
しまい。
directly. Instead, she's able to implant Tsurugi with eggs and transform them into copies of herself.
その力に侵されない剣はこの世に私一つきり。
And of all the Tsurugi in the world, I alone am immune. I'm
あなた
afraid
に
you
選ぶ
have
余地はないの。
no choice.
何もかも諦めるなら別だけれど。
That is, of course, unless you mean to walk away from it all. And there's the excuse Muramasa gives for you to stick it out with her instead of taking her off and wearing a regular-ass suit of armor. Actually seems a little flimsy. There are several environmental reasons why there would be a better choice. You could wear a different... Obviously, Muramasa is super OP and would probably be the best choice, period. Ignoring the downsides. Like, it's probably the best if you just want to kill her and say, hang it. But if you really don't want that curse, getting a suit that can match Kinsego would be an alternative, except it's like impossible to get another one. So the real problem is that you don't have a way to get a second Tsurugi to hunt down Kinsego. That would be my problem. Like, if I really didn't want to use it, it's like, it's not really possible to get another Tsurugi. We have to use this one. Shit. Now what? And that I could not do. Oh.
六原。
Kuhara?
そう言っていたな。
That's what he said?
ええ。
Yeah.
追うぞ。
Can we have our lead?
ええ。
Yeah. It's been 2 years since my chase began. In that time, Hikaru has annihilated towns and villages by the dozen. Now she's feared throughout Yamato as Kinsego, the Silver Star. I've followed her at times doing battle, and at times finding nothing but the aftermath of her coming. She scattered eggs and I've destroyed them, leaving twice their number in dead behind me. And still I've been unable to stop her.
次こそは必
This
ず
time it has to end. I won't let her sow any more death.
最悪を広げさせてはならない。
そうね。
Agreed. Even as I speak it, my Tsurugi and I know the hypocrisy of my oath. I too sow death where I walk, for each evil slain one good must also meet their end. Why? Because it's what I am.
行こ
Let's go.
え
Question for myself. If he considers Ginsego the Muramasa armor to have driven her insane, does that mean when he cuts her in half, if he kills her because he can't get the armor off her, does that mean he killed an innocent and a bad person at the same time? Or someone or is he stopping her out of love and then has to kill a bad guy? I have questions. Like, what is his mindset on his sister? I'm curious if she counts as good or bad, and if the armor Muramasa counts as good or bad, independent of that. I'm genuinely curious if it counts as a double, or if it counts as a single. Like, did Ginsego's driving people insane, does that make it evil? Now, currently, he doesn't recognize the Muramasa armor he's wearing as a person, so maybe not. But is it just a matter of perspective? I'm genuinely curious. I'm just curious, it's like, does he end up killing the Muramasa armor because he believes it has an alignment? I wonder if he'll come to that opinion. He's hanging with Muramasa all the time and is still like rejecting its possibility of being a person, maybe to keep it alive. It's not quite sure, right? It's not quite clear, right? Let's go. Because you wouldn't want to perceive Muramasa that you're wearing as good, because then you might have to kill yourself. I'm Muramasa the Cursed Musha. Ripperoni Okasan. Or sorry, Subaru-sama. His name was Tokita Mitsuo. I don't know who he was, but I think we're going to be finding out next time.